Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Can all you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hanji.
Amazing. All right, perfect. All right, guys. So we'll start off with, we're going to go through, before we get into the Arth, we're going to go through some history around this Bani, around Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah Ji. And I'd ask if all you guys can put your phones away so there's no distractions. Ask if you guys can be present, allow yourselves to be present. Try to stay away from distractions and follow along. If you can, close your eyes, relax yourselves, just get into the zone. Notice where your breath is. And within your breath, if you can put Vaheguru Mantra, any which way you like. And follow along if you can. So let's go head towards Amritsar. In your surti, if all you guys can come towards Amritsar. Year is 1606. And Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah Ji, he asked Baba Buddha Sahib Ji, he goes, do you think Shime Paatshah is ready for Gurta Gadi? And Baba Buddha Sahib Ji goes, yeah, so they believe they're ready. Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah Ji, in Darbar, he gets Shime Paatshah Ji, picks him up by his shoulders. He puts him on the throne. Do chordar la dende ya, khabbe sajje. He does 10 parkarma, 5 paise rakh ke, naariya rakh ke, Maharaj matha tek dende ya. Shime Paatshah Ji nu Gurta Gaddi mil jandi hai. So on another day, from Lahore court, from Jahangir, a messenger comes. And he comes with a chitti for Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah Ji. And the messenger says, so the messenger says that Chandu, we'll get into who Chandu was a little bit later, but Chandu asked me to speak harshly towards you, Maharaj, but I can't do that. But Jahangir is calling you to court and his intentions aren't good. So Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah says, koi nahi. Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah utte kirpa karke ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਭੇਜ ਦਿੰਦੇ. He says, I'll reach. I'll come to Lahore. Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah goes home that evening and he has a conversation with Mata Gangaji, his wife. And he tells them of his intentions and what's about to happen. And he talks about his own Shahidi, that he's gonna go get Shahidi now. Now, word spreads within Sangat as well, that Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah is this type of intention. And this is possibly what's about to go down. Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah wakes up Amrit Vela, does his Bani and heads towards Amritsar like he normally does. Sangha Jorn La Pendiya. And then after that, Bhai Pirana Ji, Bhai Peda Ji, Bhai Langaha Ji, Bhai Jetha Ji, Baba Bidhi Chand Ji, and the rest of the Sangat, they depart from Amritsar. So they depart from Amritsar and they head towards Lahore. So it's about a 50-kilometer walk from Amritsar to Lahore. And as they're walking, Maharaji says, turns around to Sangat and he goes, "Bhai hun tusi gaah na chalo, I have to go alone. Bhai tusi hun itthe ravo." But Sangat obviously knows that this might be the last time they're going to see Panjve Pasha Ji, because they really don't know what's about to happen in Lahore, but they have an idea. So Sangat Sangat wants to leave with Maharaj, wants to go with Maharaj. But Panjve Pasha Ji says, "Hun Sheme Pasha Ji jehde darshan a, ohi mere darshan a, Sheme Pasha Ji jehdi seva ohi meri seva a." So now everything is with Sheme Pasha Ji. You need to stay here. Panjve Pasha Ji also turns around to Sheme Pasha Ji and utte fi ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਚਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ.
I have a question.
Sorry guys, if you guys can allow me to continue and then speak after.
Okay.
So then Panjve Pasha Ji turns around to Sheme Pasha Ji and he says, "Bhai Baba Buddha Sahib Ji, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਕਰਨਾ, ਭਾਈ ਗੁਰਦਾਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਕਰਨਾ। ਬਾਬਾ ਬੁੱਢਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਉਹ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜਨਮ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ। Baba Buddha Sahib Ji is also that person that had darshan from Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, tilak nahi laya from all the way to all the gurus. But he's had darshan from Pehle Pasha all the way till now. And so Baba Buddha Sahib Ji da Guru ka satkar bahut hai, whatever he says, obey that. And so Panjve Pasha also talks about Biras and having an army and takhta rachone and all that. Sheme Pasha nu kafi utthe bachan karde and they head towards Lahore. Now Panjve Pasha goes towards Chauthe Pasha Ji's, his father's, Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji's Prakash Asthan first. And then udron Lahore de vich Bhai Sadhu Ji rehnde ne. And ਉਹ ਵੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਕਦੋਂ ਆਉਣ, ਮੇਰੇ ਘਰ ਕਦੋਂ ਆਉਣ। ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਵਾਲੇ ਆ ਭਾਈ ਸੱਧੂ ਜੀ। So he's doing benti. So after Panjve Pasha he visits Chauthe Pasha's Prakash Asthan in Lahore, he goes to Bhai Sadhu Ji's house. Now Sangat utthe judn ਲੱਗ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ। Bhai Sadhu Ji is in a lot of job. His wife ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਪਏ, ਉੱਥੇ ਸੰਗਤ ਜੁੜਨ ਲੱਗ ਪਈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਦੀਵਾਨ ਲੱਗਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਏ, ਕੀਰਤਨ ਹੋਣ ਲੱਗ ਪਿਆ। One day Panjve Pasha ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸੰਗਤ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਪਾਲਕੀ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ, Panjve Pasha ਜੀ ਟਹਿਲ ਰਹੇ ਆ, they're going out. Now Chandu, he works for Jahangir, he's a minister at Jahangir's court. He sees that there's someone that's here who palki te chade hue, a lot of people around him, what's going on? So he sends one of his soldiers to find out. Say, go find out, see what's happening. And then the Sipahi comes back and he says, as Guru Arjan Dev said, and he's here, and that's why Peed lagi hu, and that's what's happening. Now Chandu's already vexed, Chandu's already angry because of prior history as well with Panjve Pasha. He goes towards Jahangir and he tells him, he's like, Panjve Pasha Ji is here, and Panjve Pasha keeps thieves with him. They're coming here, people are matha taking money and giving them all this stuff. They're going to take everything and go back to Lahore and go back to Amritsar. So Jahangir commands Wazir Khan to go to Panjve Pasha Ji and bring him back. Now Wazir Khan has a lot of faith in Maharaj Ji. Pyar karte hai. And so he goes to Panjve Pasha Ji and he says, Panjve Pasha Ji, Jahangir is calling you, but his intentions aren't right. But they've called you to court. It's up to you. So Panjve Pasha Ji heads with the Wazir Khan and they go to court. So now Jahangir asks Maharaj a question. There's a lot of conversation that takes place in this court at this time. But one of the questions Jahangir asks is that Muslims say that Hindus will go to Narak and to Dojak, And Hindus say Muslims will, they'll go to hell. Like, who's right? Panjਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਬਚਨ ਕੀਤੇ, ਕੋਈ ਬੋਲੇ ਰਾਮ ਰਾਮ, ਕੋਈ ਖੁਦਾ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਸੇਵੈ ਗੋਸਾਈਆਂ, ਕੋਈ ਅੱਲਾਹ ਹੈ. And he continues on and he says, wait, ਭਾਈ ਕੋਈ ਰਾਮ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਅੱਲਾਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਗੋਸਾਈਆਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ, ਕੋਈ ਖੁਦਾਏ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ. Because they're all the same. He goes, but whoever obeys Waheguru Ji's will, whoever obeys will, they will be saved. So now Chandu, he takes Panjve Pasha Ji with soldiers. After this, all this conversation takes place. He takes Panjve Pasha Ji with soldiers and he goes to his house. He ties him up in the front and he takes Panjve Pasha Ji inside. And now Jahangir reiterates Chandu reiterates what Jahangir's commands were. And he says, obey Jahangir's commands. Write Muhammad Sahib's sifta, his praise in Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Also write Jahangir's praise in Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Tell Hindus to become Muslims. And Panjve Pasha, he says, this is unreal what you're saying. This cannot be done. This is not my Bani, Turki Bani, and nothing like that will happen. None of it will be changed. And he says, well, if you don't obey, Jahangir has commanded that you pay 200,000 rupees. And Panjve Pasha says, well, that's not going to happen. This is Sangat's money, Sangat Labugi. And then Jahangir, the reason he's really angry at Panjve Pasha Ji, he says, accept my daughter's proposal for your son, for Shime Pasha Ji. And Panjve Pasha says, well, Tunyo tak yasi ve Guru Nanak Sahib Ji ta kar nivi morita mera kar ucha chabaraya. Guru Nanak Sahib Ji's house is low and we live in mansions that our class is different. He goes, he goes, so that can't happen. Sangat, at that time, this took place. Sangat also said that, Maharaj, we don't want this rishta to go through because this is what he said about Guru Nanak Sahib Ji's house. And so Maharaj didn't allow that rishta to happen. So Chandu's already angry. So Chandu says, he tells his soldiers, he goes, don't let Guru Arjan Dev Ji sleep, don't let him drink, and don't let none of that, not in this house. And if he does, charge him 100,000 rupees. Now Panjve Pasha says, he goes, I won't eat here, I'm not going to drink here, I won't even sleep here. So that he leaves. Now the Sikhs, because by all the Panjajade Sikhs, the Guru Sahib Ji, they never went back to Sadhu Ji's house. So the Sikhs are looking for Maharaj and they come towards, and they find out that he's at Chandu's house. So they come towards, Sangat's looking for Maharaj and they come towards Chandu's house and they hear Bani being read. So Sikhs are reading Bani inside and they're like, yo, Maharaj, and they come but the Sipahis beat him and they send him back. Now Chandu comes the next day and he says, look, I serve the king. I look over 22 provinces. Everyone obeys me. You should as well, or else you'll be tortured. And Panjve Pasha Ji refuses. He says, you know what? That's not happening. So Chandu orders a huge pot to be brought and filled with water. They fill it with water. His nokers fill it with water. They put fire underneath it. And Chandu says, grab Panjve Pasha and put him in there. But Maharaj aapke aake beg. No one needed to grab him. Panjve Pasha came by himself and he sat in that boiling water.
What?
And the next day, Maharaj says, the next day Chandu comes again and he says, accept Jahangir's commands. And Panjve Pasha says, but whatever you do, I'll handle. But you know what? That's not happening. Nothing in Guru Granth Sahib Ji can ever be changed. So Chandu orders sand to be heated and put on the floor. Now, Panjve Pasha Ji goes and stands on the sand. And Bhai Pirana Ji, who's one of the Sikhs that came with Panjve Pasha Ji, he says, Maharaj, tusi na khado, let me lie down and you come and you stand on top of my body. But the soldiers beat him and they push him back. Now Panjve Pasha goes, he sits on the sand. And he tells Bhai Pirana Ji, he goes, Maharaj, ek akal purkh da hukma, obey Waheguru Ji's will, it's okay. He goes, don't get hit. And they get karshe and they start pouring hot sand on Maharaj's head, Panjve Pasha's head. Now in the evening, Chandu's daughter-in-law, so Chandu's daughter-in-law, who's married to Chandu's son, she finds out. She's from a Sikh family. Her family is very Shraddhalu. They grew up reading Gurbani. So she comes in the evening after finding out from Chandu that Panjve Pasha is here, he's being tortured. And she brings sharbat and she brings churi. And she brings some jewelry and she offers it to the watchman, like, let me through, let me go see Panjve Pasha. He's afraid, but in Lalat, she takes that and he says, go ahead, come back quickly. So she's crying in front of Maharaj. And she tells Maharaj, I come from a Sikh family. Maharaj, why is this happening? Please accept this jewelry and this sharbat. And Panjve Pasha, he says, you know, I accept your love. Thank you. And your food has been accepted, but I can't eat. Dargah tera pahunch gaya, but I can't eat here. I can't drink in this house either. So Bachari Rundi Rundi, she goes away too. On the fourth day, Chandu says, bring Bhai Pirana ji, the Sikh that was bring him here and let me teach him a lesson. So they beat Bhai Pirana ji pretty bad. And Chandu once again says to Maharaj, accept Jahangir's commands. And Panjve Pasha, you're refusing once again. Chandu brings out an iron plate and they heat it up. And Maharaj, they tell Maharaj to stand on it. So Panjve Pasha is standing on it. Udron Sai Mian Mir ji on there. Now Sai Mian Mir ji was respected by everyone. Sai Mian Mir ji was respected by Jahangir. And he was a Shraddhalu of Maharaj as well. Sai Mian Mir ji comes and he says a few Bani lines and he says, Brahm Gyani kya tira jo ek, jo basda ko khoda ko chandan lep. That's going to come in Sukhmani Sahib as well. That's a Bani from Sukhmani Sahib. And he says Bani, and he says, Maharaj, when I used to read this Bani, I used to think this is such a high state. But today I get to see that state living out in front of me. And it's amazing. He's amazed by Maharaj and what Maharaj is going through and what he's doing while saying, Tera kiya meetha laga. Whatever you do, I find sweet. Panjve Pasha in a state like that. Just give me your naam. So Panjve Pasha, he talks to Sai Mian Mir ji and he says, accepting Waheguruji's will is ultimate. So that same evening, Chandu's daughter-in-law comes again to see Panjve Pasha ji. She's sad, she couldn't sleep, she's crying, and she's like, Maharaj, please give me some seva, give me something. She couldn't handle it, it was too much. Panjve Pasha ji ne utte kirpa kiti. Although Panjve Pasha ji gave her a japa, Panjve Pasha said, you won't feel the pain of death. And Panjve Pasha said, you'll become one with Vaheguru. Panjve Pasha blessed her there. So next day, Chandu comes again and he says, I'm going to wrap your body in cow skin and I'm going to put you in the sun and you're going to suffocate. You're going to burn like that. I'm going to torture you like that. Now, Panjve Pasha, he hasn't done Ishnan for 5 days as the Sikhs haven't. So Panjve Pasha says, I'm going to head towards the Ravi. There's a river right there, Ravi. I'm going to head there to the banks. I'm going to do Ishnan. Like Chandu thought to himself, well, if Maharaj does that, his body's all blistered up. So he's burnt, it'll probably hurt him even more. So Chandu sends soldiers and the Panj Sikhs go in Maharaj and he goes, go ahead. So Panjve Pasha ji, he's heading towards the Ravi. His body's burnt, it's blistered, his feet aren't able to touch the floor easily. He has one arm on Bhai Pirana ji's shoulders, sometimes left, sometimes right foot. Slowly, they're making their way towards the Ravi. Udro Sangat starts finding out Panjve Pasha is coming out. Sangat join la pendi. A lot of Sangat is in Vairag. What's going on? Panjve Pasha, this is the same Panjve Pasha ji. We used to go to Amritsar, he used to be on a throne, and now he can barely walk. Why is this happening? What's happening? Sangat just in Vairag. A lot of them crying and just questioning everything. more Sangat starts coming. Now, Guru Sahib Ji gets to Ravi, and by Langahaji, he starts washing Maharaj's feet slowly. Odron Baba Karababi Ji vi aa jande. He's a Rababi, he's a singer. He comes, and Panjapashi says, you've come at a good time to do Kirtan. And so Panjapasha Ji turns around to Sangat, and then he says, sometimes a calm Shahidi brings about Biras. Ote ve Sheme Pasha li vi vachan kaya. They tell Sheme Pasha Ji, about Faujan, Tayar Karniya and all that kind of stuff. Similar to the conversation Panjapasha had with Sheme Pasha Ji before he left. So Panjapasha says all this, and then he starts to do Japji Sahib. After, and Sangat sitting there, Sangat vi naal kar diya, and then they all, as a groups, they start doing Simran, Vaheguru Mantra. So they're doing Vaheguru. All Sangat, Panjapasha blistered up. He has a chadra on himself. Panjapasha lies down, and at the age of 43, Panjapasha leaves his body at the corner of Ravi. Dehra Sahib, there's a Gurdwara there right now called Dehra Sahib. And then a lot of stuff happens. Baba Bidhi Chand Ji comes and beat us and says things to Chandu, because Chandu comes after that and he says to Maharaj, he goes, wait, why are you sleeping now? Get up. I'm not done with you. And Panjapashi had passed away, and Baba Bidhi Chand Ji came and beat us. He goes, I goes, hide wherever you want now. He goes, I'm not going to leave you alone now. Baba Bidhi Chand Ji is a great warrior in our Panth. Panjapashi, the Shempashi, the Sekharaya, their lineage still continues on till today. So this story, Panjapashi is that same Guru who wrote Sukhmani Sahib Ji. Now, Panjapashi is the day Sukhmani Sahib Ji was going to be written. You guys can see this little picture here. Panjapashi used to stay here at Gurdwara Ramsar. When he was writing Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Panjapashi was right here. It's about a kilometer walk from Harmandir Sahib, from Darbar Sahib. So Panjapashi used to stay right here. The day Sukhmani Sahib Ji was going to be written, Panjapashi wakes up Amrit Vela. He does a Shnan, wakes up by Gurdas Ji as well. They do Ishnan, Bear Sahib, the Thale Bath. There's a big tree there. Panjapashi sits underneath that tree. Bhai Gurdas Ji is sitting there. Maharaj Samadhi to bega lean ho gaye. They're in their abhyas. They're doing their abhyas. Udron apne Sikh honde hai, Mukhi Sikh. They come towards Guru Sahib Ji. And within those Sikhs, I mean, there's Baba Buddha Sahib Ji, or Pai Langaha Ji, Pai Kalyana Ji, Pai Jetha Ji, Pai Pirana Ji. So all these Sikhs come towards Guru Sahib Ji, and oh matha tek ke, they see Maharaj and Samadhi, matha tek ke samne beh jande Maharaj de. So they're sitting there. Panjapashi eventually opens his eyes, and they look at Baba Buddha Sahib Ji utthe baithe and all jade mukhi Sikh aaye. And Baba Buddha Sahib Ji does beinti to Maharaj. He goes, Maharaj, we were thinking that maybe you could create such a, so Maharaj is writing Guru Granth Sahib Ji at this time, because we were thinking maybe you could write such a bani that by which reading a 24,000 breaths, daily breaths will be fulfilled. Safale ho jaan swas sade. And jede vich gyan bhi hove, in which there's wisdom, in which there's love as well, especially during this time of Kali Yuga. Panjapashi Ji says that's a great idea, and Panjapashi Ji accepts their proposal, and he sits there and he says, listen then. And in one chaunkadai, one sitting, Maharaj says all 24 Astapadiyan. This bani that we're about to go through, Maharaj says all the Sukhmani Sahib Ji. So Sukhmani Sahib Ji has 24 Astapadiyan, different sections in it. And we'll be starting off with the first section. For those of you that attended the Chaupai Sahib sessions, as you can see, this is already a little bit different. We're talking about history. We will talk more about history throughout as it relates to the translations. This will also have multiple translations of one line at different times, because I know some of you are looking to go dive a bit deeper, but we will cover everything from the basics to beyond in terms of translation. So if you guys can pull up this page.
Do you have to reshare your screen?
Okay, let me do that. So if you all can pull up this page that you all got in your email. Ooh. Can we get, okay, there we go. So yeah, just pull it up on your own screens. I'll be writing on this screen and I want you guys to follow along. Whoever wants to write their translations in English, please write them in English. Whoever wants to write them in Gurmukhi, please write them in Punjabi and Gurmukhi. And we'll go through this together. And some of you I know have printed this out and want to write like that. That's great. And some of you have written all the Bani out themselves, and that's great too. So just follow along. So Gaudi Mahalla Panjama. Gaudi is the rag. Gaudi Sukhmani Mahalla Panjama. Gaudi is the rag. So in English, we would translate that as a composition of musical notations known as a rag Gaudi. ਸੋ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ ਸੁਰ ਤਾਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਚਾਰੀ ਜਾਵੇ ਮਨ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਭਾਵ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੈ ਜਾਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਰਾਗ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਇਹ ਰਾਗ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਗੌੜੀ ਆ so a composition of musical notations that's the arth of rag and this particular rag is Gaudi rag. I'll give you some time to write that. Sukhmani, ਮਨ ਨੂੰ ਸੁਖ ਦੇਣ ਵਾਲੀ so the giver of sukh to the mind. Mahalla can be translated into form or body. Wherever we see in Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Mahalla Tija, Mahalla Chautha, Mahalla Panjama, that just means the Guru that's about to speak. The Mahalla, the body, the fifth body, the fourth body, the third body, whichever Swarup we're talking about. Panjama is the fifth. So the fifth Guru, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. So this can be translated into the fifth Guru, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji, is blessing us with Sukhmani Sahib, Manu Sukh Den Wali, a Bani in Gaudi Rag. So Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is blessing us with a Gurbani that provides Sukh to the mind in a composition of musical notations known as a Rag or Gaudi. You don't have to copy that word for word. That's just what I wrote. But that's the gist of it. I'll write it in Punjabi too. Can we move on, guys? So what do these lines mean to you? Leave this empty for now. We will do this at the end. Slok, sloko, kakenonkad. Sloko means praise. Jasa. So you can write that down. Praise. Jasa Mehma. So we can say this particular slok is filled with praise. Praise upon praise, this slok. So this particular slok that we're about to go through is filled with praise. So is slok de vich Vaheguru Ji di prasansa hi prasansa hai. You can write that. If you want a bit more information, this slok is close to a dora. Dore nere kavita pada da chandaya. So the slok is a style of poetry close to a dora. In which this particular slok is filled with praise for Vaheguru Ji. But Bhagavat Ji writes slok dohre nere kavita pada da chanda hai. Jis vich Vaheguru Ji di prasansa hi prasansa hai. Meaning this slok is a style of poetry that is close to a dohra. So this slok is filled with praise upon praise for Vaheguru Ji. Sorry, I'm just going to go back. I think it was too fast. Some of you are saying. There it is. That was slok. So once again, a slok. This particular slok is filled with praise for Vaheguru Ji. इस श्लोक ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ੰਸਾ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਸ਼ੰਸਾ ਹੈ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਹੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਹੈ right ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ So the arth of ek oankar, ek, one, oankar, that oankar, that continuous power that gives prakash, that gives light to all. Ek oankar. Sate Gur. Sate means true, Gur means guru. So Satguru, the true guru, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So Sache Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And prasade, prasade means grace, kirpa. So ek oankar, the one God, or the one Vaheguru, the one continuous power, oankar, the one continuous power that gives light to all. Sate Gaur, true Guru, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Sache Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji, Prasade grace. So you'll see this in Guru Granth Sahib Ji a lot. Ek oankar Sate Gaur Prasade. What does this mean? This means with the grace of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, one merges with the Vaheguru Ji. With Sate Gaur Prasade, with the grace of Sate Gaur Ek Oankar, one merges with Ek Oankar. So ek oankar ji sache Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji di kirpa dwara prapat hunde hain. So Sate Gaur Prasade Guru Sahib Ji di kirpa dwara ek oankar. With Guru Sahib Ji's grace, ek oankar. One merges, one unites with the one. So there's no difference between any of the gurus, Satguru Nanak Dev Ji, all the way to Satguru Gobind Singh Ji, Satguru Granth Sahib Ji, same thing. So you can substitute any guru's name here if you wish. I just wrote Guru Granth Sahib Ji. We'll move on. Well, before we move on, I should also say, for those of you that want to know, another translation for prasade can be Pra, away from, sad, swad, taste. So away from taste. So ਇੱਕ ਓਂਕਾਰ ਜੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸੱਚੇ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸਵਾਦਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਪਰੇ ਨੇ. That's another translation that you can do. Once again, it's a little bit of a deeper translation. So Ade Gur E Namaha. So there are 4 sections to this. Ade Gur E Namaha, Jogade Gur E Namaha, Sate Gur E Namaha, Sri Gurdev E Namaha. This is the salok. This is the praise before the first Astpadi starts. There are 2 ways we can take this as well. I will just write, we will go through the first way. So Ade, the definition of Ade, we will write first. Pehle. Gur is Guru. Guru. Guru can be defined as a teacher. Go hanere cho ru prakash leke aun wale, the one that brings from darkness, from agyanta, from no knowledge to knowledge, to ru. A Guru, Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj, Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Maharaj, Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj. A. Ade Gur A. A means towards or to. Time. To. Namaha means bow. In Gurmukh Punjabi, we would say namaskar. So Panjve Pasha Ji, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji, the writer of this Bani, saying, I bow to the first Guru. Pehle Satguru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji nu namaskar hai. Mere das di namaskar hai. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is saying this. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is saying, I bow down to the first Guru, Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. Ade Gur E Namaha. Sri Guru Nanak Dev Ji nu meri namaskar hai. Panjve Pasha Ji is saying. Give it about another 30 seconds and then we'll move on. Yeah. Once again, what do these lines mean to me? Leave that empty for now. So Jugade. We're going to break Jugade down into two sections. So we'll break jog, which means two, and ade, which means before. Jugade. Yes, jugade also means something else, which we will go over after. Jugade. Jog do ade pehla. Guru, we will do the same. A, to, or towards, namaha, namaskar, now. So Guru, Sai, namaha, namaskar, namaskar, pranam, bowing down, namastwang, all the same. So what does this mean? This means before the two. So Panjve Pashahi is saying before me, who is Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji, his father, and also his Guru. Guru Amar Das Sahib Ji, is known as Satguru. Before them is Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji. So before the two, Jugade. Ade Jog. Before the two, towards that Guru, Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji, I bow down. Meri namaskar. So before both Sri Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji and Sri Guru Amar Das Sahib Ji, I bow to Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji. So Sri Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji, Sri Guru Amar Das Sahib Ji to pehla Satguru Angad Dev Sahib Ji tai dasan das di namaskar hai. Jugade Gure Namaha. Panjve Pashahi saying, before Chauthe and Tije Pasha Ji, I bow down to Duje Pasha Ji. I bow down to the second Guru, Sri Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਹੈ. All right, should we move on? So once again, leave this section empty. What do these lines mean to me? We'll come back to it. Satguru. Sat means true, Guru means Guru. So you can write true Guru in here. Satguru. A. Thine, towards. Namaha, namaskar. I bow down. So Sache Guru. Thine. Namaha, namaskar. So what says me? Sache Satguru Sri Guru Amardas Sahib Ji, Ona Tai Dasan Das Di Namaskar hai. So I bow to the true Guru, Guru Amardas Sahib. Sate Gaur Guru Amardas Sahib Ji a time towards Namaha Namaskar hai. Now, why is Guru Amardas Sahib Ji known as Satgur? Couple reasons. One reason is Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji once sent Guru Amardas Sahib Ji, before Goindwal Sahib. Let me show you guys whereabouts it is as well. And continue on writing if you're still writing. So Khadur Sahib, you guys see Khadur Sahib here? So Guru Angad Dev Ji and Guru Amardas Sahib Ji are here. And Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji sends Guru Amardas Sahib Ji about 8 kilometers away down here to Goindwal Sahib. And he says, "Bhai, utthe jaake Goindwal Sahib vasao. You know, make the city parfullat, utthe jaake abadi phalao, jaake sangat jodo." So Guru Amardas Sahib Ji comes to Goindwal Sahib and ithe seva karde ya. They're asaring Goindwal Sahib, whatever, gathering sangat, making it a community, making it a city. And whenever they used to think of Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji, they used to go back and then darshan kar lende sige. They used to go and see them, right? And Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji says, he goes, if you really want to see me, he goes, I'll come see you there. You just stay there and you do seva. Now Guru Amardas Sahib Ji goes back to Goindwal Sahib. And they say Maharaj always used to be teary-eyed. You know, he always used to have tears in his eyes. He stayed in a state of virag at that time and Goindwal Sahib. He really missed Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji. And there was a day he went really deep into meditation and catch a pai, and he thought of Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji. And Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji left Khadur Sahib at that time and he started coming towards Goindwal Sahib. Idhron Guru Amardas Sahib Ji nu pata la, so Guru Amardas Sahib Ji found out too that you know, my Guru's coming. Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji is coming. So they met here at Damdama. Here, you guys see this section here? So Damdama Sahib. They met here in this section. So it's about 8 kilometer distance, but they ended up meeting here. There's a Tije Pasha heading back towards Duje Pasha. They see Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji, they run towards them, they matha take towards them. And Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji, unanu mode of the chakke, they hug them. So they start walking back towards Goindwal Sahib. And Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji is holding Guru Amardas Sahib Ji's right hand. And they're walking back. Now, as they're walking, Guru Amardas Sahib Ji, the Varagi state is he was in, his left hand went in front of Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji a bit as they're walking. His hand like swayed in front. And he got really upset with himself. And he said, and he thought to himself that he should cut his hand off. He's like, there's no point in this hand. It disrespected my Guru. And but then he said that Guru said you would get mad if he did that. And then he said that that time he did a Parana that, you know what, I'm not going to utilize this hand anymore. And he had it on his chest from that day forward. He kept his left hand on his chest and he never utilized it. There's another Sakhi that comes. Him and Pai Balluji were walking and in Goindwal Sahib. And there's a mata, there's a bibi that was crying. And Guru Sahib Ji asked, Guru Amardas Sahib Ji asked, Pai Balluji, go find out what's happening. And Pai Balluji comes back and he says, Maharaj, ida jeda bachcha hai na, sada di neend so gaya, her son has passed away. That's what's happening. And that's why she's crying. Sorry, son, daughter, I'm not sure which one it was. But yeah, the child has passed away. That's why she's crying. And Tije Pasha comes, you know, Maharaj kande karanale kirpa de ras chaunde ya. Becomes very kripalu. And utthe bacha junda kar de. And then he does prana from that day forward. He goes, as long as I am on this tapti of Goindwal, he goes, may no one ever pass away. And that was another reason Goindwal became so prolific. People started flocking towards Goindwal Sahib because Maharaj de utte bachan hoye usage. For the next 22 years, Maharaj sat on Gaddi on as a guru, takhte baithe rahe, and no one passed away in Goindwal Sahib. So that was another reason they were known as a Satguru. They were known as a true guru. So Satguru, so Panjve Pasha ji, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib ji is saying, Guru Bhai Satguru Amardas Sahib ji tai meri namaskar hai. I bow to the true Guru, Sri Guru Amardas Sahib. Move on. Siri. What does Siri mean? Siri means Shromani. Sab to vadde, biggest, Sreshta, glorious, Siri. So when we say Siri, when I say biggest, I don't mean in the sense like a car, like a big piece of thing, but I mean like in the like glorious type of thing. Shromani, in Punjabi we would say Shromani. Gurdev. Once again, we will put Gurdev into two different categories. Gur means your guru, and Dev means father. So Pita Guru. A means two or time. Namaha, as you guys all know by now, Namaha means to bow, to do namaskar. So Siri, the glorious Gurdev, Father Guru. A, two, Namaha, Namaskar. I bow to my Father Guru, the glorious Father Guru, and literally as well. Chauthe Pasha is the father of Panjve Pasha ji. So Dasan Das, Pita Sarup, Sri Guru Ramdas Sahib ji nu namaskar karta hai. So I bow to my father, Sri Guru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj ji. So Sri Gurudev A Namaha. I bow to my father, Sri Guru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj. Pita Swarup Sri Guru Ramdas Sahib ji tai das di namaskar hai. I'm just going to head back towards Ade Gur E Namaha. So if you could scroll up once you guys are ready. Now, Ade could also mean beginning or before time. In Punjabi, we would say Samay to pehla, Ade de vich. Right? The rest is the same, but another way we can take this is Panjve Pasha says, I bow to that Guru that was there in the beginning. So that Prakash, Vahiguruji, straight towards Vahiguruji. So that's another way we can say this. Adi Gore Namaha. The Guru in the beginning, before time, that Prakash, that Vahiguruji, straight Nirguna Prakash. I bow towards that light, Vahiguruji. That's another way we can take this. Jugade. Jugade means Jodo Jog Bane, Jugato Paila, Jog Ade. So before the Jog, so before the ages commenced. That's another translation you can do of this. Before the ages commenced. So I bow to that Guru that was there before the ages even started. Jede yoga to pehla Vaheguru ji sige, I bow to that Guru. I bow to that Vaheguru that was there before the ages commenced. That's another way we can take this translation. And feel free to write whatever you guys, whatever flows with you guys. Now, Satgur E Namaha, we can take this towards Akal Purkh Ji, straight Vaheguru Ji. I bow to my Guru, that Prakash, that light. I bow towards that Vaheguru, that true Satguru, Vaheguru. You could take it that way too. Now, Satgur is not only exclusive for Guru Amar Das Sahib. You could call any Guru Satguru, but it's just to talk about that specific art, why Guru Amar Das Sahib Ji is known as it's such a Guru hoya because they did Partagya Idda Hona and it happened. That's one of the reasons they're known. But you could definitely use Satguru Nandeh Sahib Ji, Satguru Guru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Maharaj. You could use it with any Guru. That does not mean it's only for one Guru. And then Sri Gurudev E Namaha, I bow to my father, Vahiguruji. You could take it that way as well. Gurudev Mata, Gurudev Pita. My Gurudev is my father, my Gurudev is my mother. Vahiguru is my father, Vahiguru is my father. Gurudev Mata, Gurudev Pita, Gurudev Bandham Sahodara. Gurudev is all my relationship is Vahiguru. You could take it that way as well. Astpadi. So if you guys could come to this section. Asata means 8. Padi means Shabad. So a Shabad with 8 sections. So each Astpadi has 8 different sections to it. A gathering of 8 sections. Padi means Shabad. Atha Paudiyan da Ikat, Astpadi. That's the meaning of Ast, 8, Padi, Shabd. So that's Shabd with 8 sections. And there are 24 Astpadiyan, and each of those 24 have 8 sections. All right, so that's the meaning of Astpadi, Astpadi. So we'll try to get through the next 2 lines, and then I think we'll probably stop there. Simaro. Remember. Once again, we'll do a different arth of this as well, but for now we'll do remember. What's that mean? It means yaad karo. Simaro. Simare means by chanting. So simare mean the same thing. I'm just writing a different translation for this: by contemplating, by chanting, by japing, by meditating on. So simaro, simare, sokha. Ease, comfort, sokha. Pavo means to obtain. Koi cheez pauni. So yaad karo, yaad karke, simare yaad karke, sokha pavo, pauna karo. So do Simran, do Vaheguru Simran, Simral, or Sukhmani Sahib Simran, or Simran of any Gurbani, and Simar ke Sukh pao. Come into ease, come into Sukh by doing Abhyas, by doing Simran. So find Sukh. Yeah, I'll write it out for you guys. So find Sukh by repeatedly remembering Vaheguruji. Now with mind, speech, and body, these are added. You don't have to write that. But what this means is find Sukh by repeatedly remembering Vaheguruji. So ਆਪਾਂ ਜੇ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਲਿਖਣਾ ਹੋਵੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਮਨ ਬਾਣੀ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਕਰਕੇ, with your man, with your bani, with your speech, with your tongue, and with each particle. That means very focused. Each particle of your being, rom rom nala. Remember Vaheguru, remember Simran, remember Sukhmani Sahib, remember whatever, wherever you are, whatever shabd you're doing, put your concentration in there. And Simran karke, you get Atma. See, once this just says Atmanand Sukh, that's something Pagaji wrote, but you can say any type of Sukh, get Sukh, whatever that may mean to you at this time. So Simaro, Simare, Simare, Sokho Pavo. All right. I'm going to drop, we're going to do another arth for this. You don't have to write this down if you want to. So is remembering. So now Panjve Pasha is saying this. One Upadesh is what we're saying, like what we should do, but Panjve Pasha is saying, this is what I do. So Simaro yaad karta hai, is remembering. So Panjve Pasha is talking straight to Vaheguruji. So hey Vaheguruji, dasan das aap hi nu yaad karke dasan das aap ji nu yaad karda hai, yaad karke Atmanand Sukh nu paunda hai. So hey Vaheguruji, Das gets spiritual Sukh by remembering you. Panjve Pasha ji. He's saying this, Bani. So Simaro, I chant, and by chanting and by remembering and by jumping and by focusing on you and by meditating on you, Simare, Simare, Sukho Pavo, I obtain Sukh. And obviously Panjve Pasha is in a very different state than maybe some of us would be in terms of what Sukh means to them and what Sukh means to us. But they're talking about that spiritual Atmanand Sukh, that everything is one, and that knowledge of everything is one and not just theory, the actual practicality of it. right? I won't write the next part down, but here's another hit to this if you want. So, hey Vaheguru Ji, Das gets spiritual sukh by remembering you and your saints. So that's something Bhagat Ji wrote. Hey Vaheguru Ji, ਦੱਸਦਾ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਅਤੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਤਮ ਆਨੰਦ ਸੁਖ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ। You know, ਜੋ ਦਿਸੈ ਗੁਰ ਸਿੱਖੜਾ ਤੇ ਸੋ ਨਿਮ ਨਿਵ ਲਾਗੋ ਪਾਏ ਜਿਓ। Any Gursevak you see, you know, fall at their feet. But these are different stages. I'll leave it. Yeah, so we'll leave that at that. But that's what it means. Repeat Japa Vaheguru Ji's Naam, and by japping Naam, you get Sukh. Kale Kales, Tan Mahe Mitavo. So Kale Kales. Kale can mean a couple of different things. Kale can mean Kali Yoga. Kale can mean Kalpana. So imaginary creation, imaginary thoughts, the thoughts that you create. A negative trait, it can also mean Kalpana is also a negative trait. So Kale, Kali Yoga or Kalpana. What is a kalesh? Kalesh ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਹੀ ਤਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ। Kalesh is a conflict. ਐਵੇਂ ਝਗੜਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ। So ਝਗੜੇ. Kalesh is ਝਗੜੇ। Tan means body. Mahe means within. Mitavo means erase. So what happens when you do Simran? Simaro, Simare, Simare, Sokho Pavo. What happens? Kale Kales Tan Mahe Mitavo. You start getting rid of conflict that's within your body. The conflict of thought, the thoughts that cannot be stopped start easing. So we would write this as there are pretty much two translations in this. So through loving Simran, through doing Simran of Sukhmani Sahib, of Mool Mantar, of Vaheguru Mantar, of any of the Bani, erase the thoughts that create conflict or erase Kal Yug's conflicts. That's the broader spectrum of Kal Yug's conflicts of nuclear power or whatever, wherever you want to take that. It's up to you, right? The Dark Ages conflicts. Or if we look within ourselves, all the conflict that we have in ourselves, erase that within you. The negative traits, the conflict of negativity, erase that within you. I just highlighted this because it's not something you have to write, but write what you think out of this. Kale Kales. So the conflicts that are within you, ਝਗੜੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮਿਟਾ ਲਓ. So I'll write that in Punjabi too. So ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਕਲਯੁਗ ਦੇ ਝਗੜਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਟਾਉਣਾ ਕਰੋ। ਕਲਪਨਾ ਦੇ ਰਚੇ ਝਗੜਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਰੀਰ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਮਿਟਾਉਣਾ ਕਰੋ. So from within the body, erase these conflicts, erase these ਝਗੜੇ. Are we all together? Are we flowing so far? So Kale Kales, Kale can mean Kali Yoga, the Dark Age, or Kale can be Kalpana, something that you've thought up, a creation of thought. imaginary thought, imaginary creation can also be a negative trait. Kalesh means a conflict, chagade, tan within mahe, within the body, mitapo, erase them. How do you do that? Simarao, simare, simare, sokopavo. You do that through simran. So I'm going to write something. You don't have to write the following down, but Gyanis say there are 5 types of conflicts. There are 5 types of chagade, which I'll expand on. But once again, it's not necessary. This is not part of the body, but it expands on these things. If you want to know this, I'll write it down for you, or just listen and see if you take anything out of it. That's cool too. So the first is called avidya, not having knowledge. And so where can you find all this? Bhagavad Sukhmani Sahib speak, the translations that Bhagavad wrote around Sukhmani Sahib, he wrote these definitions in there. Avidya. Vaheguru ji bare jankari na hove. Ignorance or lack of understanding about Vaheguru ji. That's the first type of conflict that's within us. The second type is called asamta. Kise naal samta na hove, chagde rehna, kise naal meel na hona, not getting along with others, always being in conflict, being arrogant. That's another type of conflict. That's another type of chagda. The third one is called rag. Mo karna bhave koi mod ke mari jave. Being attached even after being continuously abused, staying under someone's control. That's called rag. So mo in itself, when we talk about kam, krodh, lobh, moh, ahankar, the 5 big ones, mo is very broad. This is just one aspect of that rag, of that mo, that Bhagavad has translated in this fashion, being attached even after being continuously abused, staying under someone's control. This is one example of mo. Mo is very broad though. Number 4 is dvaik. Neek purshan naal dvaik karni, irkha kari jani. Having animosity, being jealous, having hate for people that are trying to walk on the path, just being jealous in general. That's dvaik. Irkha kari jani, I mean. That's another conflict within the body. The 5th type of conflict is called avinavesh, and that's Guru Sahib de hukm de ult chalana, being opposed to Guru Sahib's command. You know, having the knowledge but ignoring the knowledge. You know, Maharaj says, having you have a diva, you walk and you fall in a coup. Like, it's like, come on, man, like, really? So having the knowledge but being opposed to it, not walking on the path. Now, these, if I were to bring some social work theory into this, and once again, now I'm just talking. I really liked, especially this here, the way Bhagavad wrote this and the definition he wrote, but just bringing some social work theory into this. So we have something called fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. And these things take place when the body feels threatened. And it's a response to danger. So people either respond in fight what we see here is a number 2, not getting along with others, always being in conflict, being arrogant. So some people respond like this. Some people respond in flight, some people freeze up, and some people respond in fawn. And this reminds me very much of fawn. You know, being continued in fawn, what we do is we try to appease someone, right? So the reason we try to appease someone is so they don't escalate, and that lessens our anxiety and our worry. So that's a response of fawn, and I thought it was beautifully put. So how does all this work? Well, simaro, simare, simare, soko pavo, right? So anxiety and worry, the response to fawn, even the response of fawn or the response of fight, these are controlled through Simran. How is this controlled? Well, Simran has an energy to it. It's the most powerful mantra in the world. Why Guru mantra, man? Guru Nanak Sahib Ji created this mantra, most powerful mantra ever. How does this work? Well, first of all, it has a particular type of energy to it. It has a flow to it. Another way it works is, well, you start getting into Sangat. When you start doing Simran, you go hang out with those, like, say you go to a Gurdwara, you start changing the circle that you're hanging out with. You start hanging out with maybe people that are walking on the path. Maybe you go to the Gurdwara, maybe you have virtual Sangat like we're trying to do now, or other groups that you guys are probably a part of. Sangat of Shabad, Sangat of text, of books that are like Seikaneya, or Sangat of Gurbani itself, or Sangat of Sukhmani Sahib. That's a type of Sangat as well. So as we start walking towards these paths, our connections, that our pathways that we have, our responses that we have, they shift. And I'll show you guys know something. This was pretty cool. So this is, once again, don't copy this. I'm just showing this to you guys right now. This is a chart that I ended up making the other day. But it was just based on these 2 lines, that simaro, simare, simare, soko pavo. And when we see that we have, when we get attachment inside of us, that rag, especially when we're being abused or things like that, and we go back to these situations, you know, being attached even after being continuously abused. This is one example. We took the example at rag. So what happens is attachment enters the body. As you start moving away from Simran, attachment enters the body. It enters your thoughts, it enters your feelings. There are physiological changes that happen too. So chinta, anxiety, and worry are kind of intertwined. It's not like one happens and the other happens. They happen together. The physiological changes also happen here. So a person, once they get caught under this and they just try to appease people and they try not to resolve the issue, but they get into this place of reactiveness, and they're not responsive anymore. It's just, they don't even know what they're doing. They're unaware of their responses. They become automatic, and you just start responding in the situation because that's how you've trained your brain pattern. So you start invalidating your own feelings. You start having self-doubt. You lose confidence. You start appeasing the abuser in this situation. So the physiological changes that happen within the body is, yeah, maybe you start getting stomach aches. Maybe you know, your heart starts shaking. Maybe your hands start shaking. Maybe your sleep gets interrupted. It's hard to fall asleep then. Tightness of chest, hormonal stress levels go through the roof. But how do you resolve all this? Simaro, simare, simare, soko pavo. How do you get rid of all these kaleshas? You get rid of them through Simran. And as you start doing Simran, you interrupt the brain pattern because you're not responsive anymore. You're not reactive. You're not just reacting to situations as they come to you. You start pausing and you start responding. You start reflecting. And you're like, no, I don't need to be here. I don't need to respond like this. Your emotions get regulated a bit more once you start getting into Simran. You start having control over your reactions. You start having control, a bit more control over, man jeeta jag jeet, you win your mind, you win the world. You start having more control over your mind. You have a sense of ease, a sense of sedge. You start becoming aware of your responses. So as you start walking backwards, you start towards Simran, things start to shift. That's one way. I mean, obviously other things are needed like exercise and healthy diet and all that kind of stuff, and a good social circle. But obviously Simran is also one way to come back and bring the mind into equilibrium, bring it back to a state of ease. So Simaro, Simare, Simare, Sokho Pavo, Kale Kales, Tan Mahe Metavo. So doing Simran, you get rid of all these from within the body. Bhagat Kabir Sahib, Bhagat Farida Sahib, you talk about a lot of this stuff too, but I think that's time, but we will definitely stay back. So what I want you guys to do now is, if you guys have time, if you don't, you could do this in the evening before you go to bed, please. So everything that we've written, and it says, what do these lines mean to me? I want you guys to think of, well, what are you going through right now? What are the kaleshas that you are going through right now? And I want you to have a conversation with the Guru, Guru Angad Dev Sahib, Guru Amar Das, Guru Ram Das Sahib, Panjve Pashe, anyone. I want you to write towards Guru Sahib Ji and tell them what's going on with you. Once again, these are your notes. You don't have to share them with anyone. This is your personal journal. Write what's going on, be reflective, and see what all this means. See how it plays out for you. You could write everything out in one section, or you could write line per line, right? So I'm just gonna, before we end, I'll be here for another half an hour or so as we write, but before we end, I'm just gonna read the Bani that we just wrote the translations for. So Gaudi Sukhmani Mahalla Panjava Saloko Ek Oankar Satgur Prasad Ade Gur E Namaha Jugade Gur E Namaha Satgur E Namaha Sri Gurdev E Namaha Astpadi Simaro Simare Simare Sokho Pavo Kale Kales Tan Mahe Metavo. So I appreciate all you guys coming out. Once again, same thing next time, please, if we can just keep our phones on silent, not be distracted, and just give yourself that time. You guys decided to show up. You guys respected yourselves that much, and you guys were present throughout this whole time. Appreciate your hearts and your minds for actually being present and committing and being here. I mean, you could be doing many other things right now. So this particular Astpadi will probably be about 2.5 months, so probably about 8 to 10 sessions. And then obviously we're going to go through Sukhmani, which is about 2 years. So I appreciate you guys coming, and let's get to writing. And I know it's New Year's, and someone's making New Year's resolutions, and those don't always stick. So let's not make this like a New Year's thing. This is what we got to do. It's a great opportunity to learn and grow, I guess, right? I'll just play some Kirtan in the back while we write. Thank you all for coming.
प्रसाद बसे सुख मंदर तिसे ते आए सदा मन अंदर देह प्रसाद रह संग सुख बसना देह प्रसाद सुख सेज सोई है मन आठ पहरा का जस गावी है देह प्रसाद तुझ सबको माने मुखना को जस रस न बखाने देह प्रसाद तेरो रहता धर्म मन सदा ध्याए की कृपा प्रभु जी जपत धर्मान पावे नानक पथ से ठीक कर जावे ये प्रसाद आहो कंचन देवी देव लावो जिस राम सनेही ये प्रसाद तेरा उतार है मन सुख पावे हर जस कहत ये प्रसाद तेरे सकल सिद्ध ढाके मन सरनी पर ठाक ताके ये प्रसाद तुझको न पहुँचे मन सास सास सिमरो प्रभु ऊँचे ये प्रसाद पाई दुर्लभ दे नानक कांति भजत करे ये प्रसाद आपन पैरी दे मन संबत क्यों आलस की जय ये प्रसाद असु सवारी मन सबको तब हूँ न विसारी ये प्रसाद पालिल तना दान फल सब अपने जिन तेरी मन बरत बनाई उपत बैठ सब तिसे त्याई इसके त्याई जो एक रात में नानक तेरी रखे ये प्रसाद करे उन भगवान मन आठ पहर कर किसका ध्यान ये प्रसाद तुम आचार्य हमारी इस प्रभ को सास सास दिखाई यह प्रसाद तेरा सुंदर रूप सो प्रभ सिमरो सराया रूप ये प्रसाद तेरी नीति जात सो प्रभ सिमर सदा दिन रात
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Hopefully everyone can hear me properly. Yeah, you guys can hear me? Okay, perfect. All right, so let's just go through the beginning one more time, just to refresh our memories. So we started here, Gaudi Sukhmani Mahalla Panjama. Hopefully all you can see the screen as well. So Gaudi Sukhmani Mahalla Panjama, Panjve Pasha Ji, Sukhmani Sahib Ji, Gaudi Rag ch farma rahe ne. So Panjve Pasha Ji is about to recite Sukhmani Sahib Ji in Rag Gaudi. Slok. Slok means jasa, close to a dohra, but is in this particular slok, ich Maharaj di mehma likhi hua. Ek onkar Satgur Prasad. ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਉਹ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਆ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਜੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ so you obtain the creator, you fall in love with the creator, you merge with the creator, unite with the creator by the grace of your guru, by the grace of Guru Sahib ji. Adi Gur e Namaha. ਪਹਿਲੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਤਾਈਂ ਦਾਸ ਦੀ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਆ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹੀ ਫਰਮਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ and then so Guru Sahib ji says that he bows down to the first Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj ji, but once again this can also be taken as in I bow down to Akal Purkh ji, the one that was there at the beginning, just as Jogade Gore Namaha, this can be taken as I bow down to that guru that was there Jogade, so as ages commenced, or ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਜੁਗ ਆਦੇ ਦੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਸੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਰਾਮਦਾਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਗੁਰੂ ਅੰਗਦ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤਾਈਂ ਦਾਸ ਦੀ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਆ so I bow down to Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji, who came before Guru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj Ji and Guru Amar Das Sahib Maharaj Ji. So Jugade Gur E Namaha, Sat Gur E Namaha. ਇੱਥੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਬਈ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਮਰਦਾਸ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਤਾਂ ਦਾਸ ਦੀ ਨਮਸਕਾਰ ਆ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ I bow down to Guru Amardas Sahib Maharaj Ji, but once again this can be taken straight towards Akal Purkh as well. Sri Gurudev E Namaha. So Gurudev, father. So Panjve Pasha's father, Guru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj Ji, Panjve Pasha is saying I bow down towards them. So this is like a mangal, like this is like a stotter before someone gets started. And then, so they're remembering kind of like their forefathers, where they're coming from as a Assis as well. So Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji tai namaskariya. So bowing down to go towards Guru Ramdas Sahib Ji, or that Prakash Swarup, the one that soul that's sitting inside each of you right now, that one, ona tai namaskariya. Astpadi, gathering of 8 sections, which has Dastokan, Gurbani lines. So Simaro, Simare, Simare, Sokho Pavo. Panjve Pasha is saying, Pai tusi Simaro, Simar ke Sokho Pona Karo, or Panjve Pasha is also saying, Vida Simar Daya, to Simar ke Atma Kananda Sokhanu Prapti Hoya, they chant Vaheguruji's praises, remember them, contemplate them, meditate on them, and obtain Sukh, whatever Sukh means for you at this current time in your current situation. Kale kale stan mahe mitavo. So kale kal yoga, kale kalpana, imaginary creation of thought. Negative traits can be defined as kale as well. Kales is conflict from within the body, erase them. We talked about the 5 different types of conflicts within the body. Panj vak taran de jehde kalesh sarir ch paida hunde ne ja avidya, samta, raga, dvaik, avinavesh, ignorance, constantly being in conflict, being arrogant, being attached, staying under someone's control even though you're being abused, animosity, jealousy, Maharaj de hukum de ulta chalna, being opposed to Guru Sahib Ji's commands is hukam. So kale kales tan mahe mitavo. How do you do that? Through Simran. And this is where we're going to start today. So that was just a little summary of what we did last week, but this is where we'll start today. Before we start, can I ask you guys to, if you guys have your phones on, maybe put them on airplane mode, maybe put them away. To get focused and be present for the next hour and however long we're here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to get comfortable, and I'm going to ask you to close your eyes. I'm going to read through the Bani that we just did from last week. And I want you to first think of the translations. So if other thoughts arise in your mind, I want you to recognize, okay, oh, my mind just drifted off to a thought. That's okay. Bring it back with love and bring it back to the Shabd again. And put your thought in the translation for this first round. So let's listen. Gaudi Sukhmani Mahalla Panjva Saloko Ik Oankar Sate Gur Prasade Ade Gur E Namaha Jugade Gur E Namaha Sate Gur E Namaha Sri Gurudev E Namaha Astpadi Simaro Simare Simare Sokho Pavo Kale Kales Tana Mahe Mitavo. I'll read it one more time. This time, I want you guys to forget what you know of the body. I want you to forget the intellectual mind. And I want you to get into a state of concentration with your sarta, with your full concentration. Put your concentration in the tone, and from the tone you'll realize. So focus on the tone itself, and I'll repeat it. I'll say it, and then I want you to repeat it in your own minds. You could do it internally, you could do it externally, and I want you to listen to your own voice. So I'll repeat one line, I'll pause, you guys repeat that line, and I want you to listen to your own voice. And I want you to put your focus in your voice. If the mind drifts off, it goes into thought, recognize, oh, my mind just drifted off into a thought. Don't judge it, don't hate it, don't be angry with it. Bring it back with love and focus again. Here we go. Gauri Sukhmani Mahalla Panjama. Saloko. एक ओंकार सतगुर प्रसादे। आदि गुर ए नमः। जुगादि गुर ए नमः। सतगुर ए नमः। श्री गुरुदेव ए नमः। अष्टपदी सिमरो सिमरे सिमरे सुखो पावो। काले कलेश तन माहे मिटावो। All right, guys. So we'll get to writing now. That was a little exercise in concentration and building concentration. Putting your concentration in the voice, in your own voice or in the tone, and from there building it slowly and slowly and slowly and slowly. It's a consistent repetition, consistent practice that takes it deeper. So let's start writing now. So if we can all pull out your files. So Simro Jaso Bisom Par Ekya. So once again, Simro remembers. Punjabi we will say Yaad, Yaad karda hai, Yaad karo. Jaso, praise. Jasa. Punjabi will say Jasa. Bisompar is another name for Vaheguru. Vaheguruji has many names. Caregiver of the world. Jagat de Palaka. Biswampar. Eka, eka means one. Ek. Simrao jaso bisam par eka. So Panjਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ji saying, ਬਈ ਦਸਨਾਸ ਜਗ ਦੇ ਪਾਲਕ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਚੇਤੇ ਕਰਦਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਜਸ ਗਾਉਂਦਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਮਰਦਾ ਆ. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib ji says, bਈ he remembers the praises of the caregiver of the world of Vaheguru ji. So that's the arth of this. Simrao jaso bisam par eka. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib ji says, Das referring to Das just means servant, but like Guru Sahib ji saying himself, that he remembers the praises of the caregiver of the world of Vaheguru ji. Dasandas jag de palak Vaheguru ji de jas nu simarda hai. You guys can write that down there. Simrao jaso bisam par eka. Simrao jaso bisam par eka. All right, we'll move on. What, 15 seconds? So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib ji saying that he simmers the jasa of Bisampar. Naam japat aganat anikan. Naam, the earth will translate this as Naam. Punjabi will write the same thing, Naam. Japat, japana, to repeat. Say japade. Aganata. Ganat hunda ginati. If you put a in front of it, in front of this, it becomes the opposite. So something that cannot be counted. So without count. Aganata. Ginati to rahit. So aganat ginati to rahit. Ganat without count. Aneka, many. Anek. Naam japat aganat aneka. So countless praise you according to their own language. Naam japata aganat aneka. ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅਨੇਕਾਂ ਨਾਮਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਨੇਕ ਆਪਣੀ ਬੋਲੀ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਜਪਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ, ਜਪਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ। If you want to add to that, you can say countless universes, suns, moons, stars, birds, elements, mammals, etc. praise you according to their own language. So आप जी दे नेका नामां नूं अनेक अनंत ब्रह्मंड तत्त सूरज चंद तारे मंडल पशु पंछी अपनी अपनी बोली नाल जपदे रहिंदे ने. Someone might ask a question, well, how do birds jap naam? How do Mara says, Jo bolat hai, mreg meen pankheru, so beno hare japat hai nahi hor. So, I mean, jede bhi bol, jo bolat hai, whoever speaks mreg, the deers, the meen, the machiyan, the pankheru, the punkies, the birds, so beno hare japat hai nahi hor, oh hari to bina japda hi nahi kuch hor. Gavhit ono pawn, pani basantar, thanu pawn bhi gaundi ya, the air sings you. Pani sings you, Basantar, the fire sings you, Ag sings you. So Nam Japat Aganat Anika, countless universes, suns, moons, stars, birds, elements, mammals praise you according to your own language. You don't have to write what I'm saying. Write it. Nam Japata Aganta Anika, Nam Japata, countless, many. So many jap you according to their own language, but you could write it as you think it fits with your understanding as well. So Nam Japata Aganata Anika. Abji Nika Namanu Aneki Japdene. Who are those Anek? Anything and everything we can think of. All right, move on in like 10 seconds. So to dive a little bit deeper into this for those of you that want to know, Nam Japata Ganta Aneka, many can be added with Nams. So you have many names as well. You know, like Jap Sahib is all different Maharaj Nam, de Nam yu chare gaye ne, right? And it can also mean people, many. You can take it in both ways. Nam Japata Aganata Aneka. Ved Puran Simrite Sudakya. So the Vedas, the Veds. There are 4 Veds, Puranas. And they share Purana, 6 Puranas. Simritiya, 27 Simritiya. The word is Sudakhyara. Sud means pure, Akhyara means letter. So pure letter. So texts of pure letters. Shuddh Akharam wale Granth. So Shuddh Akhara. Sudakhyara. Ved, Puran, Simrite, Sudhakyara. So the Veds, the Purans, the Simritiyan, and the Sudhakyara, Shuddh Akhran wale, jehde granth hai. All right, so move on. Ved, Puran, Simrite, Sudhakyara. We're not going to write the definition here. We're going to join the next two pangtiyan together and we'll write the artha there. Kinne Ram Naam Ekakyar. So Ved, Puran, Simrite, Sudhakyara, Kinne Ram Naam Ekakyar. Kinne, Ite, did. Ram. Ram means Rame Hoy, the one that's everywhere. Rame Hoy, but another name for Vaheguru Ji. Naam, we will translate into Naam. Ek, one. Akhir, something that doesn't dissolve. Karan to raheta. Khyara, karan to raheta, that which does not dissolve. Karan to raheta. Inne Ram Nama ek akhyar. So that which does not dissolve is Nam. Nam never goes away. The only thing that goes with us actually when we'll be writing about this as well is Nam. Nothing else goes. Only Nam goes with the Atma. Not even the body goes. Only Nam follows. Right. So Kinne Ram Nam Ek Akhya. We'll do two arts here. So just as Vaheguruji has created everything else, Vaheguruji has created the universes, Vaheguruji created everything. Vaheguruji has also created all the religious texts. The Veds, the Purans, the Simritiyan, the pure letter texts, Vaheguruji has created them. So Vaheguru Ji ne hi Ved, Puran, Simriti aade Shuddh Akhran wale granth paida kite hain. So jinne bhi Ved, Puran, Simritiyan, baki Shuddh Akhran wale granth hai, kinne Ram Naam ek akhir Vaheguru Ji ne kite, Vaheguru Ji ne paida kite ne. Naam nahi paida kite ne. So the Veds, the Purans, the Simritiyan, these are Hindu Sanatan texts. The Sudhakhar, Shuddhakran Wale Granth, the pure letter texts, scriptures. Kinne Ram Naam ek akhar, Vaheguru Ji has created. Second arth. Ram Naam ek akhar kinne. The Ram Naam that I did, that I simmer, that I remember, Vaheguru, Vaheguru, the one that doesn't dissolve, that Naam. Jida main kite ya. These are my Veds, are my Purans, are my Simritiyan, are my Sudhakhar. These are everything for me. So, jo Dasan Das ne Vaheguru mantra simrana kite han, ehi Vedaਂ Purana Simritiyan Adi Shuddh Akhਰਾਂ wale dharm granthaਂ da padhna hai. My reading of Veds, Purana, Simritiyan and other texts is the Vaheguru Naam, which I've repeated and which I've japed. That's the second. So meaning Naam is everything. Maharaj is going to talk about, I believe in the third Astpadi, Bahut Sastar, Bahut Simriti, Pekhe Sarv Tandole, and searched all these Simriti and the Shastra. Puja se nahi hare hare nanak naam amol. They don't reach to the level of Naam. Naam is amol. Naam is priceless. Ab kalu ayo rek naam bovo. This is the age of Kali Yuga. It's time to sow the seed of Naam. Ab kalu ayo re ek naam bovo. Sow the seed of Naam. Rather line jap tap kot lakh puja. Hare simran tole na line. कई लोग जाप करते तप करते आ पूजा कनियां करते आ पर सिमरन दे तुल सिमरन दे बराबर ये चीज़ां नहीं पहुंचदियां हरे सिमरन तोले ना लाइन तेना बराबर ठो नाम नाम दी महिमा इत्थे all right वेद पुराण सिमरत सुधाख्यर कीने राम नाम एक आख्या मेरा पढ़ना वेदां पुराणा सिमरतियां इन्हां दा सारियां दा पढ़ना यही आ जेड़ा मैं राम दा नाम वाहिगुरु नाम जपिया है all right can we move on good किनका किनका एक जिस जी बसावा है किनका हुंदा something very small किनका जी चीज a mole a particle we can also not literally say kinka is humbleness but we can say kinka is humbleness too meaning small something very small something very humble so kinka is garibi thodi ji cheez ek once again is one you can say ek you can say ek you can it comes in many different ways in Guru Granth Sahib Ji they mean one jaisa ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੂੰ ਜਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ G is like a being, like a atma, like a soul, like a heart, we can say as well. G basava. So puts in. ਇੱਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਬਸ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਚ ਆ ਕੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਵਸ ਜਾਣ somewhere where one resides. But basava is someone that does something for you, put something in for you. Basava, plants, puts in, basaun. So kinka, mo particle, humbleness, kinka gribi, ek, one, ek, ਜਿਸ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਵਿੱਚ whom, ਜੀਵ being or heart, ਜੀਵ ਜਾਂ ਦਿਲ, ਬਸਾਵਾ puts in, kind of like plants in, ਬਸਾਉਣ किनका एक जिस जी बसावा है. We'll do we won't write anything here. We'll do these lines together as well, with the next line. Taki. We're talking about that person. Taki. So in whosever heart, kinka ek jis ji basawa hai, in whose being, in whose heart, ek jis ji basawa hai, taki, that person's. So right there. So taki in English would be kind of together. In Gurmukhi we could do it, in Punjabi we could do it separate still. Tis di. So ta, tis, ki da thoga di. So taki there. Taki, tis di, mehma. Mehma is praise. So mehma in Punjabi will just leave as mehma. In English we'll say praise. Gani. Gani is to count. Ginana. Gani. So in count. Within counting. Ginana vecha. Na is no. Nahi. Ava, come. Ava means to come. Only. Taki mehma gani na ave. So this artha has been done. If you look at the TK, the artha you'll see is ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਣਕਾ ਨਾਮ ਦਾ ਵਸਾ ਦੇਣ, ਉਹਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਗਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ, ਉਹਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਗਿਣਨ ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ. In whosever heart Maharaj places a kinka of naam, that person's praises cannot be counted, it cannot be measured. Bhagavad Gita translates this as, so that's the artha. So if you want to write that, feel free to write that too. Bhagavad Gita writes this artha in two ways. He writes this as kinka ek jis jiya basava. Kinka, he says, you can't say naam is ever a kinka. How can naam come in a small? When naam comes, it comes. Naam is its form. So kinka here is in reference to the person. Kinka here is in reference to that person that's made up of sperm and egg, that little particle we're talking about is that person or is that heart. ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਾਮ ਵਸ ਜਾਵੇ, in whosever person's heart. So this ਜਿਸ ਰਕਤ ਬਿੰਦ ਦੇ ਬਣੇ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਣਕਾ ਮਾਤਰ ਜੀਵ ਦੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਮ ਵਸਾਉਣ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਗਿਣਨ ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ. So in this made up of sperm and egg particles person's heart, if Vaheguru puts its naam, that Gurmukh's praises cannot be measured. That's one arth. So we'll write that down here. किनका एक जिस जीव बसावा, किनका एक जिस जीव बसावा, जिस किणके मातर जी दे विच वाहिगुरू जी नाम वसा देण ओदी महिमा गिनन च नहीं आउंदी. In whose ever heart this kinka, this made up a small little particle of heart, Vaheguru ji puts his naam, that person's praises, that Gurmukh's praises cannot be measured. The second arth, kinka, will do that of humbleness. So in whosever heart, in whosever being, Maharaj puts humbleness. ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੀ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਚ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਗਰੀਬੀ ਵਸਾ ਦੇਣ, Maharaj plants garibi. In whosever heart, in whosever being, Maharaj plants humbleness. That person's praises cannot be measured. ਉਹਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਗਿਣਨ ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ. ਸੋ ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਹਿਰਦੇ ਚ ਕਿਣਕਾ ਛੋਟਾ ਪੁਣਾ ਭਾਵ ਗਰੀਬੀ ਵਸਾਉਣ, ਜਿਸ ਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਗਿਣਨ ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ, in whosever heart Vaheguru ji puts kinka, smallness, humbleness, that person's praises cannot be measured. Kare kirpa jis keh hirday garibi basave, nanaki hum mukh to aave sukh paave. Maharaj says whosever heart garibi resides in, that person is salvated here in this world, has salvation here and in the next world. Iham mukh to aage sukh paave, they'll obtain sukh in the next as well, while obtaining sukh right now as well. It's not far away. It's nothing they're chasing. They live in it. It reminds me of Chopay Sahib kind of. You know, when Chopay Sahib starts out, Maharaj talks about Hamari karo haat, that Acha Maharaj, give me your graceful hand and protect me. And towards the end, as it builds, as Chopay Sahib builds, it goes, Kripa kari ham par jag mata. My mother, the creator, did kirpa upon me. It's not something we're searching for. It's a Gurmukh's Jivan is living within that kirpa. Or it's our goal is striving towards that on a spectrum, wherever we may be. So taki mehma gani na aave. And I think one of the most important parts of this course in particular, because you can read these translations at different places. You can listen to katha if it's just the translations you're after. But I think one of the most important points of this course, and one of the reasons that this was even put together, was because of that personal communication, that personal journaling period that we have when it comes to this, and how it relates to our life. And Taki Mehma Gani Awe, lines like this, lines like before, when we talked about conflict last week, Kinka Eka Jisa Jiva Basava. What does this mean to us? what does this mean to you in your current life? And I know some of you have said that, having heard back that some of you have kind of like taken this and kind of like in the evenings, you take a session and you sort of journal this out. And some of you do that now as well. But I think that's a very important part to this process in order to bring these translations to life and bring them and personalize them. So I think we should definitely focus on that a bit as well. So what I want to try this week, we still have 2 lines to go. But before I go there, what I want to do is go back and take about 15 minutes. And you can write anywhere. It doesn't mean that like all the Bani, that all the translations that we've written, you have to go back to, you know, in the section, what do these lines mean to me? You can write everything here. It's just your relationship with Maharaj. I say we take about 10, 12 minutes and write what this means to us now. Because I saw at the end of class, as we started writing, people started leaving. And I think this is the key. This is like the key in order for this to come and reside within us. So if we can take about 10, 12 minutes to sit in contemplation, and we'll do it at the end. We'll give time at the end as well, once again. But even now, if we can have some time before we finish off the other 2 lines and see what this means to us, how does this relate to our current life right now? And you know, some of us are going through conflict, some of us are going through anxiety, some of us have kids and we don't know how to handle certain situations. Some of us are just trying to walk on the path. Some of us are trying to get towards a Ajapajap stage. Some of us are, everyone's on a spectrum, on the Sikhi spectrum. Where are we? And how do these lines relate to us? So I'm going to pause here for about 12 minutes and I want you guys to write, and we'll reconvene in about 12 minutes. I'll play some Kirtan while you guys are writing.
नाम तो कहूँ ना बिन नाम पत जाए अष्टपदी 10 वस्तु ले पाछे पावै एक वस्तु कारण बिकोट गवावै एक पीर ले 10 पीर ले तो मूड़ा तो क्या करे जिस ठाकुर स्यों नाही चारा ताको की है हद नमस्कारा जाके मन लगा प्रभ मीठा सर्व सुख ताहु मन होता जिस जन अपना हुक्म मनाया सर्व भोग नानक दिन पाया अगनत साहो अपनी देरास खात पीत भरतै अनंत अपनी आमान कछ बहुर साहले अज्ञानी मन रोष करे अपनी प्रतीत आप ही खोवै बहुर इसका विश्वास न होवै जिसकी बस्त तिस आगे राखै प्रभ की आगे मानै मात उससे चौबन करे निहाल नानक साहिब सदा दयाल अनेक पात माया के हेत सर पर होवत जान अनेक बिरख की छाया सो रंग लावै ओहो बिन से ओहो मन पछतावै जो दिसे सो चालन हार लपट रहयो रंग अंधार घटाओ स्यों झोला वे ताको हाथ न आवे के मन हर के नाम की प्रीत सुखदाई कर कृपा नानक आप लेगा मिथ्या तन धन कुटुंब सभाया मिथ्या में ममता माया मिथ्या राज जोबन करमाल मिथ्या काम क्रोध विकराल मिथ्या रथ हस्ती अश्व वस्त्रा मिथ्या रंग संग माया पेट हस्ता मिथ्या तोह मोह अभिमान मिथ्या आपस ऊपर करत गुमान अस्थिर भगत साध की शरण नानक जप जप जीवे हर के चरण मिथ्या श्रवण पर निंदा सुन है मिथ्या हस्त पर दर्द कोहिर है मिथ्या नेत्र पेखत पर त्रिरुपाद मिथ्या रसना भोजन अनुस्वाद मिथ्या चरण पर विकार को पावे मिथ्या मन पर लोभ लुभावे मिथ्या तन नहीं पर उपकारा मिथ्या वास लेत विकारा बिन बूझे मिथ्या सब भय सफल देह नानक हर हर नाम ले फिरथी साधत की आहार जारा साच बिना कह होवत सूचा बिरथा नाम बिना तन अंग मुख आवत ताकै दुर्गंध बिन सिमरन दिन रै बिरथा बिहाए मेघ बिना जो खेती जाए गोविंद भजन बिन बिरथे सब काम जो गिरपन के मेरा रथ नाम धन धन ते जन जिह कट बस्यो हर नाम नानक ताकै बल बल जाओ रहत अवर कछ अवर कमावत मन नहीं प्रीत मुख हो गंडलावत जानन हार प्रभु पर दीन बाहर फेख न काहू दीन अवर उपदेश है आप ना करे आवत जावत जन्मे मरे जिसके अंतर बसे निरंकार जिसकी सीख तरह संसार जो तुम पाने दिन तब जाता नानक उन जाने चरण पर आता करो बेनती पर ब्रह्म सब जाने अपना किया आपे माने आपे आप करते निबेरा किस दूर जनावत किस बुझावत नेरा उपाव सियानप सगल के रहत सब कछ जाने आत्म की रहत जिस पावे तिस लय डर लाए ठान निरंतर रहया समाधि सो सेवक जिस कृपा करी निमख निमख जप नानक हरि निमख निमख जप नानक हरि जप नानक हरि जप नानक हरि शोक काम क्रोध और लोभ को विनष्टा में नानक प्रभु शरणागति कर प्रसाद जय प्रसाद छति अमृत खावे तिस ठाकुर को रख मन माहे जय प्रसाद सुगंधत तन गावे तिसको सिमरत परम गत पावे जय प्रसाद बसे सुख मंदिर तिसे ते आए सदा मन अंदर देह प्रसाद रह संग सुख बसना आठ पहर सिमरो तिस रसना जह प्रसाद रंग रस भोग नानक सदा त्यागे जावन जोग जह प्रसाद पाठ पटंबर ढांडावे तिसने त्याग कत अवर दुभावे जह प्रसाद सुख सेज सोई दे मन आठ पहरा का जस गावी दे जह प्रसाद तुझ सब को माने मुखता को जस रसन बखाने जह प्रसाद तेरो रहता धर्म मन सदा ध्याए केवल पार ब्रह्म प्रभु जी जपत दरगह मान पावे नानक पथ से कर जावे जे प्रसाद आरोप कंचन देही देव लावो तिस राम सनेही जेह प्रसाद तेरा ओला रहत मन सुख पावे हर हर जस कहत जेह प्रसाद तेरे सकल सिद्ध ढाके मन सरनी पर ठाक प्रभ ताके जे प्रसाद तुझको न पहुँचे मन सास सास सिमरो प्रभु ऊँचे जेह प्रसाद पाई दुर्लभ दे नानक ताकी भगत करे जेह प्रसाद आभूषण पहरी दे मन समृद्ध क्यों आलस की दे जेह प्रसाद हसवारी मन सबको कबहू न बिसारी जेह प्रसाद पाप मिलत तना राग पलोए सब अपने मना जिन्हें तेरी मन बनत बनाई उठत बैठत सजत सहते आई सहते आए जो एक रखे महान तेरी रखे जेह प्रसाद करे उन बदान मन आठ पहर कर किसका ज्ञान जेह प्रसाद तुम आचार्य हारी इस प्रभ को सास सास चितारी जेह प्रसाद तेरा सुंदर रूप सो प्रभ सिमरो सदा रूप जेह प्रसाद तेरी नीति जात सो प्रभ सिमर सदा दिन रात जेह प्रसाद तेरी पत रहे जेह प्रसाद तेरी पत रहे गुर प्रसाद नानक जस कहे जेह प्रसाद सुनहि करण नाद जेह प्रसाद देखे दिखमाद जेह प्रसाद बोले अमृत रसना जेह प्रसाद सुख सहजे बसना जेह प्रसाद हस्त कर चल है जेह प्रसाद संपूर्ण फल है जेह प्रसाद परम गत पावे जेह प्रसाद सुख सहज समावे ऐसा प्रभु त्याग अब तक लागो गुर प्रसाद नानक मन जागो जेह प्रसाद तू प्रगट संसार जिस प्रभु को मूल नाम विसार जेह प्रसाद तेरा प्रताप मन मूड ताको जाप जेह प्रसाद तेरे कारज पूरे जे जान मन सदा हजूरे जेह प्रसाद तू पावे
All right, guys, so a couple minutes, finish up, and then we'll move on.
ਧਨ ਵਸੈ ਮਨ ਸੋਏ ਰਬ ਨੇ ਰਹਿਮਤ ਉਤਮ ਹੋਏ ਸਰਬ ਨਿਗਾਹ ਰਬ ਤੇਰੀ ਮਾਇਆ ਆਪੋ ਕਛੂ ਨ ਕਿਨਹੁ ਦਇਆ ਜਿਤ ਜਿਤ ਲਾਵੋ ਤਿਤ ਤਿਤ ਲਗਿ ਹਰਿ ਨਾਥ ਨਾਨਕ ਇਨ ਕੈ ਕਛੂ ਨ ਹਾਥ ਨਾਨਕ ਇਨ ਕੈ ਨਾਨਕ ਇਨ ਕੈ ਨਾਨਕ ਇਨ ਕੈ ਕਛੂ ਨ ਹਾਥ ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਅਗਮਾਨਾ ਸਵਾਰਗੰ ਸੋਏ ਜੋ
All right, guys. Kankhi. Kankhi ek hai daras toharo. Hopefully you guys are here. Kankhi. Kankhi is someone who desires. So one who desires. That's how we would break this down. How do you say that in Punjabi? Chawan. Chahavan. Ek hai. Once again, we got that one going again. Ikko. Daras. Daras is like darshan, is sight. So in Punjabi we'll say darshan. Toharo, aap ji de, yours. Toharo means aap ji. So kankhi, ek hai dars toharo. So ek hai dars toharo, kankhi. So one who desires your sight. So ek hai dars toharo, only one thing that's desired. Kankhi toharo, your sight, your dars. So kankhi ek hai dars toharo. We'll write the meanings together once again. Nanak on sange mohe udaro. So Nanak. Here, Panje Pasha, throughout Gurbani, you'll always see this. You'll always see, it doesn't matter which guru is writing the Bani, the end pankti will always, you'll see like numbers, like here we see the number 1. You'll see the word Nanak, referring to Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji. But this is the 5th form of Nanak. So this Bani is written by Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji, but out of respect, they all write Nanak, they all write Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji's name. So here, for Nanak, we'll write Satguru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. It's the same form, no difference between Guru Nanak Dev Ji to all the way to Guru Gobind Singh Ji, all the way to Guru Granth Sahib Ji. You know, Siri Nanak Angad Kare Manna, Amardas Angad Pehchana, Amardas Ramdas Kahayo, Sadhane Lakha Mood Nahabayo. Everyone thought pen some who Karajana, people that thought they're different, pen some who Karajana, Ek Roop Ken Hum Pehchana, who thought they're one. Jin Jana Ten He Siddhipai, the ones that understood that they're the same Jot, just different bodies. Then He Siddhipai, they obtained the Siddhi, they obtained it all. Bin Samje said Hathanai, this is without understanding that. Siddhi said Hathanai Gala. Wasn't understood, but yeah, they're the same form. So Satguru Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji. So on means them. Ona. Sange means with. Sange means naal. Mohe means me. Menu. So instead of me, I'll write dasandas. Dasandas just means the servant of servants. So the das of your dasan. So you're the servant of your servants. Udaro. Udaro is like bachao, save, chadao, udaro, kind of like salvation. So kanki ek hai dars toharo. So the ones that desire your sight, those that are walking on the path and they desire your sight. O Nanak on sange mohe udaro, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji in utmost humbleness is saying, on sange mohe udaro, with them save me as well. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is saying, Maharaj bhai mainu bhi bacha lo, please save me as well. But save me with those that desire your sight. Let me be in their company. Let me be in their sangha. So Kankhi ekya dars toharo, the ones that have the desire for your vision, for your sight, Nanak on sange mohe udaro, mainu bhi una de naal hi bacha lavo. So in utmost humbleness, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji saying that. And you'll see that. Panjve Pasha Ji, you know, Garibi Gada Hamari, Khanna Sagar, you know, Chari Sagar, Koina Teka Bakari. Panjve Pasha Ji is, he embodies that humbleness, that, you know, they say the God, I mean, Khanna Sagar, you know, Chari, Garibi Gada Hamari. Garibi, humbleness is my weapon. These guys talk about that. Guru Sahib talk about that, like humbleness being a weapon. This is my weapon. This is how we dismantle the world. This is how we bring people in. It's through love you bring people in. It's not through hatred. It's not through other means. Obviously, you need to pick up a sword when you do as well. But Panjve Pashi talks a lot about this as well. Kankhi ekya dars toharo, the people that desire your sight, save me with them as well. So save me from what? So you can write, give me salvation from, you know, kam, krodh, lo, moh, hankar, chugli, ninda, vikars, birth, death, sin, all these types of things. So jo naam cha leen, yeah, I'll write this for you guys here. So ਜੋ ਨਾਮ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੀਨ ਕੇਵਲ ਇੱਕ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਾਹਵਾਨ ਹਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਜਮਾ ਜੂਨਾ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਉਗਣਾ ਤੋਂ ਛੁਡਾਉਣਾ ਕਰੋ. So those Mahapurush, those sons, those people walking on the path, those people that have the inclination, that are sort of awakening their souls and trying to walk on the path, and oh, maybe I wonder how it would be to have that darshan. I wonder how it would be. I want, oh, let me see Maharaj. Let me go have darshan today of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Let me start reading Bani. Let me, as you, on the spectrum, guys, all on the spectrum. So the people that have that desire to see Vaheguru Ji, jo naam vich leen, ਕੇਵਲ ਇੱਕ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਾਹਵਾਨ ਹਨ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਜਮਾ ਜੂਨਾ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਔਗਣਾ ਤੋਂ ਛੁਡਾਉਣਾ ਕਰੋ ਜੀ. So give me salvation from ਕਾਮ ਕ੍ਰੋਧ ਲੋਭ ਮੋਹ ਹੰਕਾਰ, from birth, from death, from sin, with those, in the company of those that desire your sight. So it's another beautiful concept in Sikhi. I mean, this is not something we have to do alone, right? It's not like we're sitting in the jungles and we're trying to meditate and we're trying to make it and fearful of what might eat us out there, and this is, you know, hasandeya khavandeya painandeya, it's all within. It's all within. It's all within. Hasadeya kheldeya, sab kuch kardeya, living a grihasthi life, living the householder life within all this. Or if you choose not to, Baba Deep Singh Ji Nam, they chose not, they didn't do that, but it's all within here. It's not like we have to go out anywhere and do it. It's all within, man. It's all within. So kankhi ekya dars toharo, Nanak on sange mohe udaro. Reminds me of Gurmukh Singh Odisha. We won't get into that, but those that know who he is, some the way he did it. You know, he went when he left with the Mahapurush, but the Mahapurush when they left as well. He's a good friend of Pagaji's as well. All these guys, I mean, Very Gurmukh life you live. All right. Hopefully everyone's done that. So we're going to do this now. We're going to sing. Amrit Kaur, are you there?
Good, Prasad.
So we're going to sing, and I want you guys to focus like we did in the beginning. I want you guys to focus on the translations for the first time when we sing. Close your eyes, relax, or however you may be, you're lying down, you're sitting, whatever you're doing. Just be try to get in a relaxed state of mind, and we're gonna go through this. Actually, well, this will help you get in a relaxed state of mind. So let's go through the arts. So as you hear the Bani, go through the art. Once again, if the mind runs away, oh, it thinks, oh man, I should be checking my phone, or I need to do this, or I need to do that, bring it back with love. It's okay, bring it back. Gauri Sukhmani Mahalla Panjava Saloko Ik Oankar Satgur Prasade Adi Gur E Namaha Jugade Gur E Namaha Satgur E Namaha Sri Gurdev E Namaha Astpadi Simrao Simare Simare Sokho Pavo. Kale Kalesh Tan Mahe Mitavo. Simrao Jaso Bisom Par Ekya. Namo Japat Aganat Anekya. Ved Puran Simrite Sudakhyar. Ine Ram Nam Ek Akhyar. Kinka Ek Jisu Jiya Basave. Taki Mahmangani Na Ave. Kankhi Ekya Dars Tuharo. Nanak On Sange Mohe Udaro. Guys, I'll read it one more time. This time, once again, forget what you learned, forget the meanings, forget the intellectual part of everything. Focus on the ton. So I'll say the line, and I want you guys to repeat internally, either in your heads or externally. You could say it, you could sing it. Listen to your own voice. You know, some of you might be surprised, oh, that's how my voice sounds, because you've never tried that. Listen to your own voice. If the mind runs away in thought, it's okay. Bring it back with love and focus it back on the shabd again. I'll say the line. You guys repeat after me wherever you're sitting, internally or externally. Gauri Sukhmani Mahalla Panjava. Saloko Ik Oankar Satgur Prasade Adi Gur E Namaha Jugade Gur E Namaha Satgur E Namaha Sri Gurdev E Namaha Astpadi Simrao, Simare, Simare, Sokho Pavo. काले कलेस तन माहे मिटावो। सिमरो जासो बिसुम पर एकै। नाम जपत अगणत अनेकै। वेद पुराण सिमरित सुदाख्यर। कीने राम नाम एक आख्यर। किनका एक जिस जीय बसावै। ताकी महिमा गनी न आवे। कांखी एक दरस तुहारो। नानक ओन संग मोहे उदारो। All right, guys. Next week we'll go through the rest. Hopefully we'll get to the second 40 there. And for now, if we can translate what this means to us right now as we're sitting in our current life. And this piece here, you can write to Guru Sahib Ji. It's like journaling. It's like, your daily journal. It's for those of you that do. For those of you that don't, try it. Have a conversation with Guru Sahib Ji. Write out what's going on through your life. Write out what you need help with. And just talk to Guru Sahib. This is a written ardas, right? Write to Guru Sahib Ji. And if you're not there, you don't want to write to Guru Sahib Ji yet, write where you're comfortable. Write what this means to you or whatever is going on through your life. So let's take the next 13 minutes to write as well. And then we will reconvene next week. Till then, I do hope so.
श्री गुरु नानक महिमा बिसन पद पुण्य आकी तिलाना कब बाच हर हो आचरण हित जग तारन काहू ते काहू विधि ना जानी हो हरि ना जानी बूंद प्यास न निवरै कैसे हो बिन जल रास न तृप्त तिसानी प्रभ करना हो प्रभ करुणा खानी शिव बिरंची अर नारद सारद पार न
नीता नानक बिनवंता सात जना की अचरज साध के संग मुख उजल होत साध संग मल सगली खोत साध के संग मिटै अभिमान साध के संग प्रगटे सो ज्ञान साध के संग बुझे प्रभु ने साध संग सब होत बेरा साध के संग पाए नाम रतन साध के संग एक ऊपर जतन साध की महिमा बरले कौन प्राणी नानक साध की शोभा कब ना सदा भरपूर साध के संग आवे बस पंचा साधु संग अमृत रस पुंचा साध संग होए सबकी साध के संग मनोहर बैन साध के संग न गत पावै साध संग अस्तित्व मन पावै साध के संग माया ते भिन्न साध संग नानक प्रभ सो प्रसन्न साध संग दुश्मन सब मीत साध के संग महापुनीत साध संग किस स्यों नहीं बैर साध के संग न बीगा पैर साध के संग नाही को मंदा साध संग जाने परमानंदा साध के संग नाही हो ताप साध के संग तड़े सब आप आपे जाने साध बढ़ाई नानक साध प्रभु बन आए साध के संग न कबहू तावै साध के संग सदा सुख पावै साध संग बस्त अगोचर रहे साधु के संग अजर सहे साध के संग बसै धान ऊँचै साधु के संग महल पहुँचै साधु के संग दृढ़ सब धर्म साध के संग केवल पारब्रह्म साध के संग पाई नाम निधान नानक साधु के कुर्बान साध के संग सब कुल उधार साध संग साधन में कुटुंब निस्तार साधु के संग सो धन पावै जिस धन ते सबको बरसावै साध संग धर्म राय करे सेवा साध के संग शोभाग सुरदेवा साधु के संग पाप पलायन साध संग अमृत गुण गायन साध के संग सब धाम गम नानक साध के संग सकल जन्म साध के संग नाही कछ काल दर्शन भेटत होत निहाल साध के संग करूखत है साध के संग नरक पर है साध के संग इहाँ उहाँ सुहेगा साध संग बिछरत हर मेला जो इच्छे सोई फल पावे साध के संग न बिरथा जावे पार ब्रह्म साध रित घट घट बीखा साध संग भय आज्ञाकारी साध संग गत पई हमारी साध के संग मिटे सब रोग नानक साध पेटे संजोग साध की महिमा वेद न जाने जेता सुन है तेता बख्याने साध की उपमा तेह गुण ते दूर साध की उपमा रही भरपूर साध की शोभा का नाही अंत साध की शोभा सदा बेअंत साध की शोभा ऊंचते ऊंची साध की शोभा ऊंचते ऊंची साध की शोभा साध बने आई नानक साध प्रभ भेद न पाई नानक साध प्रभ भेद न पाई नानक साध प्रभ नानक साध प्रभ नानक साध प्रभ भेद न पाई
श्लोक मन साचा मुख साचा सोय अवर ना पेखै एक सुबिन को
नानक एह लक्षण ब्रह्म ज्ञानी हो अष्टपदी ब्रह्म ज्ञानी सदा निर्लेप जैसे जल में कमल अलेप ब्रह्म ज्ञानी सदा निर्दोष जैसे सूर सर्व को शोक ब्रह्म ज्ञानी के दृष्ट समान जैसे राज रंग को लागे तुल पान ब्रह्म ज्ञानी के धीरज एक जोग सुखदा को खोते को चंदन लेप ब्रह्म ज्ञानी का ये है गुनाह नानक जो पावक का सहज स्वभाव ब्रह्म ज्ञानी निर्मल के निर्मला जैसे मैल नागे जरा ब्रह्म ज्ञानी के मन हुए प्रकाश जैसे धर ऊपर आकाश ब्रह्म ज्ञानी के मित्र सतर समान ब्रह्म ज्ञानी के नाही अभिमान ब्रह्म ज्ञानी से चले ऊंचा मन अपने है सब ते नीचा ब्रह्म ज्ञानी से जान पाए नानक जिन प्रभ आप करे ब्रह्म ज्ञानी सगल कीना आत्म रस ब्रह्म ज्ञानी चीना ब्रह्म ज्ञानी की सब ऊपर माया ब्रह्म ज्ञानी ते कछ पुराना भया ब्रह्म ज्ञानी सदा समदर्शी ब्रह्म ज्ञानी की दृष्ट अमृत बरसी ब्रह्म हर उपकार महा ब्रह्म ज्ञानी है नाही करता ब्रह्म ज्ञानी ने तावत बंदा ब्रह्म ज्ञानी है होए सुफला ब्रह्म ज्ञानी सुफल फला ब्रह्म ज्ञानी सगल उदार कराए बंदगी उसकी लाजे हस्त बहरे जिंदगी दौलते जावे दिमाग दे बंदगी बंदगी उन बंदगी एकाई ताजे तो बिंदगी किए करी करिया कर बंदे तू बंदगी कर बंदे तू बंदगी बंदगी बंदे बंदगी किया बंदे बंदे बंदगी प्यार कर बंदे तू बंदगी जिच्चे घट में छा कर बंदे तू बंदगी जिच्चे घट में छा जो दम चित्त न आवई सो दम फिर आया चेताई काजे
All right, guys, just to recap last week, some of the week before as well. So, Simaro, Simare, Simare, Soko Pavo, Panje Pasha Ji Pramode Nebipai, Simaro, Jada Simataya, the Simar Simrake Sokomodaya. So, remember, by remembering, obtain Sok. Kale Kalesh Tan Mahe Mitavo. So, Kaljog, they did a Kaleshia in Anu Sri de Vichomatona Karo. So erase the conflicts of Kaljog. We talked about the 5 different types of conflicts within the body. Simaro jaso besom par ekka. So ek Vaheguru ji de jasnu Panjave Pasha ji kende vi main chete karda main simarda aya bhai chete karo naam japt aganat aneka. Countless praise you Maharaj. What are we talking about here? Jo bolat hai mrig meen pankheru so benohare japat hai nahi hor. From the animals to everything Maharaj thada jab karde a. Ved Puran Simrat Sadakhir. So all these granths kinne Ram naam ek akhir eh Ram de naam ne ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਬਣੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਵੇਦ ਪੁਰਾਣ ਸਿਮਰਤੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਮੇਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਣਾ ਇਹੀ ਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਲਈ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ. That is my reading of the Veds and the Purans and the Simritis and the other Pavitra Granths. Kinka ek jis jiya pansav hai taaki mehma gani na ave ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਮ ਵਸਾ ਦੇਣ ਉਹਦੀ ਮਹਿਮਾ ਗਿਣਨ ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ. So that person in whose heart, that small little being's heart, Maharaj puts his naam, that person's praises cannot be measured, or in whose heart Maharaj puts humbleness, that person's praises gani na ave, ginan ch na ave, nahi aundi. Kankhi ek hai dars tohare, toharo, jede kankhi chaavane, the ones that desire, wa ek hai dars toharo, thwade darshan nu, jede chaunde are the ones that want to meet you, the ones that want to see you. Nanak on same mohe udaro, Panjve Pasha in a lot of humbleness is saying, join me with them and ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਉਦਾਹਰਨਾ ਕਰੋ, save me with them. Sukhmani. So we'll start here. If you guys could pull out your pages and come to this section. Sukhmani Sokha Amrit Prabhanam. So before we start, guys, let's take a couple minutes and just get a little bit zoned in, get a little bit focused. I appreciate you guys coming out. Thank yourselves for coming out. Put our phones on silent mode or just turn them off and be present here for the next hour, hour and a half or so that we're here. Let's give this to ourselves and just be present with it and see where this takes us today. So I'll repeat, I'll say something and I want you to repeat. And I want you to focus on the ton, on the avaj, on your voice. If the mind runs away, bring it back to the shabda. If it runs away, it's okay. That's what it does. Bring it back and put it back in the tone, put it back in the sound and the vibration in your own voice. You could do this sitting, you could do this however, wherever you may be right now, however you want to do this. It's about the concentration. I'll say something and you guys repeat. Vaheguru, 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 Vaheguru. Simaro, simare, simare, sokho pavo. Kale kale satan mahe mitavo. Vaheguru, Vaheguru. Ton meh dhyan, ton meh dhyan, dhyan meh janya, dhyan meh janya. Vaheguru, Vaheguru. तुझ बिनु कवनो हमारा, मेरे प्रीतम प्राण अदारा. वाहेगुरु, वाहेगुरु. All right, guys, we'll slowly come back to this. And let's get writing. So Sukhmani, Mananu Sukh den wali. The giver of Sukh to the man. So giver of sukh to the man, to the mind. Sukh. We'll just translate that as sukh. So we've done it before. Amrit. Mrit is death. If you put a in front of it, without. So without death. Some people want to say immortal here. That works too, I guess. Mauto raheta. Rab Vaheguru Ji. Nam. Nam. We had a very hard time trying to translate Nam, the Arth of Nam. We were trying to do it in German, and it was very difficult to do, to try to describe Nam in German. Nam is everything. Nam is Vaheguru Mantra. Nam is that Anhadatona. Nam is that second stage of marriage. Anhadatona Jithe Bajadiya. Nam is the one that made everything. Sukhmani Sahib Ji is Nam. Gurbani is Nam. We'll try our best to do it here too. So Sukhmani, Sukha, Amrita, Prab, Namo. So Sukhmani, giver of Sukh to the man. Manu Sukh dene wali, Sukh. Amrita, Maut Rahita, without death, Prab, Vaheguru Ji. Nam is Nam. We'll move on to the next section. We'll translate these two lines together. Bhagata. Punjabi, we could say Bhagata as well, but to define Bhagata, another hard task. A person whose mind remains in constant meditation, focuses consistently on Vaheguruji. The mind doesn't alter. The one that has control over all the senses. The one that has control over the five. A lover of Vaheguru. Premi, jo pritam de prayan hove. Sab kuch parmeshwar nu arpan wale. Upashak. Bhagat. Bhagati ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਚ ਭਿੱਜਣ ਵਾਲੇ Jana, Jan, a devotee, highest person. Vaheguru Ji de Das, Vaheguru Ji de Pyare, Jan. Kya, we will once again do with. Bhag Jana de. क्या है अर्थ है अब देख करांगे मान्य we will do mind intellect comes in the mind, the place where one remembers, that comes in the mind, the ego is within the mind. Well, all these are kind of situated as the mind. Man. Visram. Visram is like reside in ease. Taka. In Punjabi, you could say, ye ch taka hove. You know, someone comes like really tired and then been a long day and then they just lie down on the couch or something. The person tries to go to Visharam, just like, oh, the tension just goes away, everything just relax, a state of ease, a state of kind of like sag as well. Rahao. Now throughout Guru Granth Sahib Ji, you will see Rahao quite a bit. Rahao means to pause. Rahao means to sow this Shabad inside you. The Rahao line is the essence of that Shabad. So very important line for Sukhmani Sahib, right here, the Rahao line. Kind of like the essence of everything. So Vishram karo, ithe pause here. Inu bijna karo apne vich. So Sukhmani, Sukh, Amrit, Prabh, Naam. Sukhmani Sahib Ji is Naam. Sukhmani, Sukh, Amrit, Prabh, Naam. This is Naam, and where does it reside? Bhagat Janaka Mane Visram. It resides within the Bhagat's hearts. I'll say that in Punjabi as well. So Sri Sukhmani Sahib Ji, Vaheguru Ji de Atyant Vismad Mithe Naam Ji Han. So Sukhmani Sahib Ji, Vaheguru Ji de Naam Han. Jinnah da Vaheguru Ji de Pyariyan Bhagatan Ji de Man ch Vasa hai. So ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆ ਨਾਮ ਜੋ ਆ ਭਗਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਨ ਚ ਵਸਦਾ ਹੈ. So this Bani, the Panjve Pasha, Baba Buddha Sahib Ji in the 6th went to Panjve Pasha and said, create such a Bani that will fulfill 24,000 daily breaths. If we read throughout the day, will fulfill them. One that has knowledge in it, one that has love in it. And here's the first of how Panjve Pasha, he says, Sukhmani Sahib is Naam. Sukhmani Sahib resides within the Bhagat's hearts. For those of you that want, I'll throw out a second arth as well. So Sukhmani Sahib Ji, Bhagat, this Bani, Sukhmani Sukhamrit Prabh Naam, this Bani, Bhagat Jana Ke Mane Visram, it gives ease, it gives taka to the Bhagat's mans, to the Bhagat's hearts. We can take it that way as well. So Sukhmani Sukhamrit Prabh Naam Ji, Bhagat Jana de man nu taka bakshde han. So this gives taka, this gives ease to the reader, to the listener, to the one practicing this, to the Bhagats. Sukhmani Sahib Ji brings a sense of ease within the loving Bhagats' hearts, the devotees' hearts, the minds. Sukhmani Sukha Amrita Prabhanam, the immortal Bani, the immortal Naam, it resides within the Bhagats. It resides within them. Sow this seed in you. Rahao. Sow this in you. Pause, contemplate on this. Put it deep within your subconscious, put it within your being, put it within your man. This is the essence of life. Naam, Gurbani. Sukhmani, Sukh Amrit Pravanam, Pagata Jana, Ken Mane Bisram Rahao. So contemplate. Rahao also means contemplate. This line. Okay, let's move on to the next. So this body coming up here, it's all about Rab Ka Simran, someone that does Simran. What are the benefits? What are the treasures one obtains by doing Simran? What do we get from Simran? So let's go through it. Pagji has a note in his steek on Simran, and he talks about, if the body's about to pass away, not to simmer, not to bring into your simni the body, family, friends, wealth, relationships, finances, someone wronged you, someone disrespected you at any time, not even just if you're about to pass away, even afterwards. Deal with it, but don't let it linger. Talks about having kingship, pleasures of heaven, and all that kind of stuff. Tapo Raja Rajo Nark, from that you go to it. Tapo Raja Rajo Nark, leave it at that. But don't dwell on that. Don't simmer that. Don't put that in your concentration. The desire of your senses, taste, the three gunas, Rajo Guna, Tamo Guna, Sato Guna. Don't be lost in these. Don't be lost in your own praise. People saying certain things to you. Oh my God, you do great work, this, that. Don't get lost in that. Don't let that enter your simmerani. The only thing to simmer, and he ends off by saying, is each word of Guru Granth Sahib. Its meanings, focus on it. Sing it, bow to it, put it in your heart. That is Simran. That's what he defines as Simran. So, Prabh kya Simran hai? Prabh, once again, Vaheguru Ji. Kya, with, they. We'll write the arth here, but then afterwards we'll just keep to Simran. Simran, to remember, to repeat, to focus on, that tona that continues to beej inside you, Simran. Simran. Garabhe. Garb here means womb, a mother's womb. Garb. Na means no. Nahi. Basa means to reside. Vasade. Rab ka simrane garbe na basa. The beautiful thing about translations is we talk about Santhya, and Santhya is when you learn to read Guru Granth Sahib Ji, how to pronounce certain things, where to stop, where the Visharams are. The beautiful thing about translations and the work that you guys are doing right now is your Santhya is happening automatically because you are understanding what you are reading. Next time you read this, you'll know you should stop right here at Simran. Prabh ka Simrane Garabe na basa. So it's not like a foreign language now. It's like, okay, you're understanding what this means, so you know where to stop. There are certain things like, well, the next line it'll say nasa. So do you put an adak there? Do you say that a little bit tight, or do you emphasis on sa? These things are great when you that you learn from Santhya as well. But this is kind of like Santhya, a minor version of Santhya through Sukhmani Sahib, translation version. So Prabh ke simrane garbe na basa. So those who do Simran don't go and come, don't come and go in the cycle of birth and death. 84 lakh jun ch nahi pende, they don't go in the cycle of Juna. Gurmukhi will say, ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਾਜ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਆ ਮਾਤਾ ਦੇ ਪੇਟ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਵਸਦੇ. They have options. You know what Kushi said, he goes, why would I leave such a door where I can go and come as I please? They have options. They're free agents. So ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰੇ Mata de ped ch nahi vasade. Those who do Simran don't go and come in the cycle of birth and death. So Prabh kya Simrane garbe na basa. We'll do a secondary arth here as well. So Garabe will translate as stomach here as well. You don't have to write this down. It's just extra information for those that want it. Some people want it, so we'll say it here. Pet. Garabe pet. So jede Simran ch leen ne Prabh kya Simrane, those absorbed in Simran, Garabena basa, they don't get lost, or they're not absorbed in just fulfilling their own stomach. So they do other things. They do paropakar. They're not just in it for themselves. So apna ted pan ch nahi vasade. Jehde Simran ch leen ne. So in English, those who do Simran don't live just to fulfill their own stomach, meaning they serve others with enthusiasm, are not stuck in the mindset of just themselves for accumulation. Mati ko putra kaise nachata hai. All right. So Prabh kya Simrane garbe na basa. The people that do Simran, they don't come in birth and death. Free agents, they got options. Prabh kya Simrane garbe na basa. People that do Simran, secondary artha, they're not just in it for themselves or fulfilling their own stomachs. We'll throw out a third arth here. Extremely deep artha. But I'll write it for you guys in Gurmukhi. Once again, you don't have to write this. But Simran Chaleen Mahapursha Brahma ji de garbe pet asankha anant prakashi prakash vishesh karke na the arth ite hoga vishesh karke basa vasde han. So jede Simran Chaleen Mahapursha Baba Harnaam Singh ji, Rampur Kheda, Sant Baba Gurocha Singh ji, Pinder Kala, Baba Nand Singh ji, Kaleram, Baba Buddha Sahib ji, Ehe Brahm ji de garbe pet, meaning in Brahm ji's stomach, meaning that Prakash Swaroop, the one that's in every little piece, they reside within that Prakash. Vishesh karke, ਉੱਥੇ ਵਸਦੇ ਨੇ. That's why they don't see duality. They don't see anything but the one. Their enemies and friends, they're the same to them. You know, that's asvarno, that's yosomati. Gold and mitti are the same to them. They have no lekha. They're not. There's no account for them. So those individuals. ਸਿਮਰਨ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪੇਟ ਅਸੰਖ ਅਨੰਤ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਵਿਸ਼ੇਸ਼ ਕਰਕੇ ਵਸਦੇ ਹਨ. So ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਘਰ ਬਿਨ ਬਸੈ. Take what resonates with you from here. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੁਖ ਜਾਮੋ ਨਸੈ. Okay, so ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ. So you guys already know what ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ is. Dukho. Dukho means pain. Dukha. From pain comes suffering. Jammo. Jam is messenger of death. Paran kaddan wala. Yamaraj ya ode doot ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ. So the ones that take the Atma away once his body collapses. Jammo, messenger of death. Nasa runs away, flees, ਦੌੜ ਜਾਂਦੇ. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੁਖੋ ਜਾਮੋ ਨਸੈ. Not only pain, but jam as well. You know, for those that read Rakhya de Shabd before they go to sleep or Kirtan Soila, Bani talks about this. How they go away, how they don't come near Simran. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੁਖ ਜਾਮੋ ਨਸੈ. In English, you can say, by doing Simran, pain, the messenger of death, run away. Nasa, ਦੌੜ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਪਾਪਾਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਛੋੜੇ ਦਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਜਮ ਦੌੜ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ. So Ji wrote things like the pain of separation from Vaheguru Ji, the pain of sin, the pain of vikar, jam as well, they run away. So Vaheguru Ji da simran karne karke vikaran papaਂ Vaheguru Ji de vichhode da dukh as well as jam ਦੌੜ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਨ. ਨਾਮ ਸੁਣਤ ਜਮ ਦੂਰ ਹੋ ਭਾਗੈ. So the jams run away from far away when they hear naam. Naam ਲੈ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਦੁੱਖ ਨਾ. So ਨਾਮ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਆ ਦੁੱਖ ਨਾਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ. They get destroyed. All right, we move on. ਰੱਬ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਾਲ ਉਪਰ ਹਰੈ. Once again, Prabh ka simrane. I think we're all familiar with that now. Kalo. What's Kal? Kal is death. Maut. Parhara. Parhara means udhar ho jandi, move ho jandi hai, moves away, dur ho jandi hai. So Prabh ka simrane Kalo parhara. Kalo jalo jammo jo hai na saka sache seo levelai he levelai sache Vaheguru ji naal death the jal of death jam jo hai na saka, they don't even come near, they don't come close. Jo teso seve so abinasi na teso kal santai he ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਤਾਉਂਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੇਵਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ. By doing Simran, death moves away. Prabh ka Simran Kalo Parhara. Vaheguru ji de Simran karne karke maut dur ho jandi hai. Prabh ka Simran Kalo Parhara. These are the fruits, these are the data, these are the gifts, these are the treasures, these are the khajane of Naam. This is what Guru Sahib Ji Panjveं Paatshah gave us. These are like the guarantees. Bhai chakko bhai, here you go. Prabh ka simrane dosman uttara. Prabh, Vaheguru ji, Akal Purkh ji, Parmeshwar ji, Govind ji, kya de simrane simrane naal simran karne karke. What happens? Here's another gift. Dosman uttara. Dosmano, Doshman, enemies, Doshman. Tara withdraws. Tal jande ne. Prabh kya simrane dosman uttara. Enemies, Doshman, Tara, Tal jande ne. Vaheguru ji de simran karke Doshman tal jande ne. By doing Simran, enemies withdraw. Now, who's an enemy? Are we talking about physical enemies? Are we talking about internal? Are we talking about Kam? Are we talking about Krodh? Well, each of us have our own enemies that we're always fighting with, I guess. So what does this mean to you from that perspective? What is your battle? Prabh ka simran dosman uttara. Is it Kam? Is it Krodh? Is it desires? Is it love? Is it moh? Is it that attachment piece? Is that mamta piece? Is that hankar? Is it that relationship piece that rifts in relationships? What is that? What is that Doshman? What is that enemy? One of the things Bhagaji writes for an enemy is that to a dushman is Vaheguru Ji de vich chhodega. The things that take us away from Vaheguru, that's a dushman. So someone that does Simran, their enemies go away. Na ko mera dushman raha, na hum kiske bair aaye. Na mera koi dushman raha, na main kisi da vairi raha. Brahma upasaro pasareo pitare. Inside me, all I see is that prakash. Satguru te soji pai, my guru taught me this. I understood this from my guru. I put it in practicality. Did the vyas. Is soji jedi, this understanding, this practicality I got from my guru. Na ko beri nahi begana sagal sange humko bane aayi. Jo prabh ki 900 pal manyo eh samate sadhu te pai. I understood this from the sadhus. Who the sadhu? Biggest sadhu is Guru Granth Sahib. I understood this from my guru. Prabh ka simrane 200 notta hai. Prabh simrat. Kacho begano na lag hai. So Vaheguru Ji nu chete karte hain. Prabh Vaheguru Ji simrat by remembering, by jo japa chete karte hain Vaheguru Ji nu. What happens? Kacho. Kacho means any, koi bhi, kuch bhi. Kacho. Begano. Begano here is obstacle. Rukavat. Aukad. Na. No. Nahi. Laga means attaches or lagda. Kind of like clings, like attaches. Kochi lagdiya. So prab simrat kacho. Any begano obstacle na nahi laga attaches. Kacho kojbi begano rukavat aukad na nahi laga lagdi. By doing what? Prab simrat. So, Bhagaji writes this as Vaheguru Ji nu prem naal simar de. Through love, Gurmat anusar, sansari karaj, worldly things, worldly duties, dharma karaj, religious duties, Brahma Ji di prapti, in the kam of meeting the Creator, kacho rukavat nahi lagdi, kojo rukavat nahi lagdi. So by doing Simran with love, no obstacles impend, no obstacles are met. Prab Simrat, kacho bega no na laga. So we have Bhai Mani Singh Ji, Bhai Mani Singh Ji, great shaheed in our history. Family full of shaheeds, his family. So the Jalad's order, he be cut piece by piece. By Mani Singh Ji, it's like, yeah, okay, that's fine. They're about to start at his wrist. And he stopped, and he goes, no. He goes, that's not your order. He goes, your order is to cut me piece by piece, start at my finger, the first part of my fingertip. So the big one, the obstacle, they're carefree about it. They're not bothered by it. Because he's lean in Simran, they're not bothered by these obstacles. Prime example, Bhagaji himself. I remember when he had his, the strokes happened and a lot of Sangat and all the young guys, all of us we went even at the hospital, all that. So his whole journey from then on, his kidneys came to like 17% and all that kind of stuff. Till today, he could barely, he's half paralyzed, half his side. Till this day, you go and see him, he's doing Jaikare. like bole so na holo, just he walks. He could barely walk. He gets a walker. He walks around the house. He doesn't sit. He doesn't rest. So yeah, physically they might be, you know, they live in a body. They call that body just one second, Pagaji, or all these guys, all of us, we all have bodies. So they're not affected by these obstacles that come to them. They're not down by these obstacles. In fact, they gladly, you know, jab aapki yaad nidan bane atahi ran main tab jooj maru, when my age comes to the end of its age, may I die in the battlefield fighting with Guru Gobind Singh Ji. You know what I mean? These guys ask for these things, like this mindset, this Sikh mindset is one of chardi kala, that kala, that shakti that keeps on rising and rising and rising because Prabh Simrat. So Prabh Simrat kacho begano na lag. They're not cared. They don't care about these things. They're not set back by these obstacles. So Vaheguru Ji nu simarde ha, koi began nahi lagda. These guys aren't affected. The ones that do simran aren't affected. Prabh kya simrane, anand deno jata. So Vaheguru kya with simran is simran. An deno. An means night, then means day. So say rata dene, night and day. Jaga, you guys know what jaga means. Jaga means to stay awake. Jagde. So Vaheguru Ji de simran. An deno raat dine jaga jagde. Vaheguru Ji's kya with simran, an deno, night and day, jaga, awake. Now what's this mean? So Vaheguru Ji simran karne wale Gursevak vich, within seva, from moh, from maya, from mamta, from vikar, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਰਾਤ ਦਿਨੇ ਜਾਗਦੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਨੇ. Saimi Amir ji met Jahangir, and Jahangir asked him, you know, they start talking about a Mahapurush, who's a Mahapurush, and what kind of control do Mahapurushas have. And Saimi Amir ji goes to him, he goes, well, Pancham Pasha, that was a true Mahapurush, and then Sri Gita. He's like, oh man, whatever, all the conversation went on, but then he goes, well, the conversation came down to what kind of power they have, and what kind of control they have. Sami Amirji goes, if you're on top of a manja and there's a mouse underneath the manja, and you're standing with a soti, so imagine someone standing with a soti and the mouse tries to run out of that manja, and as it tries, that person is there and it's tapping on that, you know, mouse, so it doesn't let that mouse get out of the manja. He goes, they have that kind of control over their mind. They don't let a thought release unless they want to. And because they have so much power behind that thought, when it does release, sadha bachanata ladda. If Sad said something, it happens. That's why it happens, because they're so concentrated, so focused. They don't release a thought. They don't think unless they want to. So Prabh kya simrane, and obviously it's on a spectrum. Our job is to move towards simran, through simran. Some of these things, growth today, next day, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, however long it takes. Prabh kya simrane, an deno jaga. So Vaheguru simran karne wale Gursevak vich moh maya mamta vikara maya to raat dine jagde rehinde han. So those who do simran remain awake, vigilant, night and day, from, you could even say, ego, lust, attachment, maya, possessiveness, all that type of stuff, right? So those who do Simran remain awake, they remain vigilant night and day from their own ego, from lust, from greed, from anger, from attachment, from possessiveness, from illusion, from Maya. रब कै सिमरने पाँव ना ब्यापै. So Rab कै सिमरने, yep, we'll get up to there. Paul means fear. Dara. You know, there's a term I used to do. It goes, Nirpal ho, I said, Nirpal ho jante, Nirpal da simran karke, something like that. Those that meditate on the fearless become fearless. Na, nahi, beapa. Bothers, attaches, clings, affects, lagda. So Vaheguru ji de simran karne karke pav na beapa hai, pav nahi beapda. जपा जाप वाहिगुरु सिमरन करने वाले ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਭਾਵ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ. They are fearless. And obviously, as we start walking on this path, we start walking. One of the gifts is you start walking towards a fearless state. Those are absorbed in Simran, not affected, bothered by fear. So Prabh kya Simrane pauna beapa. So now Gyani say, once again, you don't have to write this down, just extra knowledge for you guys. Gyani say there are 7 types of fears. First fear is Yahapa, fear of this world. Second fear, Parlokpa, fear of the messenger of death, of Yamaraj, of what's beyond this world, what's happening there, what's going to happen to us there. Third type of fear is Janama Vedana, the fear of being born, the pain that we encounter when we are born. Fourth type of fear, Jat Deote. So fear of hard times on your tribe, on your community. Prime example, 1984. Because of the way you look, because you belong to a specific community, you get targeted. You're targeted. That fear. Anarakya. Fear where one cannot be protected. Koi chara nahi. You don't have the ability to protect yourself there. Anarakya. Sixth type of fear. Gupta. Hidden fears. Fears in the subconscious. The uprising of the subconscious fears. Seventh type of fear is aksmatar. Aksmatar just means all of a sudden. So a crash, car crash, plane crash, traumatic event that takes place and you're not even prepared for it. That type of fear. Little story on anarakya, fear where one cannot be protected. So Baba Hanam Singh Ji Rampur Kheda. If you haven't read Sekane, I highly recommend you go read that book. So it's about his jivan, it's about his life. And it's not like, and he was around just a little while ago as well. Maybe a lot of our parents' age probably have seen them, met them. He's sitting in meditation and he says Maya came to him. And he says he utilized his own energy and he tried to throw off Maya. And he said he couldn't do it. Anarakya, couldn't be protected. He tried himself, couldn't do it. And then he did Beinti to Guru Sahib. It's like, Maharaj, this is not in me, you help me from inside. And Maharaj came and took that illusion away. Maharaj came and took Maya away. This is why you need a Puran Guru, first of all. When you start hitting things like that, what are you going to do? You need a Puran Guru. But that's one example of that. Another example of Gupta. Once again, guys, don't write this stuff down, but I just want to share something with you guys. So Gupta is a hidden fear. So there are two types of traumas. Sorry, guys, I know social work theory coming in again a little bit, but it just fits so well with the hidden fears. There's something called big T trauma and something called little T trauma. Now, big T trauma is something that we know is traumatic. You don't have to ask that person, oh my God, how was that for you? No, like we look at 1947, the partition, the people that took place, the people that were involved in that. 1984, we look at physical abuse or even witnessing physical abuse, like as a child, you might have witnessed some of this stuff. A serious accident, civil war taking place, assaults, different types of assaults in childhood. These are big traumatic events that alter our brain. And they're small traumatic events. This can be bullying. This can be seen as emotional neglect. A parent not being available for their child. And that might happen because the parents are going through their own things and, alcohol might be one of the ways they try to self-medicate and all that kind of stuff, but emotionally neglecting. And this can be, that can be seen as a big T, but it also can be seen as small T if this is like, it happens once in a while, and in like a spouse relationship, you're one person's trying to be vulnerable and open themselves up, the other person shuts them down, and they don't want to have these conversations. So the emotional neglect, if there's like an ongoing medical issue, if there are financial hardships. So some of the things that come up with these small T traumas is like shame. You feel left out, you feel guilty. These things build up over time. So as these small traumatic events build up over time, they get just as intense as these big T traumatic experiences. Now, what happens in the amygdala is our animalistic brain, a reptilian brain, because all animals have it. Now, in a normal brain, if we sense danger, we're about to be hit by a car or some sort of dangerous event comes up, our brain, the amygdala, shoots a signal, and it sets off the fight and the flight response. There's danger coming. What are we going to do? Okay. Once that danger passes, a normal brain goes back into equilibrium. A brain with trauma, it sets off fight or flight to dangerous situations, but also to memories of certain traumatic events. So this brain that's dealing with this small T trauma that's been built up over time, or this big T trauma, is in a state of hypervigilance, and it's an anxiety response that takes place. And it's sometimes events not even taking place, but it's the memory, it's the thought of that event that triggers the amygdala to jump high. So they react according to their rigid brain patterns that have been created. They're totally aware of their internal landscape at this time. It's because it's deep within their subconscious, these things that come out. I would even take this further and say, we've had many houses like these when we came in our mother's wombs before. Sometimes we were kide, sometimes we were patange, sometimes we were machhiyan, sometimes we were deer. 84 lakh June bho ke aaye. We came from 84 lakh June. Imagine all the traumatic events that happen within those situations, and we are still the same. It's just the bodies that have shifted. They call this a randeep. I'm sure this is a 40-year-old body sitting in front of you guys. 42, 43 years ago, it was probably called something else. It was probably in a different form. So all that traumatic stuff, it's with us. So how do we get rid of this? So Maharaj brings it back. Maharaj, and people are using like cognitive behavior therapy. A lot of meditation, a lot of aspects of meditation are being used in there. A lot of like transcendental meditation. This is a tool people are using to, people can't sleep. People are hypervigilant all the time. These are tools that people are given. And what is that? What is TM meditation? It's what Maharaj gave us, Guru Nanak Sahib Ji gave us in the 1400s. It's Simran. It's putting your concentration on a shabd. They use different mantras. But what is most powerful mantra that Guru Sahib Ji gives? Vaheguru mantra. So Prabh keh simrane pauna beape. The fear, once we start doing Simran, it brings the amygdala back online. It calms things down. And when you're calmed down, now you can start reacting instead of you can start responding instead of just reacting in the situation. So you're a bit more calmer, and your the emotions are a bit more regulated. There's a change in the brain pattern from rigidity to flexibility as well. So Prabh kya simrane. Fear does not arise. These things start moving away. These things start moving away. A lot of research is showing that by doing transcendental meditation, which is mantra meditation, which is Simran, a lot of things are the amygdalas are calming down. People are able to sleep that can't sleep. People that have post-traumatic stress issues are able to handle a lot of their situations. So I'm not saying this is the only thing we need to be doing. Diet, health, we owe it to ourselves to take care of ourselves and all that kind of stuff. But Simran is a key that Guru Sahib Panjam Pashi is giving us and telling us what its effects are. You know, Maharaj talks about Sahaj Santoro Kisigariya Mitha Bolani. Maharaj talks about speaking sweet. Well, if you're going to speak sweet, Maharaj tells us, be sweet with yourself first. Be gentle with yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Be kind to yourself. You know, Maharaj talks about, like Krishna ji, Kabira jaha gyan taha dharma hai, jaha chot taha paap, jaha lobh taha kala, jaha khema taha aape. Where there's knowledge, there is righteousness. Where there's truth, there is paap. Where there are lies, where there's falsehood, there is sin. Jaha lobh taha kala hai, where there's greed, there is kala, there's death itself. Jaha khema taha aape, where there's forgiveness, khema. Jaha khema taha aape, where there's forgiveness, there's the creator itself. If you're going to forgive, first forgive yourself. Start with yourself. Whatever happened, whatever you might have gone through, whatever you're going, it's not your fault, man. It was never your fault. You're not to blame. Forgive yourself first, and then let's get rid of that shame. Let's get rid of that guilt and start working. And so once again, coming back to this, Prabh kya Simran. Oh no, by doing Simran, fear does not enter. Amazing tool Guru Sahib Ji gave us. So okay, let's do this line as well. Prabh kya Simran. Sorry for the rant, but okay. Prabh kya Simran. So by doing Simran, Dokho not santapa. Dok means dok, pain, not, no, nahi, santapa. Torment or suffer. So, संताप दा दिखाउंदा प्रभ कै सिमरन ने वाहिगुरु जी सिमरन करने करके दुख pain not संताप है. It doesn't, you don't suffer from it. There's no, this संताप दा नहीं दिखाउंदा नहीं. So by doing Simran, one does not suffer pain. Now, these are just examples of pain. You have your own example. So by doing Simran, one does not suffer the pain of death, of sin, of separation from Vaheguruji, right? But what it means is by doing Simran, dokho na santapa, one is not tormented by dok. So Gurumukhi Punjabi chapa kain mange. I'll write it out for you guys. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਜਮਾ ਮਹਾਪਾਪਾਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਛੋੜੇ ਦਾ ਦੁੱਖ ਦਿਖਾਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ. So all these types of different pains, they don't affect a person. It's through Simran we start meeting our love, our true self. Prabh kya Simrane dokho na santapa. रब कैसे मराने दोखो न संताप. All right, guys, I know we only have like 23 minutes left in this session. There are 2 more lines that I want to get through, but before we go there, I know it's been a heavy session. So let's take about 15 minutes and write what these lines mean to us. What's going on in our life? What are we talking to Maharaj about today? What's that connection? What are we getting out of this? So let's take 15 minutes to write, and then for the last sort of 5 minutes, we will move towards the last 2 lines, and we will end off with that. So let's take that time to write. What does this mean to us? Talked about different types of fears. We talked about the datta, the ability to stay awake, the ability to stay vigilant. Obstacles, they come, but not being affected by obstacles, and bring them on. All right, let's go. What enemies are we talking about? Kala parhara, death moving away. Dukho jamunasa. Garbe nambasa. Bani, residing within. What does all this mean to us? So yeah, guys, I'll play some kirtan in the background. Let's take about 15 minutes and get ready.
कसम खाऊं जिस रखिया इस दिल न विसार अंधी कमी अंध मन अंधिया अंधी कमी अंध मन मन अंधे तन अंध चिकड़ लाइए क्या थिए जा टूटा पत्थर बंद बंद टूटा देरी नहीं ना तुल्हा ना हाथ नानक सच्चे नाम बिने ओ कहते डूबे साथ तेताई नानक सच्चे नाम बिने कहते डूबे साथ खसम छोड़ दूजे लगे ओ डूबे से अनजारिया तेताई तांजे कसम छोड़ तुझे लगे डूबे से बंजारिया जिन्हें निराज साज हम किए तिसे विसार अमर लगी तिसे विसार अमर लगी रानी तू आया लाहौल रानी तू आया लाहौल रानी तू आया लाहौल सोई कम करी जितम को उजला सोई कम करी जितम को उजला तू आया लाल खर्च बन चंगियाइयां खर्च बन चंगियाइयां मत मन जाने कर खर्च बन तू आया लाल सो पिछकारी जित मैल न लागे सो पिछकारी जित मैल न लागे सो पिछकारी फरीदा जिन्नी कमी ना है गुण फरीदा फरीदा जिन्नी कमी ना है गुण ते कमले विसार जिन्नी कमी ना है गुण ते कमले विसार मत सिर निंदा की गई साईं दे दरबार ते ताई तांजे तू आया लाल तू आया लाल मत सिर निंदा की गई साईं दे दरबार क्यों आकाली बात ओथे सच्चो ही सच निकले साईं दे दरबार साईं दे दरबार ओथे सच्चो ही सच निकले चुन वक्त कदे जग मालिया साईं दे दरबार साईं दे दरबार पूर्ण खुटे मानका और सच गई साईं दे दरबार जानते हैं जी धर्मराय जब खावांगे क्या मुख लेके जाएगा सिमरन भजन दया नहीं कीनी और तुम चोटा खाएगा साईं दे दरबार साईं दे दरबार तुम चोटा खाएगा साईं दे दरबार ਨਾਨਕ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਾਪ ਕਰੇਂਦੜੀ ਸਰ ਪਰ ਮੁਠੇ ਅਜਰਾਈਲ ਫੜੇ ਫਰ ਪੁੱਠੇ ਦੋਜਿਕ ਪਾਏ ਸਿਰਜਨਹਾਰੇ ਉਹ ਲੇਖਾ ਮੰਗੇ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਲੇਖਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਲੇਖਾ ਬੜਾ ਕਰੜਾ ਬੜਾ ਸਖਤ ਹੈ ਆਪਣੇ ਬਾਣੀਆਂ ਦੀ आपने मिसाल दी गुरु नानक पातशाह लेखा मंगे बाणिया क्या मुख लेके जाएगा धर्म राय जब लेखावांगे फिर लेखा किना लेना जी दे दीवार अनक पर्दे में परदारा संग खाते चित्र गुप्त जब लेखा मांगे तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके चेताई तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके ओ साईं दे दरबार तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके प्राणी तू आया लाल लगा इतनी कुफतरे सब मुक्ति चली रे ओ सब मुक्ति चली रे रहन का भाव इतनी रात नहीं है उम्र है रानी तू आया लाहौरन लगा किस को पकड़े सब मुक्ति चली रैन नानक दास तुझे समझावत सोई कम करी जिद मुख जिला बाबे ने की ये तेरी बड़िया संग गोविंद मिलने की ये तेरी बड़ी गोविंद मिलने की गोविंद मिलने की ये तेरी बढ़िया नौवीं बात थे बहादुर कर्मों के लिए ध्यान देना बाल जवानी और बिरद फूल बाल जवानी और बिरद फूले तीन अवस्था जान बाल गुरु नानक पातशाह फरमाते चले प्यार लगा खान दूध बाल पहले प्यार लगा खान दूध बाल दूजे माँ बाप की सुध बाल तीजे भैया फांसी बेब बाल चौथे प्यारी पन्नी फेंक बाल.
All right, guys, let's come back, finish up your last sentences, and we'll get back to it right after this. These two lines, you guys can go back to the writing piece, which I think is a key to this particular course. It's that writing piece that's gonna help us develop our relationship with Guru Sahib. You can listen to Katha on Sukhmani Sahib. So many people have done amazing Katha on Sukhmani Sahib. But I think the piece of writing and conversating with Guru Sahib, in that is ardas. It's not formal ardas from that perspective, but that is your ardas. That is that conversation that happens. And there's nothing sweeter and nothing more beautiful than, I believe, than that conversation that you have with your Guru in your own relationship. So Prabhu ka simranu sadh keh sange. So Prabhu, Vaheguru Ji. So in English, well, you know what we'll do for English? We'll do this. Prabhu ka, we'll just put it together. Because then we'll say Vaheguru Ji's, right? Gurumukhi will, yeah, okay, we'll keep that separate. We'll say Vaheguru Ji de, right? Simrano. So Simran. So Vaheguru Ji's Simran. Prabhu ka Simrano. Vaheguru Ji's Simran. Prabhu ka Simrano. Vaheguru Ji de Simran. Sadh. Now, who is a sadh? Sadh can be taken in different ways. But would you translate this straight as Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji? Sadh can be seen as someone that conquers the mind. Sadh can be seen as a saint. So Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, biggest sadh, Sant Mahapurush, Manu sadhan wale. So sadh akriyat manu jeda sadh daya manu sadhan wala. That's what you call a sadh. Guru Granth Sahib Ji will take here. Sadh. No bigger sadh than Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Kya? With the Sangha. So Sangha means Nal, in the Sangat of, in the company of Sangha. So Prabhu ka simrano sadh keh sange. So now in this body, Maharaj showed us that the different gifts that he gives that we get by doing Simran. Now the question is, well, where do we get this Simran? How do we get this Simran? So Maharaj says, Prabhu ka Simrano sadh ka sange, by connecting with lovingly with Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Simran is obtained. This is a gift. This is a gift given to us by Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, by Panjve Pasha Ji. Simran Jogo Jogatal Tan Tan Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji ਦੇ ਪਰਮ ਪੂਜਨੀਕ ਸੁਭ ਸੱਚੇ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਚਰਨ ਕਮਲਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਲੱਗਣੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ. So Simran is obtained by connecting with Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So from connecting with Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, from connecting, going to the Gurdwara, sitting in Sangat, not getting caught up in other things, but sitting in Sangat. The reason we're there, doing seva, you connect with, energy is contagious, right? Sitting in Sangat and doing Simran with multiple other people, that energy that gets built, we all start sharing it, right? It's a contagious thing that gets passed around. So imagine being in the Sangat of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. That energy is contagious. There are other things that, when it comes to energy is like, yeah, it's contagious. Just leave it at that. But try it. Put in practicality and see. Even if you're a couple, sit together and do Simran. If you're a child and a parent, if you're just friends, or if you're alone with Guru Granth Sahib Ji, sit there, sit with Shabad, sit with Simran. So, Prabhu ka Simrano sadh ka sange, sarv nidan nanak hare range. Sarva means all. Nidan, beautiful word, amazing word. Treasures, khajane. Nanak. So out of respect, you'll see all the Guru Sahib Jis, they write Nanak at the end of their Bani. Because Pehle Pasha Ji hoya, Ade Gur E Namaha, that respect is shown. So, but this is Panjve Pasha Ji speaking. Same thing. Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj, Nanak. Hare, Hara Para Karne Wale, the one that brings everything back to life, Hare Vaheguru Ji, straight. Range, sure you guys really like this word. Love, Prem, Anand, Rasa. Sarva Nidan, Nanak Hare Range. By falling in love with Vaheguru Ji, Hare Range. So Panjve Pashi says, Nanak, Panjve Pashi says, by falling in love with Vaheguru Ji, Sarva Nidan, all treasures are obtained. Panjve Pashi spoke about all the treasures, a lot of the treasures that we get by doing Simran. We get Simran from Sangat. By falling in love with Simran, all treasures are obtained. Char Padartha, all these sort of things. Here, you got Nam, humbleness, forgiveness, a sense of ease, sense of sedge, tranquility. But once again, you could put anything here when it comes to treasures. Gurmukhi. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਨਾਲ ਰੰਗ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਕਰਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਹਰ ਰੰਗ ਚੜਨ ਤੋਂ ਸੋ ਜੋ ਰੰਗ ਚੜਦਾ ਰੰਗ ਲਾਗਤ 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 ਹੈ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਰੰਗ ਸਤ ਸੰਤੋਖ ਦਇਆ ਧਰਮ ਵਿਚਾਰ ਨਿਮਰਤਾ ਗਰੀਬੀ ਖਿਮਾ ਧੀਰਜ ਆਦਿ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਗੁਣਾ ਸਹਿਤ ਨਾਮ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਖਜ਼ਾਨੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ you get all the treasures of naam which is obtained through sangat which is given is a gift Vaheguru mantra is a gift given to us by Guru Sahib ji. So by falling in love with the Vaheguru ji, all treasures are obtained. We'll translate this one more way for those of you that want. Very deeply loving artha. Sarvananan Nanak Hare Range. Falling in love with Vaheguru ji are all my treasures. Meaning, Raj na chaho, mukta na chaho, man preet chan kamlare. I don't want kingdoms, I don't want mukti, I don't want salvation. I just want to fall in love with you. Guru Sahib ji saying that. Falling in love with the Vaheguru ji is my treasure. That is the treasure. Doing bhakti with the cha, with the utsha, with the enthusiasm of the Atma, with the soul. What a beautiful place to be. Minds. Hare Vaheguru ji da prem hi sare anand ras da khazana hai. So Vaheguru ji da prem, the love of Vaheguru ji, ehi sare ras anand da khazana hai. This is everything for me. I don't want anything else. This is it. This is everything. So next week we'll get started on the next section. I read they said they know made they. Appreciate you guys coming out. The last piece on vulnerability. You know, we think that to be courageous, you know, to be brave is to be courageous all the time. Without vulnerability, courage isn't present. Guru Gobind Singh Ji first gave Amrit di Daat to Panj Pyare. Imagine a guru giving you a daat, and then that same guru, Guru Gobind Singh Ji, bows down in front of Panj Pyare and says, "Can I have this daat from you guys?" That humbleness, that vulnerability at that time, that same person that has ability to chop multiple heads off is that same person asking for Amrit Daat, right? Vulnerability is from vulnerability, courage comes too. So be gentle with yourselves. Don't hate on yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. Try to get a practice going with Simran. And I'll see you guys next session. Appreciate you guys coming out. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Sodam chitna avai, sodam bil aja, chetai paane. Gobind mein ki, ek teri Maria. Gobind mein ki.
What's going on, everyone? Hope you all can hear me. Okay, so let's just recap last week. So, Sukhmani Sukha Amrit Prabh Naam. Let me know if you can't hear me or anything, or if you can't see my screen. If it's too small, I can make it bigger as well. So Sukhmani Sukha Amrit Prabh Naam Bhagat Jana Ke Man Visram Rahao. So Sukhmani Sahib is Waheguru Ji's naam, and it bhagਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਸਦਾ ਆ. Sukhmani Sahib is the Bani that gives a sense of ease to the minds of the readers, of the practitioners. Rahao Vishram, contemplate on this. Sow it inside your heart, beej it inside you. Ite vichar karo. Prabh kya simran garbe na basa. Maharaj ji simran jede karte hai, oh garb ch nahi basde, 84 lakh joon ch nahi aunde. The people that do simran, they don't come and go in birth and death and the cycle in 84 lakh joon. Prabh kya simran dukh jamo nasa. Simran karne naal jede jamme ta jede ਸਾਰੇ ਦੁੱਖ ਆ ਦੂਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫਲ ਆ so by doing simran messengers of death, the messenger of death and pain, they go away, they flee. What kind of dukh are we talking about? It depends what each of us are going through, what type of dukh we're going through. That type of dukh, it could be, separation from Waheguru Ji, could be whatever we're going through. Prabh kya simran kaal upar har hai. Simran karne naal death moves away as well. Maut jehdi oh vi dur ho jandi a. Jehde dushman a oh vi tal jande ne. So the enemies, they withdraw as well. Now, what type of enemies? Hopefully you guys have had a chance to write in your journal styles of what type of enemies you're dealing with and what you're trying to overcome right now. Could be calm, could be krodh, could be low, could be someone at work that you're trying to deal with and trying to resolve issues with and see how you're going to approach them next time. So there's that conflict doesn't get too extensive or something like that. So whatever you're going through, the dushman oh vi tal jande, could be internal. Prabh simran ta kacho begun na lag gaye. So no obstacles come in the way of those that do simran. Means no obstacles kind of like attached to them. So the obstacles that do come, you sort of become carefree about those obstacles as you move along the path, as you dive deeper into simran. They start kind of like faded memories. So these big ones, these obstacles kind of you start caring about them. You're like, okay, you know what? This is pana. It's okay. And let's deal with it and move on. And you stop contemplating on them. As, once again, everything on a spectrum. Doesn't mean this is happening overnight. Everything's on a spectrum. Prabh kya simran ande no jaga. Jede simran karde ho raat de ne, seva de vich jagde rehinde ne. Kaam krodh loh moh ahankar maya ogana to jagde rehinde ne. Those that do simran remain vigilant. They remain vigilant in their simran. They remain attentive, focused in their simran day and night. They're always, if we get attached to a person, we think of them all the time, or even someone that we don't appreciate. They're always coming in our minds. Just like that, naturally, the ones that do simran, they're always constantly, their minds start going towards simran all the time. They have a break, they go towards simran, they start thinking about Maharaj, they start thinking about our history, they start thinking about Guru Sahib Ji. They become vigilant from the things that take us away, that take them away from Guru Sahib Ji. Kaam, krodh, loh, moh, ahankar, possessiveness, maya, or anything else that might be doing that. Prabh kya simran pauna vyapa, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ. So they're not affected or bothered by fear. We talked about the 7 types of fears. one of them being the subconscious fear. Prabh kya simran dukho na santap hai. They're not tormented, they're not suffering in dukha. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੁੱਖ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੰਤਾਪ ਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਦਿਖਾਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਆ। These are ਦਾਤਾਂ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦਾਤਾਂ ਬਖਸ਼ਦੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ। So ਦੁੱਖ can be ਜਮਾ ਜੂਨਾ ਦਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਛੋੜੇ ਦਾ, or whatever else kind of dukh each of you are sort of dealing with and handling right now in your lives. Prabhu ka simrano sadh keh sange. Where do you get simran? This dat that Mara talks about, you get jivan mukti, we're going to be talking about riddhiyan, siddhiyan, no, nidhiyan, all these treasures, everything. Where do you get this simran? Sadh keh sange. The sangat of the sadhu, the biggest sadhu, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Sangat, going to the Guru Kar and not being absorbed and, oh my God, why are they doing this? Why are they? No, being in the Guru Kar and focusing on what you actually are there for. Focusing on the Shabd, focusing on the Bani, focusing on the Seva. Guru Granth Sahib Ji Seva Karni. Sadh keh sang, or Sang of Mahapurushas. Kind of hard to know who a Mahapurush is, right? Don't want to go down a dangerous path either. But that's why biggest sadh Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Sangata Guru Granth Sahib Ji, right? And yeah, those Puran Mahapurushas as well, right? Manu sadhan wale jede ya. So that's where we get simran. Prem karna, Guru Granth Sahib Ji na prem karna simran prapt honda hai by loving Guru Granth Sahib Ji, falling in love with Shabda, falling in love with Guru Sahib Ji, our history, simran is obtained. Sarvanidan, Nanak Hare Range, all these treasures that Maharaj has spoken about above, below more treasures, Maharaj is going to talk about more that we're going to do today. But all these we gain them from falling in love with Guru Granth Sahib Ji, with Simran, with Vaheguru Mantra. So everything so far, what I'm understanding from this so far is that everything comes back to Simran. Everything comes back to your practice of Vaheguru Mantra of Gurbani. So falling in love with Vaheguru Ji, the second artha of this is beautiful, is the treasure. Sarvaninan, all the treasures, Nanak Hare Range, Guru Sahib says, is Hare Range, is falling in love with Vaheguru Ji. That is the treasure, nothing beyond that. So we're going to start here today. Prabh kya simrane redde siddhe no nidde. So guys, if we can put our phones away and get focus a little bit, put in airplane mode if you want to, or give yourself that time to be present with the next party that we're going to do today. To get zoned in a bit, I will go through Sukhmani Sahib. I'll read up to the second party. I want you guys to, focus on the ton or focus on the translations, or let your mind go wherever it may. So either on the ton or on your own voice, or I'll be saying it. You're absorbed in that concentration of what you're hearing, or you're absorbed in what the meaning is. If the mind runs out of these places and goes to, what am I going to have for lunch today? Bring it back with love. That's what it does. It's been trained for multiple lives doing that. Bring it back with love. Bring it back to the Shabd. No judgment. Don't hate on it. Don't judge it. That's all we got to do. Just bring it back. Gauri Sukhmani Mahalla Panjama Saloko Ik Oankar Sate Gur Prasade Ade Gur E Namaha Jogade Gur E Namaha Sate Gur E Namaha Sri Gurudev E Namaha Astpadi Simarao Simare Simare Sokho Pavao Kale Kale Satan Mahe Mitavo सिमरो जासो बिसुम पर एक नाम जपत अगनत अनेक वेद पुराण सिमरत सुदाख्यर कीने राम नाम एक आख्यर किनका एक जिस जी बसावै ताकि महिमा गनी न आवै कांखी एक दरस तुहारो नानक कोन संग मोहे उदारो सुखमनी सुख अमृत प्रभ नाम भगत जना कै मन बिसराम रहाओ प्रभ कै सिमरन गर्भ न बसै प्रभ कै सिमरन दुख जम नसै प्रभ कै सिमरन काल पर हरै प्रभ कै सिमरन दुश्मन टरै प्रभ सिमरत काछो बेगन न लागै प्रभ कै सिमरन अन दिन जागै प्रभ कै सिमरन भौ न व्यापै प्रभ कै सिमरन दुख न संतापै प्रभ का सिमरन साध कै संग सर्ब निदान नानक हरे रंग. So let's get our books or files, or if we're doing this on our computers or writing it out, and let's get to, I believe this is page 30 for those that have joined new. I believe this might be page, so mine's on 27. Okay, I've been writing, so I think this might be 30 though. So Prabh kya simrane red sid no nid. Okay, yeah, Sundar saying yeah 30. Gurkaren saying 27. So right after the two, so you'll see this two right here. Sarvanam Nanaghare Nange is right after that. So we're starting the third party. Prabh kya simrane red they said they know nid. So once again, Prabh kya simrane, we know this, right? Prabh Vaheguru kya with the simrane, remembrance, repetition, simran. Riddhi. Riddhi is a riddhi. Riddhi is Punjabi ji ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਵਰਤਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਨਾ ਮੁੱਕਣਾ. It's a type of a power to manifest material, we can say. So power to manifest material. That's a riddhi. Siddhi or Siddhi is Karamati Shaktiyan. So miraculous power. No means 9. Nidde, what a lot of the world we run after. Treasures, worldly wealth, khazane. Okay, so Riddhi, power to manifest material, Padartha vataunde na mukna, Siddhi, miraculous power, Karamati Shaktiyan, Siddhiyan, 9, Nidhi, Nidhiyan, treasures, khajane jade hai, worldly wealth. So Punjabi de vich Vaheguru ji nu ਪ੍ਰਭੂ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਰੋਮ ਰੋਮ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਕੇ, ਸੋ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਰਿੱਧੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਧੀਆਂ ਨੌ ਨਿਧੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ। In English, by doing simran, riddhiyan siddhiyan and no nidhiyan are obtained. So Prabhu ka simran hai riddhi siddhi no nidhi. By doing simran, riddhiyan siddhiyan no nidhiyan are obtained. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਰਿੱਧੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਧੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਨੌ ਨਿਧੀਆਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ। Secondary अर्थ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪੂਰਨ ਆਗਮ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਚ ਲੀਨਤਾ ਹੀ ਰਿੱਧ ਸਿੱਧ ਨੌ ਨਿਧ ਹੈ। So being absorbed in simran, that vismad simran, that tranquil simran. So being absorbed in simran is my riddhi, is my siddhi, are my non-nidhi. Meaning I don't look for these things. Don't need to go out of our way to obtain any of these. Simran is everything for me. Prabhu ka simran riddhi siddhi no nidhi. Being absorbed in simran is riddhi, is riddhi siddhi no nidhi. So example of a riddhi, ਛੇਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਸੀਗੇ ਭਾਈ ਰੂਪ ਚੰਦ ਜੀ। So Guru Hargobind Sahib ji the ਸਿੱਖ ਸੀਗੇ। That time Shah Jahan sent an army of 35,000 ਛੇਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਚੜ ਕੇ ਆਈ ਸੀ। They came and they wanted to capture, they wanted to come towards Guru Sahib ji ਛੇਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ। ਭਾਈ ਰੂਪ ਚੰਦ ਜੀ ਉਹ ਛੇਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ ਸਿੱਖ ਸੀਗੇ। So under the command of Lala Beg, the 35,000 army that was coming to capture Guru Sahib Ji, they were coming. At that time, there was a battalion of about 300 of these army, of the army that were coming, and they saw Bhai Roop Chand Ji on the way. Bhai Roop Chand Ji, he was a langari, he used to do seva langar. So he was going to give langar to ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੱਕੜ ਵਾਲੇ ਕੱਟਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਗਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਸਿੱਖ, they're cutting ਲੱਕੜ for langar and all that. So he was going towards them to give them langar where they were cutting ਲੱਕੜਾਂ. And so the 300, they came and they wanted to steal all the food there. No, but I can't play right now. So they're coming to steal. So they came to Bhai Roop Chand Ji and they're like, they're about to take all the langar. Bhai Roop Chand Ji said, "Tusi sare beh jao, pangta la ke beh jao, you all get fed." Bhai Roop Chand Ji put sabji on the prasada and sare anu vartati. He went and he gave it to the people that were the sects that were cutting the lakna as well, right? So padartha vartaundeya na mukana, that's called a riddhi. So the power to manifest material. I'll write something down here for you guys. Once again, you guys don't need to know this, but for those that want that extra knowledge, we'll write it here. So there are 18 siddhiyan, and Athamukh siddhiyan maniya gayiyan, the primary powers. I'll write them out individually for you. Animma, bahota chota ho jana, becoming very small. That's one. Mahima, bahota vadda ho jana, becoming very big. So these are known as mukh siddhiyan. Garima is the third one. Pari ho jana, becoming very heavy. Lagima hola ho jana, becoming very light. The fifth siddhi, you might see variation of siddhiyan. If you look at Buddhist literature, you might see a little bit of difference there as well. Man paudi vastu prapta kar leni, obtaining item of your mind's desire. So jo man chahe, wo jehdi vastu a wo prapta kar leni. So prakamya, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਨ ਦੀ ਜਾਣ ਲੈਣੀ, knowing what others are thinking. Ishita, ਆਪਣੀ ਇੱਛਾ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੇਰਨਾ, making others do as you wish, as you desire. Whatever you want them to do, you get them to do. ਵਸ਼ਤਾ, ਸਭ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਬੂ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ, ਆਪਣੇ ਵਸ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ. ਵਸ਼ਤਾ, controlling others. And then there are das gaun siddhiyan, they call them, kind of like secondary siddhiyan or like regular powers. The first and second, anuram, not feeling hungry or thirsty. Dur sravana, hearing what others are thinking from far away. Dur darshan, dur de nazare akha samne vekhne, seeing from far away, seeing things that are going on from very far away. Manoveg, just as the man, the mano, veg is like speed. So as the mind travels, and wherever it wants to go, it reaches, just like that, ability to travel where you want to go. Extremely fast. Kamrup, jeha man chahe teha roop dhar lena, taking on a form as your mind desires, as you wish. So parkaya or prakayan pravesh, parayan de kayan de vich shareer de vich pravesh ho jana, so duji de de vich pravesh ho jana, ability to get into someone else's body. Swachand mritu, apni ichha anusar mar jana, dying according to your own desire. Sar backkonth mukte mokh paye, ek nimk har ke gun gaye. Othe backkonth diyan jehdiyan muktiyan, char muktiyan maniyan gaiyan. So they say there are 4 types of muktiyan, 4 types of salvations there. And we'll get there. We'll talk about that. Apni ichha anusar mar jana. So dying according to your own desire. And then we have Sur Krida va Devtyan naal mil ke khelana, playing with the gods. So Sankalpa said जो चेतना जो संकल्प विच आउणा वो पूरा हो जाना। काले कलेस तन माह मिटावो, काले कल्पना, so संकल्प करना, to think of something. So जो चेतना, whatever you think, that gets fulfilled, which may lead to conflict. अप्रत्यहत गात, किसी थां जाण च कोई रुकावट ना पवे, having no obstacles to going any place you wish to go, going anywhere you want to go. So Maharaj also says, Nav Nidhi 18 Siddhi piche lagiyan phire, jo hare hirday sada vasaye. So 9 Nidhiyan, the 9 treasures, and the 18 Siddhiyan, ਇਹ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਫਿਰਦੀਆਂ ਆ। ਕਿਹਦੇ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਲੱਗੀਆਂ ਫਿਰਦੀਆਂ ਆ? who do they follow? Who do these siddhiyan and riddhiyan follow? ਜੋ ਹਰ ਹਿਰਦੈ ਸਦਾ ਵਸਾਏ, the ones that always have Vaheguru Hare on their hirday, on their hearts, the ones that stay in constant meditation. But Maharaj also says, riddhe siddhe sabo moho hai, these are all attachments. Namana vasai mane aaye. If you get caught up in these, you'll move away from Nam. This is not a Gursevak Jivan. This is not a path to Sikhi. Yes, these do come along the path. By Rup Janji. If you see in our history, you'll see a lot of stuff like this. It's always been used for Parapkar, to help others. It's never been used to gain for oneself. I remember we were Maltan Gurdwara once, and one of the sayings, he matha teked, and another, some Bajorg, he came up to him, he said, when you matha teked, he wasn't a Bajorg, but he came up to him, he said, well, when you matha take, this is what you're asking for. And I'm thinking, saying to him, and I'm thinking there to myself, why are you even, like, what's that got to do with anything? You're here for your own practice. You're here to do Simran. Who cares if you know what the other person is thinking? What's that got to do with anything? So some people do get caught up in this stuff. It's unfortunate, but this is in Sikhi. So Maharaj says right here, we just read it. Prabhu kaise read this, by being absorbed in Simran, yeah, in Riddhi and Siddhi, now Nidhi are attained, or by being absorbed in Simran, that is my Riddhi, that is my Siddhi, that is my non-Nidhi. That is everything for me. All right, let's move on. Prabhu ka simran gyan dhyan tattva bolte. Oh, I forgot one thing. So nidhe, there are different types of nidhiyan. In nidhiyan come things like diamonds, gold, silver, even clothes come, the different types of clothes that you want. So it's all worldly treasures. All right. Prabhu ka simran Gyano Tyano Tattva Bodhe. So Prabhu Vaheguru Ka with the Simran, repetition, remembrance. By doing Simran, those that do Simran, Gyana. Gyan means knowledge. Tyano. Concentration. Manavich lay on the kriya, bringing something into the mind and putting your focus on that. Sortanu takona, by focusing internally. Dhyan. Tattva. Tattva means essence, the mool, the nachod of everything. In that sense, it can mean Vaheguru as well. It can mean the form of the creator, because that is the essence of everything. So Tat Akriyat, just what does Tat means? It means essence. It means mool. It means modali cheez. It means the truth. It means asliyat. It means jedi sar vastu hove, the one that has the Tat. Like, what's the Tat of Guru Granth Sahib Ji? like Mool Mantra, you can say. You know, it's a Guru Granth Sahib Ji defines Mool Mantra. What is Guru Granth Sahib? Vaheguru Mantra. So it all talks about the one. The essence is Ek Onkar. Essence of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, one can say, is Ek Onkar. So what's the thought of everything? What's the essence of everything? Bodha means buddhi, intellect. Rab kya simran gyan dhyan tat buddhi, the buddhi that becomes the form of Vaheguru, the buddhi that understands what the essence is. So I'll write in English first. By doing Simran, knowledge and concentration are gained. So Jnana and Dhyan are gained, along with the mind becoming the form of Vaheguru. The mind realizing its true nature, its true essence. That buddhi, that mind that realizes the true essence of everything. In fact, it becomes the one. Man, tu jot sarup hai. My mind, you are that form of that one. You are that sarup. You are that jot sarup, that prakash that's in everything. Apna mool pashan. Realize your tata, realize your mool, realize your beginning, realize your essence. So Punjabi, Simran Dwara, Nirgun Sargun Brahm de Gyan, Dhyan Sahib. So with Gyan, with Dhyan, with understanding that Nirgun is that prakash that's everywhere. Sargun is a physical form. So Dase Pashayi, we can say it's a Sargun Sarup of that Jot, of that Nirgun. So Prabh ka Simrane Dwara, Nirgun Sargun Brahm the Gyan, understanding of that. Dhyan Sahit, Bodh Brahm Sarup ho jandi hai. So Simran Dwara, Gyan Dhyan naal, Buddhi jehdi a, oh Brahm Roop hi ho jandi hai. So by doing Simran, knowledge and concentration, yes, are gained, along with the mind becoming the form of the one. You know, once again, tu karta tu hu, I kept on saying you, and I became you. I'm gonna go a little bit deeper on this. So yeah, so that's the arth right there. Prabhu ka simran gyan dhyan tata buddhi. The buddhi realizes its true essence, gains knowledge, has ability to concentrate, gains an amazing ability to concentrate. Everything from Simran. So Prabhu, here Bhagavad translates that Dase Pasha, Guru Sahib Ji. Ona de Parapukara no Nirankar Surpagur Shabdan de Arth Jede. Arth are what you guys are doing right now, translations. The Simran Gyan Dhyan Wali Karok Bodh Brahm Sarup hai. So that Bodh that does Simran, you know, write that one in English as well. The mind that meditates, concentrates, and has wisdom of Gurbani, has wisdom of Guru Sahib Ji, has wisdom of Vaheguru Ji, is the form of Vaheguru. A state of a Brahmagani, a state of one that's a realized being, that's fully absorbed. So Prabhu ka simran gyano dhyan tato buddhi. We'll wait here for a few seconds. Yeah, by Roop Chandji Sakhi is interesting. There you can read up on a more. There's Rupa Nagar as well in Punjab. That's based on by Roop Chandji, like this. Yeah, let me show you guys. Right here, Roop Nagar. So Shiva Pasha he named this Nagar after Bhai Roop Chandji. That's where it is. Got Chandigarh down here. Got Ludhiana out to the left of it. Got Jalandhar up here. Yeah. There's a site there where Shiva Pasha gave him a karsha as well to do seva of langar. Shiva Pasha told him to do langar seva as well. A historical site. Okay. Prabhu kaise manane japa, tapa, puja. So once again, Prabhu kaise manane. You guys got that? Those that do Simran, through Simran. Japa. Japa is japana, mantra path, the repetition of a mantra. Internally, jivana, externally, with the mind, with the tongue, whatever it is. Japa. Repetition of a mantra. Tapa. Tapa is putting the body through rigor, through extremeness. Usually it's done with extreme heat. But tapasya karni, jor la ke karna kuch. The path of Sikhi is a marg of prema bhakti, doing things through love, with ease. But yeah, I mean, there's a time and a place for hot as well. But tapa, tapasya, putting the body through extreme conditions. Puja. The act of showing respect, service, sanman karna, pujan di kirya. The way I view this is like, devtiyan di puja karni, putting fruits in front of them, in front of the murtiyan, putting tikke on the fruits, putting rice there and different samagriya, that type of those types of acts. I'm going to show you guys an example from YouTube of what tapa looks like, what tapasya looks like. So tuniya take in all directions. I'll show you guys right here. Tuniya take, putting it on. So you put ag around. This guy's a sadhu yogi. So he's putting a fire, and they would do this in the extreme heat, like the months of June and July and that type of stuff. So they put their body through very harsh conditions. And now you would sit in the middle. So tuniya take, some people even have in the middle, they got more like fires going. And then they do tapasya like that, jorna. So like that, as you guys see there, right? So he's sitting in the middle amongst extreme heat, putting your body through like rigorous like activity just to, and it's a form of meditation. Here's another example of this is called tamo meditation, and that I'm going to show you now. I believe it to be a type of tapasya, and I mean, if it's not, you guys can definitely enlighten me, but I think this is a type of tapasya as well. I'll show you guys this.
Room temperature at the beginning of the ceremony was 40 degrees Fahrenheit. The water temperature was 49 degrees Fahrenheit, and the sheets measured approximately 3 by 6 feet. Most people exposed to these conditions would almost immediately go into uncontrolled shivering, their bodies desperately trying to generate heat. Yet shivering would not be enough, and body temperatures would continue to drop. Under certain circumstances, death could result. Yet the monks, through their tumo practice, were not only able to maintain body temperature, they somehow increased it. And soon it was apparent what they were capable of doing. Alexander David Neal never reported seeing steam. From a scientific point of view, tumo is a truly remarkable mind-body interaction where a spiritually based event generates a heat that is only now just beginning to be understood. From a spiritual point of view, his whole...
So, I mean, you guys can view more of that, but that's a type of tapa. That's called tamo bhakti. So, prabh ka simran, jap, tapa, puja, and it can also be that putting yourself through this tapa and repeating a mantra at that time, through that rigorousness, and doing puja like that. So we would translate this to being absorbed in Simran is jap, is tap, is puja. So Simran is my jap, Simran is my tap, Simran is my puja. Mantra meditation is everything for me. So Simran Pravach leen hon karke Guru Ji nu sir arpan rupi puja hai. So tan mano arpo puja charavo. So your mind, your tan, your body and your mind arpo, giving it. Puja charavo, that is the puja. I give that to my Guru. I give that in Simran. I sit, I meditate. Gur Prasad and Niranjan Pava, Guru Sahib does kirpa and you obtain Niranjan. Vaheguru Ji. Eho hi Vaheguru Ji da jap hai. That is jap too, that Simran. Nirgun Nirankar Chalinta Rupi tap hai. So in that light, in that prakash, becoming one with that prakash, that is the tap. That is our tapa. That's what we call it. That would be the difference between what a Sikhi marg is and what a tapasya marg is from that perspective. So Prabh ka Simran japa tapa puja. Simran is my japa, is my tapa, is my puja. So manotano nirmala hoa. My mind and my body became pure. Lagi sachi prite. How? When I fell in love. That's how my mind and my body became pure, by falling in love, not by anything else. Charan bhaje par Brahma ke. Jo Bani dived into Simran. Same japa tapa tin hi keet. That was my job, that was my tapa, and everything, that was everything for me, falling in love with Gurbani, with Simran. You know, this Marga Sikino Hasandian, Painandia Kavandia, like Mara talks about, you know, laughing and wearing clothes and eating and doing all that. Within this, you get mukti. So like that's a marga of Sikhi. It's through love. It's not through anything else. It's only love. Meditation, love, seva. प्रभ कै सिमरन बिन सै दूजा सो प्रभ कै सिमरन वाहिगुरु कै दे सिमरन बिन सै means नाश होना, destroy, बिनस जाना. दूजा can be, we can say two, like the second. We can say duality. The understanding that there is a difference between Vaheguru and others. That's duality. Dvaitapuna. Brahma te jeev nu juda mannan da bhav. So thinking that there's a difference, that Vaheguru is not in everything. They're still caught up in duality. Prabhu ka simaran bin sah dooja. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਉਜਲ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਨਾਲ ਦ્વੈਤ ਭਾਵ ਨਾਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ. By doing Simran, duality is destroyed. So Simran is what takes us to that oneness. Simran is what brings in compassion. Simran is what brings all these virtues in. So प्रभ का सिमरन बिन सै दूजा. So ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਦ્વੈਤ ਪੁਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦ્વੈਤ ਭਾਵ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਨਾਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ. By doing Simran, duality is destroyed. ਬਿਨ ਸੈ ਦੂਜਾ. Eventually you don't see any other, you only see the one. Reminds me very much so Baba Kanhaiya ji. Guru Gobind Singh ji asking him to give water to the wounded, and he's giving water to not only the Sikhs but to the Mughals that are fighting with the Sikhs. Guru Sahib ji getting happy and then saying, you know what, where you give water, do bandages on them too. Malam patti vi deti naal bhai, wrap them up, make sure everyone's good then. There's no duality anymore. Seeing the one in everything. On the other hand, Baba Deep Singh Ji is also seeing the one. He's cutting heads, but he's also seeing the one. Beautiful path. Prabhu ka simran bin sah dooja. Prabhu ka simran tirath isanani. So those that do Simran, by doing Simran, Tirath, Tirath is a sacred shrine, Pavitra Asthan. Tirath. So Tirath, sacred shrine, Tirath, Pavitra Asthan. Isanani is the person that does the Ishanan, is the one that bathes. Ishanan Karnavala. So if this was Isanan, it would be bathe. Isanani, the one that bathes. Ishanani. Ishanan Karnavala. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਾਮ ਰੂਪੀ ਸੱਚੇ ਤੀਰਥ ਦੇ ਸਦਾ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨੀ ਹਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਸੱਚਾ ਸਦਾ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨੀ ਹਨ by doing simran is taking a bath at a sacred shrine ਤੀਰਥ ਨਾਵਣ ਜਾਓ ਤੀਰਥ ਨਾਮ ਹੈ going and taking a bath at these tirths, that tirth for me is naam. Tiratho naam hai. And then Maharaj said, Tiratho sabdo vicharo antar gyan hai. Doing shabd, doing vichar, doing understanding what the shabd is saying, that produces gyan, that produces knowledge inside. That is my tirath. Simran is my tirath. So the one that bathes, Ishanani, Ishanan Karnavala. Prabhu ka Simran Tirath Isanani, doing Simran is taking a bath at a sacred shrine. So once again, Maharaj is stopping us from doing a lot of these kiryas and bringing us back to Simran. Focus on Bani, focus on Simran, focus on the Tona. Where do you get it? You get it in Sangat. How do you get it? You fall in love with Guru Sahib. You get it. Prabhu ka Simran dargah mani. Another Daat Maharaj gives. Dargah. Dargah is Sangat. Is Sachkhand, is creation, Brahmanda di Rachana, Sat Sangat, Sachkhand. The reason Dargah is, we're saying creation here, in the sense that the realization when everything, that Nirguna Prakash, that formless one, that formless Vaheguru, is within everything, is within creation. So the one that's everywhere, that's what we're trying to get to. So that one's court is everywhere. Dargah, Dargah. Prabhu ka Simran Dargah Mani. Mani means accepted. Manne. ਸੋ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੀ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਮਹਾਪੁਰਸ਼ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸੱਚੀ ਦਰਗਾਹ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਅਸਖ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਦੀ ਰਚਨਾ ਸਤ ਸੰਗਤ ਵਿਖੇ ਮੰਨੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ so what their requests whatever they say so those that do Simran their loving requests are accepted in Sangat and their loving requests are accepted in the creation because Vaheguruji is in the creation, and they're accepted in Sachkhand. They are accepted in Dargah. Their words are accepted there too. So ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਦਰਗਹ ਮਾਨੀ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਆ, ਉਹਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੋਲਿਆ ਇੱਕ ਸਾਧ ਬਚਨ ਅਟ ਲਾਧਾ, ਸਤ ਸੰਗਤ ਚ ਸਾਰੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਸੱਚਖੰਡ ਵਿਖੇ ਮੰਨੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ। So those who do Simran, their loving requests are accepted in Sachkhand, in Sangat and the creation. ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਨੇ ਦਰਗਹ ਮਾਨੀ, ਦਰਗਾਹ ਚ ਵੀ ਮੰਨੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਹੋਏ ਸੋ ਭਲਾ। ਹੋਏ, ਹੋਏ something like ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ, happens, ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ, or ਹੋਣਾ ਆ, that which happens, so oho, ਹੋਏ happens, so oho, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆ, that which happens. ਭਲਾ, ਭਲਾ means ਚੰਗਾ, means good. ਹੋਏ ਸੋ ਭਲਾ, so that which happens is good, right? So ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਹੈ। By doing Simran, that which happens is always good. So, Punjabi we would say, Simran dwara ਭਲੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਰ ਸਦਾ ਸਰਬਤਾ ਭਲਾ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ। So, that which happens is always sarvata pala. That by doing Simran, that which happens is always in the benefit of everyone. It's always good. Panjਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ sitting on an iron plate, or ਪਾਣੀ 'ਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਉਬਲਦੀ ਦੇਗ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਭਾਣਾ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਆ, whatever you do I find sweet. Those that do Simran, second arth here, accept whatever happens as pala, as good. Panjਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ going through all that to see here, and he still Maharaj da pala, pala ji, tera kiya meetha lage, whatever you do I find sweet. Hare naam padarth mange, nanak mange, just give me a naam, all I want is naam. Whatever you do I find sweet. So prabh kya simrane, hoye so pala. They reach these stages of whatever happens is good, is pala, is changa. ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਰਮ ਪਵਿੱਤਰ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਮਹਾਂਪੁਰਸ਼ ਜੀ ਜੋ ਹੋਏ ਸੋ ਭਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੰਨਦੇ ਹਨ, ਭਾਵ ਭਾਣੇ ਚ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਨ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਨ। It'll be interesting how you guys would apply this to your own lives. I mean, I also want to say this doesn't mean that you get stepped over and you accept that as like, yeah. Maharaj also says, Uddam karan dejiyo, tum live and trying, right? Akali Sahib will say, use your intellect when you do seva. Make sure you're not just blindly doing it like kadi utthe, kadi utthe, and you don't even know, like if you're giving donation, where's that money going? Or if you're doing seva and you're doing it with the right intention, but it's not going where it needs to go. Like use your intellect there too. So yeah, Hoisopala, learn from it, learn from everything. But Prabhu kaise marane Hoisopala, yeah, view everything as pala. But also having the capacity to fight for your circumstance as well. It's a lot of depth here. Prabhu kaise marane Hoisopala. It'll be interesting to see how you guys take this, how you guys write it out as it relates to your own lives. Prabhu kaise marane Sofal Fala. No, even after Panjam Pasha, Chain Pasha, he raised an army. After Nome Pasha, Dasme Pasha stepped up. These are inner battles as well, right? Having that courage, that ability to stand, being afraid but still standing for yourself, up for yourself. In whatever situations you guys might be dealing with internally. Could be at work, could be anywhere. Prabhu ka simran is sofal phala. So Vaheguru ji ka de simran repetition simran naal sofal. So Sresht phala. If you want to break it up, you can break it up. So would be Sresht, like the biggest, or like great. Phala is fruit. So Sresht phala, great fruit. And phala is faldehan, they blossom. Or fullat hona, falde. In English, we would say that as the greatest fruits blossom for those that do Simran. But ab kya Simran hai? Sofal phala, sofal phala. Great fruits blossom. Oh, phal jante hain, they phala. What falls? Sofal, the great fruits. And what are those fruits? Simran vich leen Gursevak, the ones that are absorbed in Simran. So the fruits, some of them, they're multiple. I don't think they're ending, but some of them, nimarta, garibi, humbleness, khima, ability to forgive, tiraj, shanti, nirvikarta. ਅਸੰਖ ਸ਼ੁਭ ਗੁਣਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਅਨੰਤ ਕਲਾ ਦੇ ਠਾਕਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤੀ ਰੂਪ ਸ੍ਰੇਸ਼ਟ ਫਲ ਸਹਿਤ ਫਲਦੇ ਹਨ. The ability to merge with the Creator. Even that fal. Vaheguru ji di prapti. Becoming one with Vaheguru. Jivan mukta. So Prabhu kya Simran hai? So phala. By doing Simran, great fruits blossom. path of love. Yes, we get a lot of stuff. You gain a lot, but it's never about that. It's about Simran. Karhe Bhagat Atam Kachai, which in Sukhmani Sahib too, we'll go through that. Doing Bhagati with the cha, with the essence, with the, I don't know how to say that in English, with the highness, with the cha of the Atma, of soul. Why? Just because. No reason. Just because that's what I love to do. That's Karhe Bhagat Atma Kachai. Not for anything, just for the sole purpose of doing it. So Prabh Kya Simran is so phala Sreshth phal jehda hai prapat hunda hai. Okay, guys, let's take like, oh, we got 20 minutes. Let's take 10 minutes and, or 12 minutes and write what some of this means to us. And then we will do the last two lines. Se simrahe jinabe simrai nanak ta ka lagao pai. Towards the end, I'll play some kirtan. So yeah, we got about 22 minutes. So let's get writing. What do these lines mean to us? How is this relating to your life right now? It's vast, man. Journal it out. Have a conversation with Panjwani Pasha. Talk to him. Write it out. Hoy so phala, dargah hamani, tirath isanani, benasad duja, what's duality going away, japatapa puja, so much going on here. Gyano teano tato buddhi, what is that buddhi? You know, reaching that buddhi, no riddhiya, siddhiya, nidhiya. So yeah, so let's get writing for 11 minutes and then we'll come back. I'll play some kirtan in the meantime. By the way, this is by Lalji doing kirtan. Is descendants of by Mardana ji themselves. Very unique style kirtan.
ਨਾਨਕ ਸੋ ਧਨੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਵਿਸਾਰਿਆ ਉਧਰੇ ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਫਿਰ ਫਰਮਾਇਆ ਰਖਤ ਬਿੰਦ ਕਰ ਨਿਮਿਆ ਰਖਤ ਬਿੰਦ ਕਰ ਨਿਮਿਆ ਅਗਨ ਉਦਰ ਮੁਲਾਰ ਉਰਦ ਮੁਖ ਉਚੀਲ ਬਿਕਲ ਨਰਕ ਘੋਰ ਦੁਆਰ ਚੇਤਾਈ ਹਰ ਸਿਮਰਤ ਤੂੰ ਨਾ ਜਲੇ ਮਨ ਤਨ ਉਰਧਾਰ ਬਿਖਮ ਖਾਨੋ ਜਿਸ ਰਾਖਿਆ ਬਿਖਮ ਖਾਨੋ ਜਿਸ ਰਾਖਿਆ ਚੇਤਾਈ ਬਿਖਮ ਖਾਨੋ ਜਿਸ ਰਾਖਿਆ ਇਸ ਦਿਲ ਨ ਵਿਸਾਰ ਅੰਦੀ ਕਮੀ ਅੰਧ ਮਨ ਦੰਦਿਨਾ ਅੰਦੀ ਕਮੀ ਅੰਧ ਮਨ ਅੰਧੇ ਤਨ ਅੰਧ ਚਿੱਕੜ ਲਾਈਏ ਕਿਆ ਥੀਏ ਜਾਂ ਟੁੱਟਾ ਪੱਥਰ ਬੰਦ ਟੁੱਟਾ ਦੇਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਨਾ ਤੁਲਹਾ ਨਾ ਹਾਥ ਨਾਨਕ ਸੱਚੇ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨੇ ਉਹ ਕੇਤੇ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸਾਥ ਚੇਤਾਈ ਨਾਨਕ ਸੱਚੇ ਨਾਮ ਬਿਨ ਕੇਤੇ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸਾਥ ਖਸਮ ਛੋੜ ਦੂਜੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਉਹ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸੇ ਜਾਰੀਆ ਚੇਤਾਈ ਤਾਂ ਜੇ ਖਸਮ ਛੋੜ ਦੂਜੇ ਲੱਗੇ ਡੁੱਬੇ ਸੇ ਬਨ ਜਾਰੀਆ ਜਿਨੇ ਨਿਰਾਜ ਸਾਜ ਹਮ ਕੀਏ ਕਿਸੇ ਵਿਸਾਰ ਅਵਰ ਲਗੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਵਿਸਾਰ ਅਵਰ ਲਗੀ ਰਾਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਆਇਆ ਲਾਲ ਰਾਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਆਇਆ ਲਾਲ ਰਾਨੀ ਤੂੰ ਆਇਆ ਲਾਲ ਸੋਈ ਕੰਮ ਕਰੀ ਜਿਤ ਮੁਖ ਉਜਲਾ ਸੋਈ ਕੰਮ ਕਰੀ ਜਿਤ ਮੁਖ ਉਜਲਾ ਤੂੰ ਆਇਆ ਲਾਲ ਖਰਚ ਬਨ ਚੰਗਿਆਈਆਂ ਖਰਚ ਬਨ ਚੰਗਿਆਈਆਂ ਮਤ ਮਨ ਜਾਣੇ ਕੱਲ ਖਰਚ ਬਨ ਤੂੰ ਆਇਆ ਲਾਲ ਸੋ ਕਿਛ ਤਾਰੀ ਜਿਤ ਮੈਲ ਨ ਲਾਗੇ ਸੋ ਕਿਛ ਤਾਰੀ ਜਿਤ ਮੈਲ ਨ ਲਾਗੇ ਸੋ ਕਿਛ ਤਾਰੀ ਫਰੀਦਾ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕਮੀ ਨਾ ਹੈ ਗੁਣ ਫਰੀਦਾ ਫਰੀਦਾ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕਮੀ ਨਾ ਹੈ ਗੁਣ ਤੇ ਕੰਬਲੇ ਵਿਸਾਰ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕਮੀ ਨਾ ਹੈ ਗੁਣ ਤੇ ਕੰਬਲੇ ਵਿਸਾਰ ਮਤ ਸਿੰਦਾ ਕੀ ਵਈ ਸਾਈ ਦੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਚੇਤਾਈ ਤਾਂ ਜੇ ਤੂੰ ਆਇਆ ਲਾਲ ਮਤ ਸਿਰ ਮਿਲਦਾ ਥੀ ਵਈ ਸਾਈ ਦੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਕਿਉਂ ਚੱਲ ਆ ਗੱਲ ਯਾਦ ਉਥੇ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੀ ਸੱਚ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਸਾਈ ਦੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਉਥੇ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੀ ਸੱਚ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਚੁਣ ਵਕਤ ਕਦੇ ਜਗਮਾਲਿਆ ਸਾਈਂ ਦੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਪੂਰਨ ਖੁੱਟੇ ਨਾਨਕਾ ਓੜਕ ਸੱਚ ਗਈ ਸਾਈਂ ਦੇ ਦਰਬਾਰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ ਧਰਮ ਰਾਏ ਜਬ ਖਾਵਾਂਗੇ क्या मुख लेके जाएगा सिमरन भजन दया नहीं कीनी और तू चोटा खाएगा साईं दे दरबार तू मुख चोटा खाएगा साईं दे दरबार पाप करें जड़ी नानक पातशाह फरमाਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ पाप करें जड़ी सर पर उठे अजराइल फड़े फर उठे दोजक पाए सिरजन हारे और लेखा मंगे बाणिया लेखा कहते बाणिया का लेखा बड़ा करोड़ा बड़ा सख्त है अपने बाणिया की आपने मिसाल दी गुरु नानक पातशाह लेखा मंगे बाणिया
Guys, like a minute and a half. Let's wrap up for now.
जब लेखा मांगे तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके ये ताई तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके ओ साईं दे दरबार तब तेरा कौन पर्दा जाके प्राणी तू आया लाल लगा इतनी फकड़े सब मुक्ति चली रैन ओ सब मुक्ति चली रैन रैन का भाव इतनी रात नहीं है उम्र है रानी तू आया लाहौरन लगा किसको फकड़े
Guys, say simrahe. Simrahe. Hahe nusari. Simra hahe sari he. Simrahe. Say simrahe jin aap simraye. Say oho. Those. They. Say. Simrahe. You guys know that. Do Simran. Or Simran. Simrde ne. Jin. Those. Jede. Jina to. Ape. Ape is they themselves. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Vaikuruji. Apa. Simrai. Simronde. Make do Simran. Make remember. Simronde. So say simrahe. They simrahe do Simran. Jin those ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪੇ ਆਪ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਸਿਮਰਾਏ ਸਿਮਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ that Maharaja makes to Simran. Is my voice clear or is it still hard to hear? Is that better? Okay. Okay, so say simrahe jin aap simraye, they do simran, those that Vaheguru Ji makes do simran. Okay, so we're going to say that Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji says, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji says, those do simran whom Guru Sahib Ji gives simran to. Say simrahe jin aap simraye, they do simran who Vaheguru Ji, Guru Sahib Ji gives simran to. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji फरमा रहे ਹਨ ਉਹ ਹੀ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਸਿਮਰਦੇ ਆ ਯਾਦ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਸਿਮਰਾਏ ਸਿਮਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਨੇ So say simrahe jin aap simraye. This is, I think this is a beautiful technique or whatever it is. As we read this, as we understand this, and as we're following along, the story's unfolding. Maharaj gives us this. We shouldn't do these certain things, and we should do Simran, and we need to start focus on Simran. Maybe we start getting to Simran. And then when we start getting into Simran, Maharaj also gives us the gyan, gives us that knowledge that this is a gift you're being given. You're not doing this on your own. You're being given this gift. So Maharaj is controlling the ego at the same time. Maharaj hankar nu bhi, it's like, when you raise a child, the father, the mother looks after everything. Maharaj is looking after our egos here, teaching us, telling us, giving us this wisdom that say simrahe jin aap simraye. ਭਾਈ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਆ ਭਾਈ ਠੀਕ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਰਥ ਵਿਚਾਰਦੇ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਲੱਗ ਪਏ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ you have your daily practice, whether it's 5 minutes, whether it's 10 minutes, whether some you sit for 2 hours, whatever it is, say simrahe jin aap simraye. It's not even me doing it, this is a gift I'm being given. Amazing realization, amazing lesson. So say simrahe jin aap simraye. Nanak taakay lago paye. So Nanak, once again, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji. So Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, the fifth Guru, once again, and we talked about this last time, wherever we see Nanak, they don't use their own names, they always just refer to back to Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji. Taakay. Tinna de. So taakay, here, we'll do this, taakay. In English, we'll just put taakay together, it means there. Tinna de, hai na? In Gurmukhi, Punjabi, we can say ta, tinna, ka, de, right? You can say it a little bit separate. Lago means to attach. Is cheez na lagana. Lago. And pai is feet here. Chan kamal pai. Nanak taakay lago pai. And once again, the teacher, the guru, showing, leading by example of how to live, how to be, teaching the student, like Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is saying, I attach to their feet. Those that do Simran, I attach to their feet. If your guru is saying this, how can you not stay in humbleness? Like your elders are saying this, are living this example, are saying these things, are acting out these things, are falling at the feet of Baba Buddha Sahib Ji, that are Mahapurushas, that do abhyas. A lot of examples. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji फरमाते ने सिमरन दी अनहद चुनकार तू प्रापता. Anahad chunkar is when Simran starts without a had, without an end. Without had, an end. That's Simran. So we repeat with our tongues, we do Vaheguru Mantra with our tongues, and you keep going. There comes a time where it goes deeper in, it gets into the subconscious, and that Simran starts happening automatically. is that that's called an anhadatona. So Simran di anhadatonu prap, those that are sitting at the anhadaton, Satguru Sahib ji, Gursevak ji, de Sache Chan Kamala Nal Lago Lagda, I fall at their feet. Those that do Simran, that is those that are Vyasi. So Guru Anjan Dev Sahib ji says, Nanak Taka Lago Pai, I fall at their feet. Who? Say Simran hai Janab, say Jina to Maharaj ji aap Simran karonde ne. Brings it back full circle. So Nanak tak hai lago pai, kena de pai, on whose feet? Those that do Simran. Thanks, Bhagavad Kabir Sahib says, because those that do Simran and even in their sleep, just take my skin and make a little bit of a visual, like take my skin and make shoes out of and put them on their feet. Just like, not saying they're doing that, but just pure humbleness, just showing how much affection, how much satkar, how much love there is for the abhyasi, for the practitioner that starts walking on the path of Simran. So we learned quite a bit, I think, in this as well, in this week, that say Simran hai Janab Simrai, but look at the data. So fala, sareshta fala, right? Whatever you see, whatever happens, you see it as good. You start accepting prana, you start accepting hokam. Dargah mani, their words are accepted in Satchakanda as you make progress on the path. Tirath is anani. They dive deep into Simran, and that is their Ishanan. That is the one that bathes within Simran. The sort that falls within that, the concentration, duality starts going away. That becomes, you move away from the people, we don't need to do jobs. We don't need to do all these pujas. We don't need to do jobs without random mantras, without love. Maharaj gave us Simran. Maharaj gave us Vaheguru mantra. Gyano, Tyano, Tato, Bodhe, all this stuff you gain. Maharaj gives all this stuff. Even these things, Rede Sede no Nede. So next week we'll go on to the 4th, and we'll start from there. So I appreciate all you guys coming out. If you get time, please do write, even in the evening. I know some of you guys write in the evenings as well. I have a journal going. Use this maybe as a base, and write from this perspective. See how that goes for you guys. I'll see you guys next week. Appreciate it, guys. Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh.
संगत ਨੂੰ ਆਨੰਦ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਜੁੜਨਾ ਹੀ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ। ਕੀਰਤਨੀਏ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਹੈ ਜੋੜ ਦੇਣਾ, ਜੋੜ ਤੇ ਹਰ ਕੋਈ ਦਿੰਦਾ। ਇਹ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਦੀ ਅਪਾਰ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਹੋਵੇ। ਇਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਹੈ, ਮੇਰੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਹ ਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਮਰਦਾਨੇ ਦੀ ਲਾਜ ਰੱਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੀ ਇਹ ਤੇਰੀ ਕਰੀਆ, ਗੋਬਿੰਦ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੀ Bariya,
right, guys. Appreciate you guys coming out. Hopefully all you can hear me. If we could get focused, I'll read Sukhmani Sahib until we've done up to. We can all get focused and listen in. Try to focus on the arths, the translations, or focus on the ton. So either be one-minded, concentrated on the ton, on the sound, or be focused in the arth and the translation if your mind wants to go there. If it goes anywhere else, ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾਲ ਸਤਿਕਾਰ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਆਓ. Bring it back with love. ਗੌੜੀ ਸੁਖਮਨੀ ਮਹੱਲਾ ਪੰਜਵਾਂ ਸ਼ਲੋਕ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦਿ ਆਦਿ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਏ ਨਮః ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰਦੇਵ ਏ ਨਮః ਅਸ਼ਟਪਦੀ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸਿਮਰੇ ਸੁਖ ਪਾਵੋ ਕਾਲੇ ਕਲੇਸ਼ ਤਨ ਮਾਹਿ ਮਿਟਾਵੋ ਸਿਮਰੋ ਜਾਸੋ ਬਿਸੰਪਰ ਏਕੈ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਤ ਅਗਨਤ ਅਨੇਕੈ वेद पुराण सिमृत सुधाख्यर कीने राम नाम एक आख्यर किनका एक जिस जी बसावै ताकि महिमा गनी न आवै कांखी एक दर्श तुहारो नानक होन संग मोहे उधारो सुखमनी सुख अमृत प्रभ नाम भगत जना कै मन विश्राम रहाओ प्रभ कै सिमरन घर बिन बसै प्रभ कै सिमरन दुख जमो नसै प्रभ कै सिमरन कालो पर हरै प्रभ कै सिमरन दोष मन टरै प्रभ सिमरत कछ बिघन न लागै प्रभ कै सिमरन अन दिन जागै प्रभ कै सिमरन भव न व्यापै प्रभ कै सिमरन दुख न संतापै प्रभ का सिमरन साध कै सांगे सर्ब निदान नानक हर रांगे प्रभ कै सिमरन रिद्धि सिद्धि नौ निधि प्रभ कै सिमरन ज्ञान ध्यान तत्व बुद्धि प्रभ कै सिमरन जप तप पूजा प्रभ कै सिमरन बिन सह दूजा प्रभ कै सिमरन तीरथ स्नानी प्रभ कै सिमरन दरगाह मानी प्रभ कै सिमरन होए सो भला प्रभ कै सिमरन सफल फला से सिमरहे जिने आप सिमराए नानक ताकै लागो पाए. And what we're doing today, प्रभ का सिमरनो सब ते ऊंचा प्रभ कै सिमरन उधरे मूचा प्रभ कै सिमरन तृष्णा बुझै प्रभ कै सिमरन सब किछ सुझै प्रभ कै सिमरन नाही जम त्रासा प्रभ कै सिमरन पूरन आसा प्रभ कै सिमरन मन की मलो जाए अमृत नाम रिद माहि समाए प्रभ जी बस है साध की रसना नानक जान का दासन दसना. All right, guys, if we can open up our files. If you're writing, open and grab your pens and pencils or whatever you guys are doing. If you guys are writing on the computer, open everything up. Let's come to this page. Prabh ka simrano sab te ucha. So we just ended the third padi. We're starting the fourth padi. If we can put our phones on silent mode, airplane mode, or just turn them off. If it's an emergency, I get it. Try not to wander over there. Keep your minds focused for this amount of time. Give yourselves that since you guys showed up. Let's try to stay present. We'll just review what we did last week a little bit, and then we'll start today's. This was the week before. All the treasures are within the Naam or treasure. Naam is the treasure. So Prabh kya simrane redde siddhe now nidde. So by doing Simran, Riddhiyan, Siddhiyan, no Nidhiyan are obtained, and we talked about what the Siddhiyan are, the Nidhiyan, and what a Riddhi is by Rupchandji's, by Rupaji Sakhi, as an example of it. Prabh kya simran gyan dhyan tat buddhi, the buddhi becomes its essence, becomes its form, realizes true nature. By doing Simran, knowledge and concentration are gained. So Simran karan dwara, so Nirgun Sargun Brahmji de gyan da dhyan, gyan sahit dhyan sahit jehdi buddhi a oh vi tat swarup ho jandi, Brahm swarup hi ho jandi a. Prabh kya simran and jap tap puja. We watched a couple of videos on what tap is. Jap ਹੋਰ ਨਾ ਮੰਤਰਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਪੀ ਜਾਣਾ. Some people ਕੰਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੰਤਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ, ਕੋਈ ਕੁਛ ਕਰਦੇ, ਕੋਈ ਕੁਛ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ. Moving away from ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ, moving away from the one, ਹੋਰ ਨੂੰ ਜਪਣਾ, ਪੂਜਾ ਹੋਰ ਦੀ ਕਰਨੀ. Maharaj goes, ਸਿਮਰਨ ਹੀ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਭ ਕੁਛ ਆ. I don't need any of these things, just Simran's everything for me. Prabhu kya Simran hai bin sah dooja duality, oh bin jandi hai, oh naas ho jandi ya Simran karan naal. So what is duality? Duality is that which, you know, ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਮਝੀਏ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਖਰੇ, ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਆ, ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਫਰਕ, ਆਪਾਂ ਭੇਦ ਪਾਉਣੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਅੰਤਰਾ ਪਾਉਣੇ ਆ. If we think that there's a difference between that person and that person, there's a friend, there's an enemy, there's this, there's that. So all that falls under duality. So that thought process, which hatred comes in there, judgment comes in there, jealousy comes in there, envy comes in there, all that gets that gets destroyed in naas hoi janda. As you move on the spectrum, as you start gaining more clarity within through naam. Prabh kya simran hai tirath isnani, tirath na van jaun, tirath naam hai, naam is my tirath. That's where you know, taking an ishanan at the sacred shrine of naam, you know, naam rupi tir de ishanani hona. Prabh kya simran hai dargah mani, whatever you say that is accepted in Sachkhand, kasad bachan atalada. That's why, you know, Mahapurushas, they say they're extremely focused, they're extremely concentrated. They don't release a thought unless they want to release a thought, the state of a Mahapurush. Because they're extremely focused and they have so much energy behind them, when they do release a thought, when they do want something, then when they do feel daya for someone, it works out. It becomes pura, that bachan becomes pura. Prabh kya simran hoy so pala. So whatever happens is good. We can also view this as we learn to accept. Through this, we learn to accept one of the main theories in Sikhi of one of the main tenets of Prabh kya simran hoy so pala. Those that do Simran accept whatever happens as good. And then, but once again, it's not like something evil's happening and they're like, that's happening, it's good. There's also a duty. You're also duty bound that, you know what, it's righteous. You have, you know, kei vari talwar bhi chukni pendi, kei vari sab kuch karna penda, but paane chaya palaya. Sab kuch hi paane chaya. The talwar picking up isn't pana too. Prabh kaise banane so phala phala. So the greatest fruits blossom for those that do Simran. What fruits are these? Nimrta, Gribi, Tiraj, Shanti, Sahaj, Santokh, Daya, Dharm, Vichar, Namdan, the meeting of the one, the union between the Atma and the Parama Atma, that connection, that greatest fruit. Se simrahe jin aap simrai. But once again, Maharaj brings us down. The humbleness Maharaj shows here, falling into this, reading this, like we're all present here. We're vicharing arth, we're reading arth, we're reading Gurbani, we're trying to understand Gurbani. This is a form of Simran. So doing this Simran, Maharaj reminds us, say Simrahe jin aap simrai. It's not like we're here and it's our egos that are making us stay here. It's a gift that we're sitting here and we're having the ability to read this and translate this and understand this. Say simre oi simrdeya ਜਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ, the ones that ਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਸਿਮਰਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਗੁਰਬਾਣੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਦੇ ਆ, ਨਾਨਕ ਤਾਕੈ ਲਾਗੋ ਪਾਏ. After saying that, Panjum Pasha in such humbleness because I attach to their feet. ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਚ ਲੱਗਦੇ ਆ, the ones that meditate. So ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਭ ਤੇ ਉੱਚਾ. All right. So ਪ੍ਰਭ ਸਾਰੇ ਭਰਪੂਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਜੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, the one that's in everything. So ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ, so ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ. So we just, in English, we just translated this as ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ's ਸਿਮਰਨ. ਗੁਰਮੁਖੀ ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਦਾ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਿਮਰਨ. ਸਭ means all, ਸਾਰਿਆਂ. ਤੇ means ਤੋਂ, from. ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ, so from all. ਉੱਚਾ. ਉੱਚਾ means ਉੱਚਾ, ਉੱਚੇ, high. So ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਭ ਤੇ ਉੱਚਾ. Okay, so ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕਾ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਸਭ ਤੇ ਉੱਚਾ. In English, we'll write it like this: Vaheguru Ji Simran is the higher path. It's higher than all other attempts, all other aspirations. So Simran hi ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਚਾ ਹੈ. So Prabhu ji de Simran ji, sab sadhana, ਈਰਖਾ, ਵੈਰ, ਚੋਰੀ, ਯਾਰੀ, ਸਵਾਦਾਂ, ਆਪਣੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ, ਈਗੋ, ਆਪ ਕਰਨੀ, ਸਭ ਔਗਣਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਚੇ, ਅਤਿਅੰਤ ਉੱਚੇ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਚੇ ਹਨ. So Simran is higher than all. It's higher than all other sadhanas, higher than all other paths, all other attempts. It's higher than ஈர்ਖਾ, jealousy, hatred, lustfulness, yari, tastes, desires, our own egos, from everything. Simran is the highest path, the highest thing we can do. Ayo sunana padana ko bani. Ramani talks about why we're here. We're here to listen, sunana, and padana, read bani. That's why you're ayo. That's why you came. That's why we're here. So prabhu ka simrano, ਸਭ ਤੇ ਉੱਚਾ. Waheguru Ji Simran is the highest form of bhakti. Simran is the highest form of bhakti. Put your concentration in the thon, and from the thon you realize, from the thon the stuff flows. All right, let's move on. Prabhu kya hai Simran hai? So kya, we're back to kya with they. So Prabhu kya hai Simran hai? Prabhu Vaheguru Ji kya they with Simran hai? We know Simran means repetition, remembrance. Udare. Udar na hunda mukta hona. Gained, udare, gained salvation, got saved, mukti. Udare. Prabhu kya hai Simran hai? Udare mucha. Udare, gain salvation, mukt ho jande ne. Kaun? Mucha. Many, bahute. तो प्रभ क्या है सिमरन है? उदरे मूचा. सिमरन ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਅਣਗਿਣਤ ਜੀਵ ਤਰੇ ਹਨ, ਤਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ, ਤਾਂ ਤਰਨਗੇ. By doing Simran, many have gained, are gaining, and will gain salvation. Someone asked a question, salvation from what? Well, that's a good question. That's for you to answer. So Simran ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ mucha, ਅਣਗਿਣਤ, many have gained salvation by doing Simran. Simran ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਅਣਗਿਣਤ ਜੀਵ ਤਰੇ ਹਨ, ਤਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ, ਤਾਂ ਤਰਨਗੇ. Past tense, present, and future. Udare mucha. Yeah. Prabhu kya Simran hai Trishna Puja. Puja here, we're going to say Pola. Trishna Puja. Puja we can say Adakana, but that context, that meaning is something else. So Prabhu kya Simran hai? So Vaheguru Ji de Simran. Tresana. Interesting word, Tresana. Trishna is a thirst. Trishna is also an intense desire to obtain. So intense desire to obtain. Thus, Paikan Singh Paikan Singh Nabha, the writer of Mahankosh, he writes, Prapti di Prabal Icha. So very intense desire, Kush Prapta Kanle, intense desire to obtain. Trishna also means thirst. So Bujja, extinguished. Bujja Jandi. So Prabh kya Simrane Trishna Bujja, Tresana. Sase pyar bindini Tresana. Prabh kya Simrane Tresana Bujja. Yes, in Boli we would say Trishna, but when we're reading Gurbani we would say Tresana. So Simran Rupi Jal Naal Rasa Kasan de Bhogan di बहुत तरह दी तृष्णा रूपी आग, many different types of तृष्णा रूपी आग बुझ जाती है. So in English, the fire of desire, of thirst, is extinguished with the water of Simran. So the desires of the senses, ये जड़ी आज्ञा सारी ये बुझ जाती है. We all are dealing with our own trishnas. And that's something you all can write when you get a chance in this section and have that conversation with Guru Sahib Ji. What has extinguished? What are you trying to extinguish? So Simran Rupi Jal Naal Rasa Kasan de Bhogan di bahut tarah di trishna rupi aag bujh jandi hai. The fire of desire, the fire of the senses, the desires of the senses, thirst extinguishes with the water of Simran. Simran Dwara, those that do Simran, their thirst extinguishes. So what are the senses? Someone's asking. Well, all the 9 doors that we have on our body, reproductive, we've got our eyes, ears, nose. So all the senses that take us externally, that give us contact with the world. It's the desires of these senses, that thirst, that fire, that extinguishes, only extinguishes with Naam, with a Vyas. So Prabh kya Simrane Trishna Bujha. Yeah, temporary desires. Yeah, this is where this is the beauty of Bani. It speaks to each one of us where we're sitting. A desire for me right now is probably very different from a desire from you, like the Trishna of the senses. I'm going through different struggles than you might be going through. And that's the beauty of Gurbani. It speaks to you. That's why translations are very, it's the meaning is the meaning, but when you apply it to your own life, a lot of different stuff comes out because each of us go through our own journeys and our own struggles and our own ups and downs, right? So Prabhu kaise manan trishna bujha. And today, that trishna for you might be something else. 2 years down the road, that might be something else. If I look at my life, when I was younger, it used to be different. When I got married, it was different. When Janak Singh was born, it was different. And now it's a bit different as Janak's aging. Okay. Let's move on. Prabhu kaise marane sab kuch sujh hai. Prabhu kaise marane. Prabhu kaise marane sab kuch sujh hai. So sab kuch, if we do it in English, we can say everything. So we could do this. We could put sabo kecho together, everything. In Punjabi, we can say sab kuch, right? So we can keep that separate. Sabo kecho, sab kuch, everything. Sujha, understand. Samajha, sujhi peni, or sujhana, to understand. Samajhoni. Prabhu kaise marane sabo kecho sujha. We'll do this in English. So by doing Simran, everything is understood. And I'll post here what Bhagaji wrote as well. Going to be kind of deep, but we'll try to dissect some of it. So Simran karne karke sab kacho brahmi brahm desonde han. So by doing Simran, everything that you see, you start seeing as Brahm, as Vaheguru, as Vaheguru, as Vaheguru. Along with you understand everything. Sab kuch desonda hai. Jo piche vartya hai, jo hon vart raya hai, jo aun wale samay nu vartana. What is it? What is that you see? You see what's happened in the past, what's happening now, and what's about to happen. You see that as well. Simran naal prema bhakti sahit, with love, doing Simran with prema bhakti, with love. Nirgun sargun di ekta bare sab kuch so jaunda hai. This concept of Nirgun Sargun is extremely deep. Nirgun is that which is inside all of us, is that Vaheguru form which is inside everything, is that Prakash form If you guys ever heard of Baba Harnam Singh Ji Rampur Kheda, he talks about his own life and what happened to him and how Prakash, how when he first saw Prakash, what happened. He talks about that journey. He has audio that you can listen to as well. He has a book called Sekeneya that you can read as well. So that Nirgun Prakash, that light form that's in everything. And obviously, once you start seeing that, there's no duality anymore because you see the one in everything. There can be no hatred. Hatred doesn't exist no more there. It's all one. And Sargon is anything that can be, they go, where you can draw a line around, like a physical manifestation. So Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, we would say, is the Sargon Sarup, is the Sargon form of the Nirgun. Guru Sahib Ji is that Sargon form, that physical form of that Nirgun, of that Jyot, of that Prakash. So understanding the oneness of that Nirgun and that Sargon, from that perspective, sab kuch sujh aunda hai. You understand everything from that perspective as well. So by doing Simran, everything is understood. What is everything? Sab kuch Brahmi Brahm des hona, Nirgun Sargun the ekta, what's about to happen, what happened before, aun wali samay hona, all that. Rab kaise marane sabo kecho sujja. And for us, wherever we might be, it might be different. We might be, understanding certain things in our life. And for us, that might be sabo kecho sujja at that time. And as we progress, as we walk on this ladder, as we keep moving, the growth, more growth. Sab kuch sujja. Prabhu kaise marane sabo kecho sujja. Sabo kecho sujja. Prabhu kaise marane nahi jam tarasa. So Prabhu kaise marane. By doing Vaheguru Ji Simran, Simran karne karke. Nahi. Nahi. You guys know what that means? No. I think we've done Jam before too. Jamada, or messenger of death. And Tarasa means fear. Tarasa. Kisi cheez da taras hona. किसी चीज का डर होना. So प्रभ कैसे मराने? नाही जम तरासा नाही. How? प्रभ कैसे मराने? So सिमरन वाले गुरसेवक प्रेमी नू जम दा डर नहीं रहिंदा. So by doing Simran, the fear of death doesn't remain. The taras of jam, the taras of the message of death or death, it doesn't remain. The second Astpadi talks, goes into talks about a lot of this stuff and talks about death and on the way, on the path and all that stuff as well. On the path, when the jumps take an individual, when the jumps take the soul and what happens, and if not everyone gets taken by jump, by the way, but a lot of clarity will come there as well. Prabh kya simrane nahi jam trasa. ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਦੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਮ ਦਾ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਮ ਦਾ ਤਰਾਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ. By doing simran, the fear, the tras of death does not remain. रब का सिमरन नाही जम त्रासा. All right, रब का सिमरन पूर्ण आसा. पूर्ण पूरी ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੀ, fulfilled, finished as well, completed, we can say. Granth kara puran sobrata, Guru Gobind Singh Ji writes, the Granth, it was completed on this sob, auspicious Rata night. Granth kara puran, the Granth was completed, Granth kara puran sobrata on this auspicious night. Puran, so completed from that perspective. We can say, when we talk about Guru Sahib Ji, we say, Puran Guru ne. Anat kala hai thakura chadya. They came with all the kala, they came with all the shakti, and they came on earth. Anat kala hai thakura chadya. So Puran Guru ne. So they are the full, the Pura Guru. And Puran means to fulfill as well. What are we talking about? Asa. What's an asa? Asa is an ichha, a desire. As. So in English, by doing simran, desires according to Gurmat. So if you desire something, it's within the realm of Gurmat. You know, we're not trying to like injure others. We're not trying to like hurt anyone for no reason. You know, we're not moving around. That's not Gurmat. The Mata, the understanding of the Guru, the Gurmat. According to that, your desires do get fulfilled. By doing simran, desires do get fulfilled. Prabh ka simran Puranasa, your desires will get Purana, will get fulfilled by doing Simran. Those that do Simran, their desires do get fulfilled. So that artha, Punjabi, Gurmat anusar asa puri ho jandi hai. So je ਕਿਸੇ ਦੀ ਆਸ ਆ ਗੁਰਮਤ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ. ਹੁਣ ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਜੀਵ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਨ ਦੀ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਹੈ, something like that, and it's not according to Gurmat, then that's not the right way to flow anyways. But ਗੁਰਮਤ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਆਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ. Second arth, beautiful arth. This I really like this arth here. Jedi aasya, by doing Simran, your desire, it finishes, meaning you have no more desires left. Santokh aa janda bande ch. or inside a person. Santokh arises. You have no more desires left. By doing Simran, desires finish. One has no more desires. So the asa, it becomes Puran. It's not there anymore. ਸੋ ਸਿਮਰਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਦੀ ਆਸਾ ਪੂਰੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਭਾਵ ਮਰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ, ਉਹਦੀ ਆਸ ਹੀ ਮਰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ, their desires die out. There are no more desires. So by doing Simran, desires finish. One has no more desires. So Simran ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਦੀ ਆਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਭਾਵ ਮਰ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ, ਆਸ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ. I would take this personally. I would take, don't write this down. This is just my opinion. I'm not translating. So this is just mine. So don't write this next part down. But Prabhu kya Simrane Puran Asa. The complete as is that of Simran, is that of Vaheguru Ji Simran. That is a complete as. That is a complete desire. But Prabhu kya Simran Puran Asa. I know we usually break and we take time and we write. What do these lines mean to us? But I wanna stop at this particular line. Prabhu kya Simran Puran Asa. And I want us to get into a state of gratitude for just this next part, and not talk about things we might be struggling with, but talk about desires or asas that have been fulfilled. So what desires have you had that have been fulfilled, that you've asked Guru Sahib Ji for, and it's been fulfilled? What desires, because you've gained wisdom, what are those desires that are no more? Because you have a different understanding, and those desires have gone away. So any of those two kind of questions, I'd like to take us about, if we could take like 7 minutes right now, at 50, we'll reconvene 11:50, and write in this section, what desires have been fulfilled for us, Maharaj Kirpa, that we've asked Guru Sahib Ji for, and it's come around and we've seen it. Or what did you desire once but no longer want because of the insight and the wisdom you've gained? So what did you want at one time that you're like, oh, you know what, actually that it was good that didn't happen, I don't want that anymore, because of the insight and the wisdom that you're sitting at now. So if we can get into state of gratitude and write from that perspective, just for this section. So we'll reconvene in 6 minutes. All right, guys, if you come back. Finish up what you're writing. I'd like to try something new today, something that we haven't done. I want to try to go into breakout rooms. So, and I want you guys to talk about, if you're comfortable, if you don't wish to speak, you know, of what we wrote about, what you guys wrote about, that's totally cool. Maybe just share your experience, share your name and why you're in this session so far. One of the reasons I want to go into breakout rooms is because a lot of you have been asking if we can sort of have like an engaging period, a place to conversate and where we can sort of discuss some of these arts with Sangat. So this is not that, but this is a start to something like that. And another reason is that you guys can sort of exchange your information, and if you need to share notes or anything, someone's not here a particular week or something, and you guys can also do that. And I know some of you guys are doing this as families or as couples or as groups, and so let's try to get you know, share airspace so that everyone can sort of speak. It would be nice if you guys can turn on your cameras and so you all can see each other, but if not, I get that too. That's cool. And not everyone is willing to speak, and I get that too. And you totally don't have to. You can write if you want. You can write in the chat. If you don't want to do that, that's okay too. But I highly encourage you guys to kind of speak still. A couple of rules. Please don't judge anyone. Please don't paraphrase. Please don't give advice. Just listen. That's all we're here to do. We're just here to listen. If you notice that your mind gets into a place of judgment, recognize it and bring it back to the speaker and give them that time to finish what they're talking about. And that non-judgment piece isn't like, you know, like we all have our own opinions, yeah, for sure. But it's just giving someone else a safe space to vent out, to say what's in their heart, which we should be doing as families and as couples anyways, right? We need to be doing that. We need to be working with each other like that. So when one person finishes, let's move on to the next. We'll keep track of time. I'll also message and let you guys know how much time we have. And in whatever group you're placed in, please don't share any of the stories outside. Keep it to that particular group, just out of confidentiality and everything, if you're comfortable sharing. And I know we have a lot of different age groups here, right? So we got kids here, we got adults here. Hey, it is what it is, you know what I mean? Non-judgment. Allow the kids Hear out them adults, right? Adults, hear out them kids, man. Let's give each other some of that space and some of that respect, Hannah. I'll try to put you guys into breakout rooms. Never done this, so let me see how this works. And yeah, so start off there. So you guys have the questions. You guys can answer the questions. Once again, yeah, just total respect, no advice giving, no need for any of that. Just listen and then move on to the next. All right, here we go. So yeah, just join the groups that you guys are assigned to. All right, guys. Hope you all are back. Hope that was a good experience for you guys. You guys got to hear others' perspectives. You guys got to share some of what's on your heart. Especially during this time of COVID, it's hard to connect with people as well. I get that. So you guys can let me know later how this was for you guys, or you can email Gursevak and let the young people know and that are running the emails and everything, and let them know how everything was, how it was, and we'll take that into consideration. But Prabh kya Simran Puran Asa. By doing Simran, asas ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਮੁੱਕ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ, asa mari ਜਾਂਦੀ ਆ, and whatever you guys said, you guys, the way you guys translated. So let's move on. Prabh kya Simran man ki malo jaye. So Prabh kya Simran. We know by doing Simran, Prabh kya with Simran, repetition, by doing Vaheguru Ji Simran. Man. So in English, once again, we will put man ki together and we'll say minds. In Punjabi, we'll say man di. Right? So man is man. Man is made up of 4 parts. So we talked about that in Jopesad, a little bit more in depth. But the intellect, the ego, and the others. You guys could listen to Jopesad where we spoke about the man. Go into a little bit more depth on what that is, what the man is. But the man, the mind, simplicity, keep it simple, as the mind. Malo. Malo means mad. Dirt, impurity, the mad, the filth, the dirt. Jai goes away. Chali jandi. Jai. Jai means to go away, goes away. So those that do Simran, Chaitala ke kardeya. Chat is another part of the man, where one remembers, the place where one remembers. So Prabh kya Simran man ki malo jai. By doing Simran, dirt, impurity of the mind goes away. Simran karne karke man di hangta mahapapa vikara ogna kam krodh lobh moh hankar aadhi di mail jehdi a oh chali jandi a. So Maharaj Ji vi kende a, the mail is not of just this life. Ek kinne janma janma di mail lagi a. Gurbani says that too. So the impurity, not just of this janam, not just of however old your body is, and you got your mind, you got your heart in there. Let's go previous and previous and previous and previous. Janam di jehdi mail a. By doing Simran, that impurity goes away. Great opportunity this life that we got to do Simran. Maharaj is giving us this. So Simran karne karke man di jehdi mail a, the mail of ego, the mail of sin, the mail of the sensual desires running outwardly, the lust, the anger, the greed, the attachment, everything. Eh sari jehdi mail a eh chali jandi a. And once again, the mal that we're all dealing with is internal, right? Like what mal are we all dealing with? Like what I'm trying to deal with right now is probably very different from what you're trying to deal with right now, what each of us are trying to deal with right now. So you gotta, so this is how you personalize money, right? What is that mal for you that you're trying to deal with? Yeah, janam di mal, yeah. But we can break this down and go like, you know what, Maharaj, I'm really struggling with this right now, and write that out to Guru Sahib. You write it out to Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah Ji. Mara Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah, you wrote this money. You're giving me this opportunity. Have a conversation with Panjਵੇਂ Paatshah Ji. This is what I'm dealing with, Maharaj. Give me Simran, give me Simran, help me get rid of this. Help me have a daily practice of Simran, etc. So, Prabhu keh Simran ne man ki malo jaye. Man di jehdi mail a oh chali jandi. What happens when the mail starts going away? This is it right here. This is Mara tells us what happens then. Amrit. Amrit means without death, immortal, maut to rahat, maut to bina. Naam, we'll translate that as Naam. Rid, Rida, heart, Hirda, Hirde. Rid means heart. So Hirde. Hirde, Mahe. Mahe means within. Rid Mahe, within the Hirda. Samay, absorb. Sama jana, leen ho jana kisi vich. You know, Maharaj sare rameo, sare smayo. Maharaj is absorbed in every little particle. Maharaj is everywhere. The Kal Purkh, that Nirgun Swarup is in everything. Amrit Naam Rid Mahe Smay. By doing Simran, dirt, impurity of the mind goes away, and Naam comes to reside within the heart. So Naam comes to reside within the heart. It takes a seat where it's supposed to be. Nothing else belongs in our heart except Naam. So Naam comes to reside there. The Maharaj talks about so many, about this rasa and this rasa. How can Naam stay within there if there's all these other desires and tastes that we're running after? So the seat of Naam is within that heart. We have to bring it within our hearts. And then Naam absorbs the heart. Naam takes over the heart. It becomes love. It just is pure love. There's nothing but love. So Amrit Naam or the Mahe Samay. So Naam comes to reside within the heart. Kidna? By doing Simran, dirt and impurity, that goes away, and then Naam comes to reside within the heart. So Amrit Naam ji hirde cha sama jande hain. So that Naam comes to reside within the heart. By doing Simran, dirt, impurity of the mind goes away. Naam comes to reside within the heart. So we go to the line above. Prabhu kya Simran hai man ki mala jaye. So by doing Simran, the mal goes away. And as we're doing Simran with our tongue, Naam starts getting planted inside the heart. Naam starts getting planted inside the heart. Hirde jaake vas janda. The heart becomes full of Naam. So Amrit Naam Rid Mahe Samay. So the Amrit Naam gets samad, gets absorbed, gets lean. Where? Rid Mahe, within the hirda, within the heart. Rid Mahe Samay wa Amrit Naam. You could break up Bani like that. It's very poetic, very beautiful. Move on. Submerge. Yeah, it's a really nice name. Someone just said that, yeah. And that's a good way to say, yeah, submerges, absorbs, yeah. Let me write that down. I'll write in my other notes as well. Okay. Prabh ji bas hai sadh ki rasana. Prabh ji, Vaheguru ji. So in English, we can put Prabh ji together and just write Vaheguru ji. Ji is a word of endearment, sign of respect. Vaheguru ji. So Prabh ji, Punjabi, ਵੱਖਰਾ ਹੀ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਬਸ ਹੈ reside ਵਾਸਤੇ ਨੇ Prabh ji bas hai. Well, where does Prabh ji bas hai? Where does Prabh ji reside? Where does Vaheguru reside? Sadh. So we talked about Sadh. Yes, a Sadh can be a Sant, but the biggest Sadh of Sadhs is Guru Granth Sahib Ji. No one bigger than Guru Granth Sahib Ji. No other person, no other human, no other. Guru Granth Sahib Ji makes Sadhs. You know what I mean? Like Guru Granth Sahib Ji creates Brahma Gyanis. But Guru Granth Sahib Ji is the biggest Sadh. Sadh ki. So once again, in English, we could put this together. Sadh ki. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's. Right? Je ਆਪਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਧ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਦੀ ਸਾਧ ਦੀ what are we talking about? Rasana, tongue. Jeeb. So Prabh ji bas hai ਸਾਧ ਕੀ ਰਸਨਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਵਸਦੇ ਆ Vaheguru ji resides on the tongue of Guru Granth Sahib, on the tongue of Guru Sahib Ji, on the tongue of Mahapurushas. Why? Because they're always doing Bani. Because it's all straight Turki Bani. Right? There's nothing but the one. There's no other conversation but the one there. So Prabh ji bas hai sadh ki rasana. So Akal Purakh Vaheguru. You know, Maharaj talks about Vaheguru ji inside someone's heart. Maharaj, look what he's saying, but one also resides on someone's tongue. Nanak Janaka Dasane Dasana. So Nanak, once again, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, but they always say Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji's name. They don't mention their own names in Bani as a sign of respect. They take it back to the first Guru. So Panjve Pasha Ji is taken back to Pehle Pasha Ji. Nanak Jan. Jan is a pyara, a lover, a devotee, Janaka. So we could put this in, once again in English, we could do Janaka, a devotees. Punjabi chapa Jan Da. So Jan means pyara, pyare, Da. Dasana Dasana. So a lot of humbleness once again, man. A lot of humbleness. Dasane means Das. Dasana means Das as well. Servant and servant. So of the servant. So Dasane of the servant. Dasanda. Dasane means Dasanda. Dasana Das. Servant of servants. All right, in English first. So we'll put the two lines together. So this line here, Prabh ji bas hai sadh ki rasana, we'll translate it together. Nanak Janaka Dasane Dasana. So Panjve Pashaji is saying, Vaheguru Ji resides on the tongue of Guru Sahib Ji, on the tongue of Mahapurushas, on the tongue of Bhagat Santa, jehde Mahapurush hoye ya, tat bete jehde ya, ye tat nu pehchanan wale ya. And he goes, I am the servant of their servants. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਦਾਸਾਂ ਦਾ ਦਾਸ ਹਾਂ. Like, forget serving Guru Sahib Ji and the saints. The people that serve the saints, the people that serve Guru Sahib Ji, I want to serve them. I'm their servant. So Guru Arjan said, Sach Gribi Gada Hamari, you know, Panjve Pashi talks about humbleness is my weapon. Panjve Pashi's writing is beautiful like that. So much Gribi, so much Nimrata, so much humbleness, so much Sikhya as a learner, as a student, as a Sikh of the way Guru Sahib Ji speaks and the way he puts himself out there. So Sadh, Sache Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Sant Mahapurush, Guru Khalsa Panth Ji, Shobh Sachi Panpitra Ujjal Rasanate, Ona di Rasanate, Panja Pyariyan di Rasanate, Guru Sahib Ji di Rasanate, Mahapurushan di Rasanate, Vaheguru Ji Vasde ne, Dasan Das, Panjve Pashi farma rahe ne, Dasan Das, Gareeb Man Bani Sarir Karke, calling himself humble. Dasan Das Gareeb Man Bani Sarir Karke, with my mind, with my speech, with my body. Aise Gursevak Sadh Jana de Dasan Das hai. With everything I have, I serve them. And Guru Gobind Singh Ji talks about, you know, Khalsa Meri Pind, Khalsa Mera Pind Varan, Khalsa Meri Jaan Ki Jaan, oh Khalsa. Because I am educated because of Khalsa. I am educated. So he's talking to all the Sikh Sangat there. And he's saying, everything I have is because of you. And then he goes, Nahi moh se gareeb karod pare. Because otherwise there are so many poor people like me. Guru Gobind Singh is saying this because otherwise there's so many poor people like me that are just like rolling around. It is because of you, Khalsa. Talking to all you guys listening right now, Guru Gobind Singh Ji saying this to you. In such humbleness they speak, man. Our gurus, the way they speak. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahi says, Vaheguru Ji resides on the tongue of Guru Sahib Ji and saints, and I'm a servant of their servants. So Prabhu Ji Base Sadh ki rasana, Mahapurushan di Guru Sahib Ji di rasana te vasde ne, Gurbani jehdi ya. Nanak Janaka Dasane Dasna, I'm servant of their servants. And this is a tenet where, you know, you look at the farmers' protest that just took place. You look at any jadon vi kite lod pai ya panth cha, langar has always been there. It's just that humbleness. It's just that, you know what? No, you know, you guys are going to do this. We're going to just come serve you guys. No, you guys continue on your protest. We're just here to serve you guys. We're just people, Baba Nidan Singh Ji, if you ever go to Hajur Sahib, their whole life was dedicated to Langar di Seva. I'm just going to, the people that do your Bhakti Maharaj, Langar shakai jana. I just want to feed them. That's all I'm going to do. This life is dedicated just feeding your Sikhs. That's all I want to do. Because why? They come for your Sangha. They come to do your darshan. They do Bhakti of you. I want my life spent in their service. So there are people that legit just give their whole life doing seva of others from that perspective. Right? So that was a session today. Nanak Janka Dasane Dasna, Kenada, Prabhu Ji Base Sadh ki Rasna, Vaheguru Ji Sadhan di Rasna te baithe ne. I'm their servant, servant. Amrita Namrita Mahe Samay. Prabhu keh Simrane Man ki mala ja. Jo mail chale jandi ya, uthe ja ke naam vasda ya. Puran asa. So once again, continuing on with that ladi of Simran, Maharaj keeps telling us, it's through Simran. It's through Simran. It's the gift of Simran. What do you get by doing Simran? Your desires get fulfilled. You know, Maharaj says, I fall at their feet, the people that do that. Maharaj is showing so much humbleness. There's so much satkar for the people that do Simran. Nahi jam taraf, the fear of death goes away. What? Like this. Everything is understood, right? Yeah, like Jawar Singh, these guys, man, so much depth there. Trisna, Bujat, desires go away, desires finish, Santokh arises, contentment arises. Udare Mucha, many have been saved. You will be saved. Saute Ucha, this is the highest path. You guys are born, you guys have opportunity to come to this path. Maharaj gave us Simran, you know what I mean? Gave us the highest path. And that was a week before. So I appreciate you guys coming out. We have 8 minutes. We'll be here for 8 minutes for those of you that want to continue writing right now. And I know some of you guys write in the evenings. And the ones that are doing it together as a family, doing it together as couples or as families with kids and all that stuff, vichar this afterwards together. Write your own notes, but vichar it. Like what are your kids gaining from this? What are they understanding from this? How are they applying it to their life, current life? You know, they might be in that stage of playing video games and COVID is hitting them hard and they can't go to school. Maybe there's online schooling going on. They're isolated. Talk about that. How is this applying to their life right now? How can you guys, and not just say, do Simran, do this, do that. How can parents sit with their kids and do it? Make that happen. How can you give them time? They're going to go, you want to take them out. You guys should go out of the house. You guys should go out with them. Spend time with them. I was talking to a mother yesterday that was saying, the kids are out of control and this, like all this stuff. And she came to her own conclusion. You know what? I wish I had spent more time with my kids when they were younger. It wasn't about the cars. It wasn't about wealthy family. It wasn't about all this stuff. It's about spending time with them. That was her own conclusion. Very, very wise conclusion. But yeah, let's get to writing. I'll play some Kirtan for the next 7 minutes. And I'll see you guys next week. God Prasad, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
आग देहात है के ताजियों पानी के ताई पाके नानक दास तुझे समझाव नानक दास तुझे समझा मन यदि नहीं समझ नानक